grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine, but seas between us braid he road sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old Auld Lang Syne, my Joe, for auld Lang Syne, we'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for auld Lang Syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself. though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His ram he had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This ram he had 2 horns, dancer that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, my lads, it's true, my lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. Eyes that buy that builds a boat, and eyes that buy that sails her, eyes that buy that catches a fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Eyes the buy that builds a boat, and eyes the buy that sails her, eyes the buy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not gorging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long until we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have...
Ladies and gentlemen, DreamLeague Season 26 closed qualifiers for SCA. It's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So we're on to our third day of the qualifiers, and of course there is one slot left for, I believe, 3 different teams, Jonathan. 3 different teams fighting over this one slot. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. We saw some spectacular performances yesterday. I think Boom's rally up against the Mongols was a very great watch, and we should have some good games lined up for ourselves here today. Of course, we're starting off with the lower bracket semifinals. The winner of this one will face up against the Mongols for that final slot. But for now, we've got Talon up against the Trailer Park Boys, and this is going to be an interesting one because Talon did manage to knock out both teams in 2-0s yesterday, taking out Execration, taking out Ivory, back-to-back. Trailer Park Boys kind of had a rougher road, right? They went 2-1 against Team Nimister, and they went 2-1 up against Team Essence, which on paper is not as dominant of a performance, but you have to keep in mind a couple things about the side of Trailer Park Boys. These are all players with a lot of great promise. These are all players that we have seen on the international level before, for the most part, but this is a fresh stack. And I think, again, when you're up against Talon, who's been kind of together for a while now, although it's been a little bit more rough and tumble, especially in the start of these qualifiers, you've got to bring out something special here from the side of Trailer Park Boys. And if there's any team that can maybe run some hyper-aggressive or very quirky drafts, I feel like that is on the Trailer Park Boys. I mean, you think about Norman as support. He's played a ton of stuff that probably don't deserve to be in pause for. He's done stuff like Ember back in the day. He enjoys his Murano, although that's been kind of dead. Earth Spirit, which is also, it's been blown up with TNT. But I want to see something different coming out here from the side of the Trailer Park Boys. I know we've seen stuff like 423 Broodmother before, 11 just running down. 11 used to love these combinations with, say, Lycan plus Grimstroke back in the Lil Gun days. So I want to see some of that quirkiness come out here if they want to bring Talon down a peg. Also, it's always a little bit of a risk, but if you force Talon to first pick Beastmaster and they get ahead of themselves, that could be a good way to get things done as well.
It could be, Jonathan. I do wonder whether they'll leave Beastmaster to be picked up. I mean, the problem is, I think the problem is if you give WS Beastmaster, you're in for a really bad time. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you could hope that they don't play POS 3 Beastmaster and they do POS 1 or 2, but I feel like Talon may have learnt their lesson since those last series. So we'll find out. I mean, Trailer Park Boys, certainly a team that could put up a really good fight against Talon, but like you said, it's a new stack. Well, I mean, it's not that new of a stack, but, you know, it's not as, you know, well-rounded as, say, a team like Talon, and every series that these boys have had, they've had to 2-1 throughout the lower brackets, so they have dropped a game each series that they have won, whereas Talon are currently undefeated, apart from that first series that they had in the upper bracket. So, draft has started for Game 1, Jonathan. I believe we probably can head over to that rather soon and see where these teams are going to be heading. I do wonder what they're up to. I mean, you kind of pointed out the weirder style of picks that you could see from Trailer Park Boys. I'd love to see a Brood or a Lycan coming out. You know, I realize how disgusting 11 can be. We shall see if they want to bust out the dirty stuff.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, some of the dirtier stuff is already taken care of here. No Tinker option coming out for either side. Talon does ban it out, along with the Terrorblade, as that hero has just been doing way too much. I can't believe we can't just go without Tinker support now, right? Like, ever since it was a hot topic, it's always kind of been in there as a viable pick. That was really right after Yoa played it mid, and then it got nerfed, and it became support, then everyone played it support. And you have to waste a ban on it. Trailer Park Boys, for their part, Nature's Prophet, Magnus, PA, and Monkey King being taken care of. So leaving Jakiro, theoretically leaving the Dazzle that we haven't really seen too often anyhow. The Beastmaster is still there for Talon as well. That's been left wide open as they have first pick overall. So if they want something stable, it is pretty much for the taking there. I feel like out of all of those bets, probably the Beastmaster and maybe something like Jakiro could be a little bit more contested across both sides as the DK is taken out. And we will get ourselves a TA priority from Talon. So this is rather fascinating. They've done this a couple of times now, especially yesterday, where they pick a big win condition on their first pick. And they kind of try to flex this between Natsumi and Mikado. This TA, you know, you talk about Mikado. This is a hero that he personally thinks is his best, right? Like we talk about the Mikado Ember. We talked about a lot about the Mikado Puck yesterday, but in Mikado's eyes, his best here is that TA, so I wouldn't be feeling too bad if you just ran it on mid. There is still that flex with Natsumi overall, so you can kind of figure out where you want to put it. As the Trailer Park Boys will go for the Darkseer, and Mikey, you had some strong feelings about seeing this hero yesterday.
I mean, we saw Darkseer pick 3 times, I want to say, and it lost twice, it won once. And the one time it won, John, was the last game where we saw Armel literally just carry his team on his back. Pretty much 1v5, let's be frank. So, the one win, John, was a miracle win thanks to Armel yesterday. I'm going to just go ahead and say it, no offense to Jabs, but it wasn't the most impressive performance that I've ever seen on the Darkseer. So, yeah, I don't like this hero. I don't like it. You know, we see it a lot against TA. I want to say most of the games you saw it yesterday was against the TA. But even during the laning stage, like, you cut the first creep wave with double iron shells, and then nothing happens. Like, they still just equal out the lane anyway. These TAs still farm perfectly fine, and the worst case scenario is you head to the jungle. You've still got Psyblades, John. You'll be right.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's not even a locked-in sure done thing for Talon to just give this to Natsumi. Mikado does enjoy playing TA mid, although there are just too many opportunities to counterpick here as well. I am curious what your combination in lane is. I feel like that's where the shortcomings of Darkseer kick in, because Nyx is kind of shafted, right? Like he can't just farm the jungle. He has to play that ultra greedy pullback. He doesn't scale up as fast to keep up with Darkseer with, say, the level 2 Iron Shell, and you kind of lose your impact in just controlling the lane that way. So with Nyx kind of dead in the water, your next best option is that Tiny that we did see yesterday from the Mongols running the Darkseer Tiny combination, and maybe you can try to work that out. I think, or Boom tried, and I think the one shortcoming Boom had was there was that disconnect where they could have gone First Blood, tried to snowball the lane, but Jabs was standing back. So if Trailer Park Boys want to go for that aggressive move on the first wave, I'd like to see them go all in. You can't afford to kind of go halfway through it. You do have to get that advantage as soon as possible, because Darkseer just doesn't feel amazing They do manage to pick up an amazing support in the Ringmaster at the very least. So we've got the Trick Save. We've got a lot of poke with the Impalement arts. Just a lot of nuisance coming out here for the Trailer Park Boys. And Talon just back into the Wind Ranger for Jokam. And the Centaur for the West. So this is a combination they've run multiple times yesterday. And it honestly hasn't looked too bad. A couple of games where WS had a slower start. But it's a stable stun setup. It's some great team fight, great disengage, especially against a Darkseer and Ringmaster. So you're already really feeling good about playing up against this potential team fight from the Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, I think Jokam currently is the only support player that I'll accept choosing Wind Ranger. In fact, I kind of prefer he does, because every game I've seen him play thus far, especially just yesterday, I think he played 3 games of Wind Ranger out of 4 games, if I remember correctly, and all those games were amazing on his part. He really was not messing up too much at all. So I do love seeing this pick for Jokam. At Trailer Park Boys, they are going to go into an Ember Spirit, so nothing too special going on here. You do have that kind of nice added utility with the Darkseer, Flame Guard plus Iron Shell can be pretty devastating to try and deal with an Ember Spirit, but overall, pretty standard so far from Trailer Park Boys. Nothing too surprising coming out. I think the Ember, of course, is a pretty decent counter as well to the TA is probably the idea. So now, whether you run the TA mid or safe lane doesn't really matter. They have plenty of ways of just burning through the refraction charges if required. Again, whether Talon care or not, I don't know. That's kind of the thing. Like, they may just not care.
They probably don't. This would force the TA more into the safe lane role. I think that's preferable now overall, but TA versus Ember I don't think is actually too bad for TA, although the first 2 tree levels can feel rough, especially since you tend to leave Psyblades at 1 if you take it up at all. And we'll go with the Bounty Hunter pickup as well for Trailer Park Boys. So you do have this high tempo coming out now from the Trailer Park Boys. They can play around this level 6 timing. They'll try to run around, get a gold advantage that way. My concern with the Bounty Hunter pickup is that you really don't have control, right? It's one thing again with this Darkseer. You have Vac Wall, you have what? The Wheel of Wonder and Chains to follow up. Maybe Tame the Beasts. It's not particularly amazing team fight and control. Already into a Centaur. Talon, seeing the Ember Spirit pick up, just keep that TA safe lane. Think about Mikado high mobility heroes, right? Like Storm Spirits there, Puck's there, Quap's there if you want. None of these heroes can kind of stop that from being a menace. Instead, they'll just pick this Crystal Maiden first, so you have a very stable lane coming out. Maybe some decent control with Frostbite, not particularly amazing either, but it can set up. Like, you have some great setup across your 2 supports plus WS now.
Well, I think the CM pick is really really just good against the Darkseer, right? Because you just blow up the creep that gets Iron Shield. That's probably the idea. Plus, you kind of said this already, but Makoto high mobility heroes, like in particular Storm and Park, seem very, very good right now. Even just added CM aura, like if you're playing a Storm, you're gonna have a great old time. Yeah, I think you literally have to ban Storm Park right here as Trailer Park Boys. But they're not going to do it. They're going to ban Tiny, which is fair enough. Tiny is also very potent right now, but I do believe both Storm and Puck are looking very, very good. Particularly, I want to say Puck, considering you're up against a Darkseer. And an Ember, for that matter.
I think the Puck has to go. Something like the Storm is still going to be a threat, no matter what as well, but it probably snowballs a little bit less, at the very least, so that might not be as big of a concern. I will want to point out as well, and this is always fun, we saw WS go for the Ags. You've got the Hitch-A-Ride, the Wagon, plus the Crystal Maiden. That's kind of cheeky if you get that done. That can be quite fun. So I'm looking forward to whether or not WS actually wants to double down. Cuckoo's like, he's telling WS, you get Ags, huh? I'll dance for you. I'll dance for you. Trust. Cuckoo's just gonna go like that. Yell at WS to buy that Ags. Just do it.
That's a
way to go.
I think you were pretty accurate with the way you said that, John. It sounds literally exactly what he'd say, and they do ban the Puck, so we're gonna see Storm coming out. I think is the idea here. Even like if Makoto wants to go down the laner route just to destroy the lane against Ember, I wouldn't blame him for that. But I think it's just such a free Storm game. It's just, why wouldn't you Storm here if you're Makoto? Unless you're afraid of that last pick. But I believe they're looking for a safe lane here for Trailer Park Boys. And I don't see what's countering Storm. as a safe lane. So we'll see if Talon want to take Storm Spirit. I think they should just take it. They will not take Storm Spirit, John, because apparently they want Pudge. Well, hold on. Where did this come from?
Are we going Natsumi Pudge, going Mikato TA?
Wow, okay.
I don't mind that. Think about it. Pudge Crystal Maiden lane is devastating. Rot Slow, Frost Blast, the Nova, the Frost Bite. This is a really good rundown lane. Even a Darkseer is not going to feel great there. You got the right-click facet as well, although I've been seeing a little bit more fresh meat just for the durability, but the right-click facet can still be pretty viable for a scaling right-click Pudge. This is cheeky from Talon. Not the way we'd expect them to go, but I like it. I think they're emphasizing the lanes a lot more, like TA versus Ember. Sure, yeah, we were talking about the TA doesn't feel great, refraction melts off, but Pudge CM, and that is a lane of nightmares.
Is there some kind of overconfidence here though from Talon? Because like, it feels like they don't need to do this. There's an Ursa to make matters really bad now. That Ursa's going to have a great old time against this Pudge, I'm sure. I don't know. Is this for fun, John? Because like, you mentioned the meme between the Centaur Crystal Maiden with the Workhorse. Now we've got a Pudge on the deck as well. I don't know if this is Talon having a bit too much fun.
I think it can still work.
I'm not saying it won't work. I just don't know if they're having too much fun.
I mean, I don't think they're having too much fun.
Okay.
I think there's a way that this does connect together. The tempo is pretty damn high. You do have scaling with your TA to an extent, the Pudge, although when you do go for fresh meat, I would argue it's not as much scaling as the other facet, but it really has fallen out of favor.
Yeah.
And you do get that durability at the least with the channel here. The thing is, you can't afford to lose lanes, right? Like, you can't give 11 some early start in the Darkseer. You will have to try to punish this bounty for Darkseer double melee into a Pudge with a Crystal Maiden on hand. This safe lane of Talon has to win out hard. I think that's a key aspect of this. They need to win hard so Mikado can actually farm in the mid game, because he's playing TA. TA's not a very active early hero. It's going to sit back, farm Dragonlance, farm Desolator, maybe even wait out the Blink before committing into joining in, plus the Shard, and that takes a lot of build-up. So it's really going to be Natsumi and WS to an extent that will have to act as your playmakers here. And again, if the lanes don't go smoothly, especially for Natsumi, then that tempo is thrown out.
We have a problem.
That's the time when Trailer Park Boys can dance.
I've looked at we've paused now. Say cannot choose his facet on the Ringmaster. Look at the chat, John.
Ooh. Yeah, I see that.
So Say's trying to reconnect here to see if he can select his facet. Hopefully there's no bug. Otherwise, we're probably going to have to redo the lobby. But I guess the draft's done at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's done.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's disconnected again.
Disconnect.
I'm pretty sure he's bugged out. Looks like we're probably going to have to remake lobby, but we'll wait. He's trying again.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. This is an actual reason to pause. I appreciate that.
Beta game, you know.
Yep. That's okay.
Still early days for Dota 2.
That's all right.
Still a young game, just like we're young, Mike. You know?
I don't know about that, John.
As young as your children are.
While we're waiting, my daughter apparently tossed a glass plate full of fruit today, which was great at her grandma's house. Glass went everywhere.
Wow.
Say literally doesn't
learning.
I literally don't have a hero, says Say, and Cuckoo says want to check inside. What's Cuckoo saying? What does he mean by that? Is he calling Say a hero?
No, I think maybe check the menu or something. Maybe if no hero can remake. Okay.
Oh, okay.
It should get auto assigned.
Okay, so
and
they're
I'm
going to connect.
fairly certain.
But what about the facet?
Yeah, I'm fairly. Look, it just changes the Carney stuff. I'm fairly certain almost everyone just goes for the standard Carney stuff anyhow instead of the newer one. So it should be fine. But this would be funny if if he doesn't get to
where is
hero. Yeah, I don't see it.
It's just not here.
All right, let's see.
Ringmaster just disappeared.
Yeah.
He's gone.
He's gone. There.
We've lost Ringmaster. We've lost it.
Admin 4v5.
And Cuckoo's asking for 4v5, I think, as well, which is great. So we've lost Ringmaster, ladies and gentlemen, sadly.
They can tip say. Yes,
They're
no
tipping
hero.
say. They're tipping say, but he has no hero. That's amazing.
Oh, God bless. Oh, this is amazing. We've never run into this in all our years of casting. We've never seen this.
That's
This
a
is
great
amazing. Can you imagine in the remake, no one has heroes for whatever reason in all pick? How do you determine the winner? We wait for the creeps to push into the ancient? Nice 1R podcast there with some game running in back. WS says G. Need a
In fairness,
just has nothing.
in fairness, Makoto has disconnected, so it is 4v4 at the moment. Chuan's asking for an overthrow game instead, which is fair. Ember can 1v2 apparently. Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Yeah. Chuan was right. Ponyo was left. Natsumi coming in on the chat, even though he wasn't on that iteration of Talon. Very nice of him. And I don't think they can actually leave until they get a proper response or they get pinged on Discord. I'm not sure.
Do they need
which
me
takes
to...
the
Mr. Admin. Mr. Admin, sir. There you go.
I don't think it's the reconnection that's the issue. It's that there's no hero. My man literally somehow found a way to, Mike. The winning move is not to play.
Yeah.
And Say has figured that out. He's figured it out.
He's
figured it out. The philosophers say his.
It's the actual way you win the game. Say's here.
Say's just like, I'm here. I'm here. He really doesn't. There we go.
All right,
remake it is.
We're remaking. Nobody panic. We're doing it.
What the heck was that? I've never seen that. I've never seen that. That's amazing.
Did they not say esports was going to be a thing at the Olympics as well? How great's that going to be? Like, imagine these problems on an Olympic program. How great's that going to be?
Oh, it's going to be great. Oh, outstanding.
And
I can't even imagine the issues.
Could you imagine though, like you'd have an Olympic committee setting all the rules up as well? So like, if there's a bug and they just don't get that it's a bug, they'll just force them to play 4v5. Like, too bad.
Or
not our
or how about like very, very, very strict all chat, like not even voice lines. You're like, oh, bad sportsmanship, no voice line, and then everyone just gets DQ'd because everyone eventually just uses a voice line. That'd be great.
Probably gonna happen.
Be great.
Probably gonna happen. Let's not lie. Anyway, lobby's back up. That's good news. It's a good start to the day, Jonathan.
Yep.
This is just the kind of stuff we like to see.
You know what it is? It's because we're only doing one series, Mike. So we're getting the maximum value for this time we have to work.
True.
Now they're increasing those KPIs. It says
Very
onto
smart.
something here.
Very smart. Come on, where are all these players? My goodness. How does it take this long? You know what? If Dota 2 players worked normal jobs, they'd be so screwed, John. Like, these guys just can't show up on time. They just can't. They can't do it.
They can't even exist day to day, right? They can't even do that. I've heard the dumbest questions from players that were unironic. How to withdraw from an ATM, John?
Yeah.
I don't know how. I've never done it. What do you mean? 24. You had cash. You've spent cash. How can you not withdraw cash?
More money than God, but doesn't know how to access it. How great's that?
Oh.
You know, I used to have a friend in high school that genuinely told me once, because his mum cooked everything for him, genuinely told me once he didn't know how to make toast. And he was being dead serious, Jonathan. This man genuinely did not understand how toast was made.
Wow.
Yeah.
And to think the one Australian dish that Australia would be proud of is fairy bread. It's only toast. That's all. That's the only dish that I know. That's uniquely Australian. What's uniquely Australian? Give me a uniquely Australian dish. Give it to me, Mike.
You don't toast fairy bread, John. Fairy bread isn't toast.
It's not even toasted?
No, it's not toasted.
Fair to him. Fair play to him. So wait, it's just a slice of bread?
Correct.
With like candy sprinkles?
No.
And butter?
And butter, yes. You spread the butter, then you get the sprinkles and you sprinkle it all over. That's fairy bread, Jonathan.
It's not even toasted?
John, trust me, it's delicious. Have you tried it, John? Go try it. Go make one right now. I'm telling you, it's delicious.
It's sugar and fat. Of course it's good. I'm not doubting that it's good. Sugar, fat, and carbs. That's literally everything that tastes good in the world, Michael Phoenix.
We came up.
It's
with
not
the
even
perfect dish.
toasted.
It's the perfect dish, Jonathan. It
I'm
covers
just so confused. All this time, I thought the
would
bread
you-
was at least toasted.
How would you toast it, John? The sprinkles would melt. Then you wouldn't have sprinkles.
No. Just butter it up, toast it, and then sprinkle after the fact. We do something similar here. It's just we call it Spanish bread for whatever reason. But it's
Spanish
just toast. Yeah, you get a slice of bread, and, get some butter on, toast it for a bit, pull it out, and then sprinkle some sugar. So the sugar doesn't cook up. It's there. It's a little bit. It's sweet. It's fatty. It's carbs. It tastes good. I wouldn't be anywhere near calling it a point of civic pride. Toasted bread, but
No.
hey, you got to do what you got to do.
You do it.
Cuckoo's like, I can't memorize captain's mode, which is fair enough. You might end up accidentally banning something that was picked by accident. No, but we've got a little bit of a podcast episode, Mike.
We do.
Answer my question. What is a uniquely Australian dish?
What
What is there?
No, I mean apart from like your kangaroo and crocodile and stuff, which nobody really eats. There's not really a signature dish. Aussies will say Vegemite. It's not good. Like Vegemite, I don't even understand why people still eat that crap. I'll be honest with you. It's just, and they get
You're not a fan, Michael.
they get so defensive too. Like if you tell them you don't like Vegemite, they're like, "Oh, how un-Australian!" It's like, is it Australian to eat garbage? Is that what it is? Like we,
Yes.
is it like It just tastes so bad. It tastes worse than it looks, it's something. I can't believe they figured a way to make that happen. It's literally just pitch black. It's like tar, John. Like, I feel like if I poured it on the road, I can fill potholes. That's how thick the damn thing is. Disgusting.
Multi-purpose. It's multi-purpose, Mikey. You're seeing why it's so important in the culture of Australia to fix those roads in the outback that no one goes out to.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of Vegemite, no problem with those potholes, mate. It's all going to be sorted out, You live off the land, you find a roo along the way home, you've got a roast for yourself. That's independent living.
When you try to put on an Australian accent, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's just such an American way of mocking Australian accents.
Everyone has a bad Australian accent. I think that should be a point of pride in that Australia is so well known for how lovely the voices are. Everyone wants to mimic it. It's just such a great accent.
It's not really.
All of us have to have a shot at it.
Yeah.
It's a great accent. Like, I've loved your voice ever since we were doing the greatest
John,
amateur league of Echo League.
I don't have a pure Australian accent. You know that, John. You know that. I told you about that guy.
To me, it is.
We did Singapore TI, and there was an Aussie bloke that came up to me, and he pinpointed exactly where I grew up. He knew exactly. He was like, "Oh, you're from here, aren't you?" I'm like, "Okay, all right, let's calm down, He wasn't exactly a white Anglo-Saxon bloke either, John. I don't know why he was talking. I'm not going to say what he was, but it's just calm down, mate. Right? I can pick your location too. Trust me. Right? Let's take it easy.
Australia just fascinates me with all of these, with the culture and all of this blending, and it's a unique place, Mikey. You're a unique person, Mike.
Thank you, John.
You can take pride in that,
Yeah.
even though you only have fairy bread
That's right.
and
Yeah,
Vegemite.
That's right. We still haven't started the game, by the way. In case you guys are wondering why you're still listening to us talking absolute garbage, we have not started the next lobby, sadly.
Oh, who cares about that? It's pro players again. They don't know how does all pick work, guys. I can't remember what we picked last time. Stuff like that. How do I take money out from an ATM, John? I really need to pay this.
That's actually shocking.
That was an adventure. Let me tell you, that was a ride. It was fun, and it doesn't. It was fun. It was fun, but I was just genuinely shocked because, before that player who I will, I'm not going to throw him under the bus, but I hang out with Japoy, and Japoy is, he knows how to do most daily stuff. I think he's a little bit more responsible that way.
You know what it is
to an extent.
You know what it is.
What is it?
I know what it is, right? He's from Davao, where I feel like you've got to know these things, right? Whereas, like, There's a big difference. I have to, because I traveled before anyone says anything. I went to the Philippines. Okay, I saw it. If you compare a Davao person to like a Manila person, you can tell who's gonna be more adept at doing your day-to-day stuff. You know what I mean? It seems like Davao is more in reality, and Manila's it's a crazy place. I love it.
Yeah, it's different. It's definitely a different vibe. To be fair to the player I'm talking about, he's also not from
I
Manila,
know.
I'm not sure.
saying where he's from because you're not trying to reveal who it is. Well, there's only one other place he's probably from, John. So you've really screwed it up now.
No, there's a lot. There's a lot. Trust me, there's a lot. It's gonna be hard to figure that out, guys. Still,
but
at very least, it's not gonna be figured out.
That particular player you're talking about, I understand why he looks the way he looks based off the fact of where he is. Yes, we're into the game, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We can get into it. I started to understand, right? When I went to that area of the Philippines, I'm just going to say it was Cebu, right? So when I was in Cebu, I was like, now I understand why this guy looks so gangster. Now I get it.
Yep.
Now I get it.
If you guys want to figure out as well, you can check out some of those flute blocks elsewhere. We've got the game on hand. We're finally in. Se has a hero. Se's playing the game. And we've got a smoke on smoke. Good lord. How does that affect the players, I wonder? Are they just joking around? Is Cuckoo just constantly yelling at WS? Buy Ags, huh? WS, you don't buy Ags, I kick you, okay? I'll get Pinoy. Force will come. Okay? You buy Ags. You know? Something like that.
Thank you, John. Just want to make it very clear John's the one doing these accents, not me. And he is,
yes.
He does live and does come from the Philippines. He's not American.
Yes.
Let's make that very clear. He's not American.
Should be blatantly clear when I say vinyl or vinyl. What was I saying yesterday? I don't even know which pronunciation
you said vinyl.
I use. Vinyl. Yeah, vinyl. You see? What other stuff do I miss? Tsunami.
Oh, that was a good one. You didn't say tsu that one. That's very good. You said tsunami. That's very good, John. Progress.
You see, it just flies around. I just don't know what I'm saying anymore.
That's all right,
John. I just don't know.
Bounty runes. Going to be a 2 for 2. No fight to break out. Natsumi was having a little bit of a look around, see if he could find a hook angle, but nobody showed up top. I wonder how this Pudge does go. Like, you and I, we don't get to see Pos 1 Pudge quite as much as we used to. Obviously, we've seen Natsumi play Pos 1 Pudge many, many times. So, if there's a man that's going to run it, it's probably him. We'll start with the mid lane for now, though. Of course, you've got Makoto and Chuen going at it. I feel like this should just be an even trading lane. I don't think there's going to be too much pressure on either side, though, as you are seeing. Chuen obviously going to be able to burn through those refractions quite quickly.
Yeah, but it's still a melee matchup for TA. This doesn't feel bad for Makoto whatsoever, especially as the Flame Guard fades. You've got the refractor facets, you're getting more damage anyhow as your shield melts down, and you're going to be able to harass out Chuen. Not the highest armor hero if the value point in meld comes in for Makoto. So it's all kind of about dancing around this lane. Like, Chuen has to be pretty smart with his slights. He has to kind of time it around when Makoto might try to go for maybe a meld strike if he does manage to skill that up. And he needs to control the rune test. Natsumi does manage to work that out top.
Well, the thing is, you've got pretty much a free hook every time. Like, Cuckoo Frostbite into Natsumi hook. You know, if Cuckoo finds somebody, it should be a guaranteed hook for Natsumi, assuming he doesn't misclick or have a creep in the way. And that's going to make life ultra hard, I'd say, for the two in the offlane. 11 and Narman going to have to be careful, because that's going to happen every single time. And now you've got Rod up. Narman, at least, does have a win late, so he is able to outrun the Pudge for now. But as you saw, Jonathan, got to be very cautious in this lane.
What do you do? So much right-click damage as well. Again, going for the Rotten Core facet in the end, which is the right-click Pudge. Safe lane build-up, which again kind of tapered off after its initial reveal. But there's a lot of unique builds you can go for. Harpoon for a secondary hook to fly out could be an interesting way to go about it. We've seen Mask of Madnesses before. So it's quite open for Natsumi. And again, we've talked...
Mid lane, Chuen, he's trying to get away with a Fairy Fire, and he does make it out. Has a bottle as well, so he's going to be okay, but Makoto already applying so much pressure and currently is 5 CS ahead of the Ember.
Again, in the end, this is still like a melee lane matchup into TA, and it still feels good for Makoto. You're dealing with a hero that doesn't have too high HP, doesn't have too high armor, Poking back is fine. Refractor means as your refraction breaks, you get even more damage to poke back at the Ember. He can't block it with Flame Guard, so there's no durability for Chuen. And it's much more stable for Mikado. I love the fact that he didn't even bother with Meld. Just Side Blades, just have a little bit of that pour over every time he's CSing. A little bit more range to kind of try to walk down Chuen. And there's no additional rune control for Chuen as well. They trade 1-for-1 on water, which just favors Mikado. If you have space, you will need to contest 4-minute runes, because if you don't manage to get that on Chuen, or if Mikado even finds his own while Chuen finds one, this will just maintain. And the TA, again, will just ramp up to the point where the damage might be a little bit too much to just stay in lane for Chuen.
Well, we haven't really talked about much at all, though, is that bottom lane. Like, 4-2-3 and Say against WS and Jocam. I mean, you'd imagine 4-2-3 should be having a really good time here against the Centaur. I think the one issue could be the fact that this Ringmaster can't really help that much if you want to chase down for a kill. You know, you don't really have the greatest lockdown in the world as Say. In fact, top lane, they are going once again. Narman finding himself in danger another time, though the Surge is going to save him. Hook is back up in 3. This could be 2 going down if they're not careful. That'll be 11. Narman's going to go for a run. Cuckoo does not have the Crystal Nova to try and slow him down. So Narman will make it out, but they found the better kill in 11 anyway.
Yeah. Again, they're shutting down this Darkseer. We've seen slower Darkseer lanes come out before. It doesn't feel good. You're sitting back, you're forming, but you're building into the auras. These auras have to still be timed pretty damn well to provide that durability, provide that turnaround opportunity. And it doesn't, again, it doesn't feel like the greatest game for the Darkseer. So he hooks again.
Very nice hook from Natsumi. Just look at the damage output. Narman has to stay behind, but he might just be dead. Is he? Narman? Oh no, he's not alright. Never mind. Narman is gone. And 11's going to be careful because Natsumi has another hookup. He's going to be very cautious not to get clipped by that. Because I think with Cuckoo around, they might kill him before he can kill Natsumi.
He can. Oh.
He's
just holding out the angle. Does have regen ferried up, and at least has the 1 tango coming in from Cuckoo. But already with 3 flesh heap stacks up, already doing a ton of damage with just the level 1 rot. This lane doesn't get any easier. In fact, all the lanes just feeling a lot better for Talon. Maybe outside of just 4-2-3's lane. The Ursa, like you mentioned, isn't going to be looking for kill opportunities, but is still farming up.
Nice block from Narman. Narman does save 11's life. Very awkward kind of situation for Natsumi because he had the range creep blocking on the initial hook attempt, and that allowed Narman to close the gap. And now Narman closing the gap a bit too much. Will be going down another time to Natsumi. This is such a horrible start for the Trailer Park Boys. It really doesn't get much worse than this.
No, it really doesn't. Your connection up top is gone. Your Bounty Hunter timing into 6 is not going to feel great. You might have an opportunity to help contest Power Rune at 6 because of that death. Like, yeah, Narman can just walk his way over onto mid to try to contest. I'm surprised he didn't commit a TP, but he did just die back to back. They have to prevent this from coming out. You need a little bit for that injection for Chuen. You need one hero to kind of launch the offensive with. Not even finding that shield rune. So, it doesn't have that extra durability. Still lagging behind into level 6. Mikado has taken full control of that mid lane. And it's going to be a really passive game for the side of the Trailer Park Boys. You have to wait for 6. You need level 6, especially on Bounty Hunter. You don't have a hero to play with at the moment. And they'll give it a shot with WS left alone, though.
Yeah, I can't keep my eyes off top lane. 11's being hunted again, I think. Bottom lane, WS is going to get hunted now. See if they can actually lock him down long enough. And it seems like they should, but a nice shackle from Jocam and a blood grenade is keeping WS alive. Even the healing Lotus. Narman, can he get the kill? Oh, he cannot!
Oh!
He will die first as 4-2-3 will run as well. Say now in danger. Jocam looking for a power shot, doesn't need it yet. The escape act probably not going to help that much for Say. He will die. They got WS, but 2 supports for the offlane. Not going to be the most amazing trade for the Trailer Park Boys. And it's not like 4-2-3 got the kill either. So you really didn't get too much out of that if you are the Trailer Park Boys.
Not quite. At the very least, you're giving some breathing room out for 11.
Oh, top.
Though Natsumi still happy enough to run down.
Did you say breathing room, John?
Oh.
Yeah, he's breathing all right, but
Just
it's not a very nice smell. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, look, he doesn't have to worry about the CM setup at the least, but with a right click and the added durability from Meat Shield at level 2 now, Natsumi's not worried whatsoever. He's got the damage. He's got the early phase boots up to help that chase down. Now he has Dismember to help hold as well. 5 Flesh Heap stacks early on in this game, rushing the Ags as well for Natsumi outside of the early buildups we saw for Core Pudge, which were like Echo Saber, Harpoon, and or Mask of Madness. He is just focusing in on doubling down on Rot, which is, perfectly fine. You're going to be able to kite around this Ursa. It's not going to be easy for 423 to run away. Enrage is not going to help you with stat res because it's just constantly reapplying Rot on you anyhow. And it's going to be troublesome for the Trailer Park Boys. We'll get a reconnect on Chuen relatively soon as he's sorting some internet issues. But so far, Talon in control of Game 1 already from the laning phase. 1-7, 2K lead coming out their way very early on. You had a free lane for Mikoto in comparison to what you're getting out here from Chuen. 59-15 to 33-4 with some jungle camps, of course, coming in for Mikoto's numbers here. But that Ember hasn't been off to the running start. It can't connect. We're not getting that connection with, say, the Iron Shell combination with the Flame Guard. Chuen also did go all in on Flame Guard, so he doesn't have that early damage output that you'd expect an Ember to have with, say, Phase Boots and Orb of Corrosion. It's not going to be kind of lining up for that anytime soon. It's more about playing with that Aura Presence now. And Shell, which, again, you've got the levels at the least on 11 to provide that, but you're not connecting anytime soon. You just need so much more farm on this Darkseer. You get the reconnects at the very least. Looks like we're in a good position to contest the 8-minute runes, and Chuen really needs rune control here to find some sort of play.
Mikoto has been completely dominating Chuen in that mid lane. They need every advantage they can get right now. Cuckoo sensing that they are coming, trying to secure his own power rune, and, well, they are going to get unlucky on Talon at the very least. Regen is going to be there for Chuen. So that's kind of a bit of good news that they did require. I mean, it's not the most groundbreaking rune to pick up, but it is something.
That it is. Unfortunate that it's not going to lead to aggression, but you have a safety net to fall back to if you get outpoked a little bit too hard. There's been a lot of room for Talon to farm up, though. Mikoto's in that triangle, clears out a pretty big stack on the large camp. Is just rushing Deso, which I like to see, over the Dragonlance, knowing that you're playing into 4 melee heroes. You probably don't need the added range on the Dragonlance. You can get away with Desolator into Blink, and that's just going to mean, again, faces are going to melt once Mikoto is ready to go. You're still getting a free lane for Natsumi. You're getting some recovery out for WS. The only hero really having a good time right now is 423. Working into the Battle Fury on his Ursa. Hasn't been poked too hard. It's the only lane that they managed to get a kill in after some commitment. So the Ursa kind of has to pay off. Like with Battle Fury up, maybe into Blink Dagger, you could look and think about Roshan, think about the Tormentor as well. That's how you kind of drag this game into a much more even state for the Trailer Park Boys. Still, have to be a bit cautious with some gate movement across the map here.
Talon not going to end up finding 423. 423 backing off at the right moment. Chuen's getting very low again mid lane. He does manage to remnant away, but he just can't sustain himself against Mikoto. Even with the Flame Guard, he's not getting through the refraction charges quick enough. He's just taking too much damage while trying to do it. He'll head up top. They could try for Natsumi, who's actually going in to hunt around. Chuen's left the area. Hook is out. They're tipping Naman out as well. Naman will cancel, though, just in the nick of time, as Natsumi, against 3 heroes, is actually winning it. Cuckoo comes in with the freezing field. Naman's gone as well. Oh, my. It's just getting demoralizing, John. The Natsumi runs into 3 heroes, gets a TP cancel, wastes Chuen's time, still finds 2 kills. I mean, what are you meant to do here?
I think you're just going to have to try to ignore this Pudge at the moment. Like, again, it's still just level 2 meat shield, but the added 9.8 strength, almost 10 strength, almost a full extra Ogre Axe for free.
Okay, can he find his way out? He'll throw a quick shackle, but Windrun is not available. Still running, but 423 is a bit too quick. He will find a kill. Happy days.
It's an important one, considering how far behind you are. The issue is it's dragging heroes away from points of contention. Talon just push mid for free. They're starting to shove in top as well. You're losing ground for that kill in the Wind Ranger, and you're not pressuring WS, who already has a Blade Mail up, is going into the Blink Dagger. So now trying to focus down the center is also going to be a pain. The triangle being contested as well by the side of Talon, taking away some of these Ancients that 11 was just trying to slowly steal or secure for himself with the Iron Shell. just no farm flowing. Look at the position of 11 and Chuen in terms of net worth. Much below WS, can't even compare to Natsumi and Mikato right now.
Natsumi's 850 gold off having the full Ags job. Like, he's gonna have it at 12 minutes probably. That's a big problem, man. He's already uncontestable as it is. You get that Ags up with the added rot, oh boy. It's gonna be pretty tough to try and win the mid game if you are this Radiant side. The Trailer Park boys might need to go back to the Trailer Park very soon. It's looking pretty tough here.
Yeah, it's just way too much lost in the lanes. They'll try with a smoke out.
Nah,
They don't quite have level 6 on Norman, so he can't really join. And
Who they
Talon
got?
already, again, they've got Stampede here if they do get jumped on anyhow.
This is going to be such a bad fight for the Trailer Park boys. WS going to cut them off. Shackle! Oh!
What?
Jocam! Oh, yes, it was slow motion, John. You saw it just perfectly angled. They won't get the Ember, but my goodness. Jocam! Enough! Enough, sir! We don't need these shackles.
It's just crazy. And they feel confident there as well. They had vision. They saw WS walk into the tree line. But I think at that point, you just feel like your smoke's done. You should know your smoke's done. This is the center with Blade Mail anyway. What's the point in hanging around in that area? And they provide that opportunity for the side of Talon to kind of clean up. The vision game from Trailer Park boys, it's not the best. It's not the worst. Like, it's very defensive down bot. It's one thing just watching Roshan in case the TA starts to think about Rosh with the Deso up. That timing is coming relatively soon here for Talon. You are still building up on your Ursa, but Battle Fury isn't quite up yet for 423, so there is a lot of room to farm up and maybe even consider taking over the lead, but it's only going to be Ursa. That's going to really be the hurting point. And Ursa into Pudge it's kind of awkward because you can't dispel off Rot. You can run down and right-click the Pudge for sure. But Ags upgraded Rot at this point with only a Battle Fury, no stat padding at all on 423. He could still find himself in a world of hurt if he's not too careful in the middle of all of that.
Oh, absolutely. And the brighter side for the Trailer Park boys is 423 now does have the Battle Fury up, so the Ursa's farm is starting to escalate quite quickly. He's not actually too far behind Makoto or Natsumi at the moment either, so you do have the saving grace of 423 still having a very good game for himself. It's just, it feels like Talon have got so much more at the moment. 7k advantage on everyone else. Talon now on the hunt. Trailer Park boys looking to retreat. Top lane, hook is not going to land from Natsumi. Natsumi trying to bait them forward. None of them are coming though. They know that this is not safe. Is Natsumi now going to fight over the Shrine of Wisdom? They'll fight for that, but this is all bait from Natsumi. Here comes the cavalry. They even brought 423 in, but 423's been held down. Cuckoo with the freezing field, locking him in. 423 still trying to fight, but the Shack are going to lock him down. It won't matter. 423 will get them. A 2-for-2 trade. A very even exchange between these two sides. But it was certainly a very favorable gold exchange for the Trailer Park boys.
That it is. That's the kind of kills they need. Just a little bit of an overextension out from Talon. Maybe not recognizing that 423 is set to go now with a Battle Fury. Is their hardest target to pin down. As long as he's got Enrage up, Dismember's not going to feel great. Pudge into Ursa, again, is somewhat back and forth. But if the Ursa is free to hit, your Pudge will just melt. Key thing is to try to kite this Ursa around. And they were the ones to get jumped on here by Talon. You're also seeing just how tanky WS can be, although it's not quite enough to survive through all of this. They will get the opening for the Tormentor, though, on Talon's end. And there is no contestation coming out from the Trailer Park boys, so a key objective coming Talon's way with the double melt strikes coming out on Mikato. And that's going to be, again, a big boon for them. All of the shards here are going to feel great. The golden section always swings that net worth lead by a big amount. Back to 8k for Talon off the back of that back and forth. You even managed to get the favorable shard for Cuckoo. Crystal Clone in, more control, more ways of trying to kite this Ursa around. And the key thing now for Trailer Park boys is you do have track up. Norman has track. You could try to play for pickoffs. You need to get some forward vision out from the side of Trailer Park boys. Because again, all their vision has been highly defensive in response to Talon. But they need to find a way to bring the fight to Talon. Again, find these isolated heroes. Get the track kills flowing. The game will equalize quite fast if you get like 3-4 track kills in a row.
See if they can find those track kills. I mean, they've got to get something going. That last team fight worked out pretty decently for them. Natsumi gonna get himself an arcane rune now. Twen's gonna take the top tier 1 tower slowly but surely. Blink Dagger now up on 4-2-3, so the Ursa certainly can start to get even more involved now with that blink up. Wants a BKB obviously to feel really safe, but for now, that blink's gonna make all the difference. And speaking of blinks, Natsumi now has a blink up. Chuen has a creep wave behind him. They are keeping tabs of the Ember, but it doesn't really seem like they're feeling too confident in actually being able to jump in and find the Ember. And so Chuen gonna be able to escape with a TP. I think had Natsumi already had the blink on himself, he probably would have tried for that, but instead he ran back towards the courier to pick up the blink, and that allowed Chuen to just back himself out, unless he comes back to that Remnant. Which I don't think he will, John, but he certainly could.
He could if he's feeling cheeky. Rem is set to expire at the very least, so no worries if Chuen going a little bit too wild. And now they're kind of clumped up in a good area for the Trailer Park boys. And they retake control down bot. They just need to find stragglers. WS is the one presenting himself forward. Is a little bit too tanky for that. Maybe something like Jokam could be an easier bet, but they're not really connecting with 4-2-3. So they are letting some opportunities slip by. There is a tier 1 to TP2 here for Talon. Next step for Talon, though, is going to be Roche. If nothing happens on the map, again, with a TA Desolator, this does not take too long. Even with a right click as well from Natsumi, this really doesn't take too long to achieve whatsoever.
No, sir. Natsumi will make it relatively obvious Roshan is happening with that Dismember, but it really doesn't matter. I think they're very well aware that they can't really commit for a fight. Chuen could certainly try for an Aegis skill if he wants, but it's probably going to cost his own life. So it doesn't seem like he's going to bother trying. And, well, first Roshan, it will indeed just go to Talon for free. So happy days for Talon. Trailer Park boys still just focusing on allowing 4-2-3 some space to farm as he is working towards his BKB now, but with the Aegis up, of course, Natsumi probably going to want to start looking for those tier 2 towers. He's got all the utility up and ready to go, so I don't see why you don't just try for the tier 2s, unless he wants to just buy the Glimmer Cape first, which he may. Even the Ghost Scepter.
Fair yeah, just to counteract everything. Their only issue is 4-2-3. They know that they can kind of deal with Chuen. He's still underfarmed as an Ember. 11 as well has caught up by a decent amount, but isn't at that point where the crazy auras are in play. Although with Mech Pipe, it can kind of slow down that burst process for the side of Talon. Talon, again, they're still building up themselves. I mean, they've got an amp damage rune sitting here on Mikoto. Doesn't have Deso charges yet, so that is maybe a little bit of a hurting point for that TA who's had a fantastic game so far. Hasn't really been able to get activity as much as you want with how defensive the Trailer Park boys are playing. They're in a pretty good position to abuse this war they set up quite forward here.
Natsumi trying to bait them again. Keep in mind, he has 2 lives right now. His team pretty much right behind him. They're looking at 4-2-3, but he'll blink away. That'll be about it seems, Talon. Not seeing the opening that they really wanted. They'll look to smoke. Alright, wrap around again through the river. There's going to be a counter smoke now from Trailer Park boys, but they're running directly towards their own base. Seems like they're going to hang out in the Radiant Triangle instead. There is vision here though from from Talon. So it's a pretty awkward position to try and fight in if you do choose that triangle. It's like Say might just get the D wards off though, but that's going to reveal the positions now of Trailer Park boys. So here comes Talon. They want the fight. They don't care where it is. And here comes Natsumi just jumping right in. He'll find Say first. Say using that escape act to try and get away. So instead they'll have to focus on somebody else as the wall has been dropped. But the Stampede is going to allow them to just get the hell out of there. Natsumi, they're looking to continue the fight. Has hung around. Frostbite out. They have caught out Chuen. There's going to be Dismember, but a quick cancel as Cuckoo now has gone down. They go for more. Natsumi going to lose his first life. A WS. A 3-man stun. It's not going to matter though. The follow-up was not there as Natsumi jumping in again. Will look for 11. He doesn't have Dismember yet though. He can't lock him down. He'll have to just chase as a shackle. Jokam finding 2. Natsumi's been jumped again though. 4-2-3. He can't finish the job.
Oh my god.
They just can't finish the job. But Makoto can. He's onto 11. What a hook. Talon, a full team wipe. Natsumi, I was 100% sure he was just dead. Apparently not.
I think it was down to that fight separation and a little bit of kiting. Again, 423 was forced to back off just a little bit. He's not able to focus down Natsumi. It gives a chance for him to turn around to the shackles as well, were the saving grace there from Jokam in that chase, preventing any further damage out onto Natsumi. And it looked a little bit awkward for Talon, right? Like the stun coming in from WS was great, but Natsumi was already dead. Kuku couldn't get off freezing field in that fight. Great target focusing out from the Trailer Park Boys, just finding the weaker backside and just taking it all out before they can start to apply some of that harassment.
They're going for a fight.
Jokam.
Jokam, he might get left behind here trying to get the D-wards off. Shackle is not going to latch onto anything and he is gone. So a bit of a freebie. I mean, Jokam, he does get the D-wards off before he dies, so you could kind of make the argument he's okay with it. I'm sure the Trailer Park Boys will be very happy though, because that was actually a 1.2k gold swing off that Wind Ranger kill, believe it or not.
Again, it's this track. It's just having track up, being able to take these easy kills. Can keep you in the game for a very long time and even start to equalize if Talon doesn't kind of clean up just a little bit more. They still maintain a 13k lead. Still very sizable, 22 minutes in, of course. You're working into BKB now for Natsumi. He didn't quite go all in on the Ghost Scepter, which is somewhat understandable. He kind of just wants to be able to walk in and out, not be stunned up, not get kited around, especially by Chi-Wen. That's a key factor there. And just leverage that damage he has farmed up for himself. For Trailer Park Boys, again, you're still doing a bang-up job in keeping 43 in the game. His own BKB is not too far off, so that will force Talon to kind of have to commit this member onto that debuff immunity. Natsumi?
Top lane, yeah, Natsumi, he's gone. Natsumi, he has Jokam coming in from the other side. 423 is going to TP immediately, and he'll be okay. It seems like everybody else is also going to be just fine. Nobody will get caught up at that top lane. That does allow 423 now the full BKB up, and immediately the Trailer Park Boys, they will smoke up and run directly south, seeing if they can find somebody else from Talon. It looks like the only person they're going to run into, though, is Kuku. No track kill either, so not really a big deal at all. Narman's still hunting, and he might actually run into Makoto. But no, Makoto, he'll blink and just go directly north. Here comes Natsumi, though. He still wants to fight, but he's underneath vision. They saw him come through those twin gates as they are still chasing here. Trailer Park Boys wanting the fight. Talon not allowing them the opportunity.
I think it's a big risk to take to just jump onto Natsumi with a BKB now. Not going to be feeling the pain from the rot, especially with that Glimmer Cape. Not going to be stunned up anymore. Not going to be kited around on that Pudge. And killing off the seems not enough of a numbers advantage here for Trailer Park Boys to get that confidence up. They are still building into bigger things. Like Basher coming out for 423 is going to make short work to Pudge once that's up and running. Talon will try with a smoke out though. Need to find a good flank here. They're not bringing in Natsumi directly into the fight here either.
We're looking. Mid lane. Nobody going to show up here from Trailer Park Boys. I mean, you've got to be so cautious too, because one bad team fight near your base, and chances are Talon are just taking 2 Raxes. They've got a TA. Like, they're going to take Raxes real quick. So, Makoto, he'll move down to the bottom tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, mid lane, they are jumping in for a fight. WS, he's going to find Sei to start. Sei's been left alone to die by the looks of it, and they will let him go. It's now even the bounty hunter. Makoto and Natsumi, they come out of nowhere and clean up another. And they're still looking for more, but sadly, everybody else has left the building, though Chuen, top lane, is still there. Natsumi, waiting for his blink, does now have it up, but does not have Dismember. So the Remnant Away will be out from Chuen.
Into a ward?
It is into a ward. And he's out of mana here, John. This is scary for Chuen. No mana for even the TP at the moment. Here we go. The chase down is here. Can he find a way out? I don't think he can. Oh, no. And he's down. He bought out the BKB at least before he does die. And I mean, Talon definitely aren't going high ground in the next 40 seconds. So I suppose that's some good news.
And it is. Such an
11.
awkward war to have
11.
to deal with.
It hasn't stopped, John. It's not over yet, sir. Back wall is out from 11, but that's because he knows he's got no buyback. Ouchies.
Does he actually run away? He's out?
Oh, Cuckoo!
Huh?
He's fine. It's actually now the bounty that's in trouble, and you see a BKB usage wasted by 423. Znarman, he's going to try to find a way out, but WS is going to catch him, and Cuckoo takes the kill. Well, of course he does. He did all the hard work anyway.
Oh, that's crazy. He had like 3 heroes on him. Just being forced around, having ghost step.
Uh-oh, 423 hasn't even seen him yet. He'll go for the fight, but Makoto's there. It's not an even fight here for 423, but he's got no choice in the matter. He has to take it. No buyback on him either. And I suppose if you're Talon, like, you've still got a tier 2 tower to take down, but it starts to feel like you're at least going to be looking for a tier 3 very soon, if not Roshan. But Roshan's still a while away, and Makoto knows that. His innate tells him that, so he's gone high ground for a bit.
They can just force us in. Half a minute without Ursa. Where's the damage threat coming from? Nowhere. And that is all your damage, considering how underfarmed 11 and Chuen is. There's just not much to play with. All they can do is try to shove out waves here, although...
Yeah, Natsumi's been very good with these hooks. And the escape back is only going to allow them another kill by the looks of it, as a vacuum is there, but it just doesn't matter. There's no wall to drop. Natsumi again, he's just going to keep throwing hooks out, left, right, and center, see if he can land one again. But that should be a mid-rax now to be taken. Even with 423 respawning, it's going to be 4v5. And again, without the Darkseer vac wall, I just don't think you can take this fight.
Just so hard to fully rely on 423 to find these openings. He's just out.
WS,
Chuen is gone.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one. He's gone without buyback again. Didn't even get the BKB off. That'll be a secondary Rax. Hell, they might just stick around for Megas. 423's not even there. He's just farming right now down at the bottom side of the map, trying to get a Basher up. He's got the Basher now, but he's all in. This will be the last fight for the side of Trailer Park Boys.
Got the back wall ready at the very least. They can follow through, just cleaving through the Ursa. It could be enough. They just need to find the angle. Without the Ember, though, without those searing chains, I don't know if you have enough control.
It's off the mark this time. 423 looking to try and move in. Natsumi's right there in front of him. Oh, but the Vac's not going to land. It was a good idea. We'll drag him back to the high ground. He'll be alone. We'll take him out, but it looked like it was just off the mark, sadly, for 11. So they're going to smoke up. Here we go again. Problem is, you're not in your base. Fight is infinitely harder on the low ground, and here we go. Talon, they seem to know they're coming. And they do. Jump in immediately. 11's been caught. Shackles are out. 11's gone. So is Narman. 423's just trying to get Jokam, and he will find the Wind Ranger, but they're losing Chuen in the meantime. He's going to run out of there, but nowhere is safe. He'll need to run the old-fashioned way, but 423's been left behind, and he just GG's and disconnects. Well, at least he dropped the GG's, John. You know, it wasn't it wasn't an RQ.
No, it's really not. I think the writing was on the wall there for the Trailer Park Boys. And again, Talon, we were talking about what Trailer Park Boys had to do and, you know, kind of pull out a unique draft, try to surprise Talon with something they haven't seen before. It's Talon to bring back something that was at the start of this patch that kind of faded away, the carry pudge. You know, right when the patch dropped, I think we did still have a couple of games casted. We did see that a couple of times. And the build was very different, of course. They were kind of going all in on the facet. They were going Mask of Madness, Echo Saber. Natsumi just goes stable. He gets this Crystal Maiden combination for Cuckoo. You know, they're having fun. They're hooking people out. But 11 doesn't get farm. Chuen in his matchup doesn't have a great time. Mikoto TA, again, for Mikoto, that's his best hero. And you can kind of see why. He makes almost every matchup work. Maybe something like a Viper is going to be a little bit more toxic for him. But even the Ember was very manageable for him. And I think for that game number 2 here for Trailer Park Boys, bring something different. You know, Broodmother was ignored. Try to draft around that for 423. Maybe consider a Lycan from 11, even though Lycan overall was maybe touched down a bit. It can still work. Just bring out some of those individual heroes that used to shine for these players on, say, Lil Gun days. And I think they kind of need to bring back that high-speed aggression, that complete map domination. Because if you give Talon an even game state where you can't cross the river and Talon's just happy and left farming up, they will find an advantage, and they build off of that, off the foundation of strong lanes here.
That's why we call him Minato, Jonathan, when he's playing TA. Is Makoto TA, Minato TA, Yellow Flash. It's all the same thing, Jonathan. No differences here. Obviously, a fantastic performance from Talon. I can see you look very happy about that, Jonathan. That's only game 1, though. Game 2 will be coming up, I think, relatively soon. Trailer Park Boys obviously need to go back to the drawing board, John, because if they lose this game 2, they are knocked out of the qualifiers. And, of course, for anyone that wasn't watching the games of the past couple days, currently, the last opponent standing in the way of the winner of this series is going to be the Mongols. So, if Talon pull off game 2, the Mongols will be waiting for them in the lower bracket finals to see which is the second team to qualify. We'll see, though. Trailer Park Boys, again, they've got another chance to try and get this to a game number 3. We'll see if they can make that happen. Apart from that, though, Jonathan, we're not going to a break yet. We're chilling out here for now, you and I. How you going?
I think it's kind of funny right now. Talon's playing up against the Trailer Park Boys, who are Mongolian for the most part. That's a Chuen, and then if they win, they'll play against the Mongols, who are not Mongolian. It's a eclectic Southeast Asian mix. So we'll see if that does come true, though.
Well, good news, Jonathan. What has come through is our break notice. We'll head to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Talon and Trailer Park Boys. We'll see you then.
With their arms all open wide, but we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were 2 little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. 2 little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella danzare, tiene a buon monterà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella danzare, tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia la ride un gatto bello giocondo, ciascuna cocchierà, finché in cielo a una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia gialla luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
and gentlemen, DreamLeague Season 26 SEA closed qualifiers here. We are, of course, casting Game 2 between Talon and Trailer Park Boys. Talon currently one game away from being able to proceed through to the lower bracket final, where I believe the Mongols are currently waiting and probably watching what they're up to here in this series. Jonathan, it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, my intros continue to drag out longer and longer somehow. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had a spectacular showing from Talon last time, but the Trailer Park Boys just didn't feel like they could even launch that game off. Outside of 4-2 Trees Lane, everything felt a little bit flat. So I want to see something different coming out here from Trailer Park Boys. I want to see what Talon cooks up. I don't think they're going to dip back into the Pudge CM combination in as much as it really worked out last time. I'm sure Trailer Park Boys would be ready for it, even though they didn't ban it. right? Like, we do have the draft on hand. We can take a look at that and see what adjustments the Trailer Park Boys will make. But so far, we've got Talon manning out the PA, NP, the TB, and the Tinker. Trailer Park Boys did take care of the TA this time, the Monkey King and the Magnus. So showing a lot of respect for what Mikado did in that mid lane. And they do manage to snag themselves that Dragonite here on Trailer Park Boys. Probably just a Chu in mid. Here comes Talon, though. Surpassing expectations for the Beastmaster first pick. And, you know, again, when WS plays this hero, it looks mean. It looks really good. He gets this Ags timing up. He can get control. He can start to join these fights. They start to clear Tormentors, clear Roshan off the back of that timing. The lane for WS tends to go even at worst, and in a best case scenario, he starts killing a lot of people off with that Beastmaster. So I do like this from Talon. If it's on WS, if it's on Natsumi or Mikato, words will be said, Mike, if it's not in that pause 3.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's hope the Beastmaster pause 3 is what we're seeing here for WS. You never know. I mean, Natsumi did just run a pause 1 pause, John, so could be feeling like he's in a bit of a spicy mood today. Trailer Park Boys, one more ban before we can see Talon's final ban. Of course, we have been seeing a lot of Dragonite popping up here and there throughout these close qualifiers to mixed results. I don't know if these early DK picks are the greatest per se, but I suppose with DK, you just kind of know what you're in for. You know? You know what's coming.
That you do. Like, safe lane, you can run Frost. Mid, you're going to run Corrosive. It's very stable in lane. You're going to be able to just find your farm, hit your scaling that you'd want to hit, which should help Chuen up a little bit more compared to, again, his mid matchup a while ago with the TA. It felt like his Ember just never got off to the start it wanted to. So I'm keen on seeing what Talon will have in mind to try to give Mikato that dominant lane presence again. You see Talon taking care of the Tinker there, and the side of Trailer Park Boys again taking care of the AA and Jakiro with Puck being banned out the town. So expecting maybe the DK safe for 4-2-3 instead, or just making sure that the Storm Spirit will only have to play against a DK and not much else that is highly mobile. You end up with a melee matchup for the Storm, which feels great for Storm. You have Static Slide to bring the Remnant forward. You have Double Overload that can come out here. Already looking pretty damn stable for Talon. Again, for Trailer Park Boys, you would want to find a way to shift this Dragonite onto 4-2-3. Maybe look for a mid matchup that can crush the Storm a little bit harder. But I would also fault them for just staying on DK mid. Again, DK mid is so stable. Even if the Storm farms up, it's not going to outright lose the lane. The DK will draw even. You will apply some poke pressure onto the Storm. You can try to get rune control to widen that lead for the DK to actually provide a lead by taking some regen off. So that could be one way to kind of go about it here for the Trailer Park Boys.
Absolutely. Well, they're thinking about the second pickup now. It was very intimidating to have to look at that Makoto Storm staring back at you. It is an early Storm pickup, though, in fairness, but we'll see what the Trailer Park Boys have in store. I mean, last game around, you'd think the Ember would be okay against the TA, but Makoto still had a really nice time. I believe it was doubling the net worth of Chuen about 10 minutes into the game anyway, so it really didn't seem to matter at all. Ringmaster, of course, going to come back out. Not too surprising whatsoever. Hopefully this time, they can select the hero on facets. That'd be nice. We'll see.
Hopefully so. I'm not the biggest fan of the Ringmaster in this game, mainly because it's one less hero pick that you have to worry about, mainly because it doesn't have stun. Right? You can save from Roar. That's the big part of why I think the Ringmaster is picked up here, and that slow poke. But you don't have a way of really catching out the Storm Spirit. The Tidehunter can course correct that with a Shard and with a Ravage. And this is a way to have a stable lane at last for 11. Very rarely do you see Tidehunter lose. Mind you, there's a couple of heroes for Talon that I think will do really good against Tide. There is an option like, say, the Ursa can slide over to Talon's end. There's the Lifestealer that's still there. There's a Razor that really hasn't been picked up, even though I do feel like there's been a lot of games where Razor looks like a very legitimate pick. We'll go with a Tusk pickup first. Our Jokam hero coming out. Tusk Beastmaster lane now being set up. That can be quite devastating to have to play into. No matter what Trailer Park Boys pick up. You are establishing, again, some pretty decent lanes here. A much stronger lane for WS to play with. And they'll pick up the Silencer on top. Okay, so Silencer in this patch did get reworked back to how he was, almost with how Arcane Curse works. It's kind of like old Silencer of yore, but you still have that reverberating silence. That's going to force out some Yule's buys. That's going to ruin, say, this Blink Ravage that you're banking on right now on the Tide. And it can help set up these engagements for Storm Spirit. And it's a little bit easier for Silencer to still get his intellect across the map, right? Like, he does get it if Global Silence happens and you find a kill. He's sapping some nice int for himself. It's going to feel good. I don't know about picking Dusa into Silencer.
Yeah.
Because if you die in lane, you're not going to have intellect. You don't have intellect, you really have no EHP as Dusa.
It's an interesting choice. I gotta admit, I was quite shocked to see that pickup after the Silencer came out. Very interesting. And I guess it does pretty well against the Beastmaster lane, in fairness. Probably the idea is we can at least win the laning stage here as Medusa. As of counters right now as well against the Medusa, apart from that Silencer, you don't really have many. So I suppose the Medusa isn't looking the worst right now. They'll ban up the AM, of course, which is a very fair ban when you choose Medusa. The issue is, if you're Talon, you're probably just going to look at a Diffusal Blade pickup on your carry of some sort and kind of sort it out that way. Question is, where do they want to head with it? What hero do they want to pick up to try and contest this Medusa is the question.
I would say it really looks like an amazing Razor game.
Yeah?
Right? Like, you have Static Link on Tidehunter, you have Static Link on DK, Static Link on Dusa just ruins your game. That just takes away the impact of the hero entirely. I wouldn't mind just closing out with Razor. There's no support that can kind of stop it from just doing what it wants here. A refresh BKB kind of build, and you're kind of set to go. You know, no one can kind of kill anyone once you Static Link Dusa and the DK. So I'm wondering if that's something Talon could go for. There's even a very quirky flex that you can do. Run Beastmaster safe for Natsumi and give WS a Razor.
Oh, yeah.
I don't mind that. Or just have WS play Beastmaster in safe lane. You know, just something like that. I think that's one way to kind of go about this. They do have last pick overall in Talon at the very least, so they can kind of figure things out. Trailer Park Boys will have to show their entire hand first, or they have to show what lane setups they're going to want to bring out. They ban out the Darkseer just in case that flex come out from Talon, but again, if it is a flex, I think the Razor's the bigger threat here.
I think Razor looks very good. Even heroes like Ursa. Like, Ursa looks pretty decent here as well. And Razor in particular looks really good. There's just so much value between the three cores that Trailer Park Boys have taken. See if they want to take it. We'll see if they want the Razor. Maybe Trailer Park Boys takes it themselves, for all we know. I highly doubt it, though, as they are going to go down the Mirana route.
Ooh.
Interestingly enough. A hero that I don't think we've seen actually during the close qualifiers as of yet. Don't get to see this hero too often anymore either, John.
Yeah, but it does do a lot of damage with the Starstorm facet. It can be a little bit disruptive. You've got the anime combination, which kind of went out of fashion for a while until Mirana Carry came in. So Dragon Tail into Arrow Stun can be quite nice for kind of getting these pickoffs. It's a very stable way of locking in the Storm and getting that burst window to kill him off. It still doesn't do anything for something like a Razor pick. Maybe it could be annoying for like an Ursa. The mischance and right clicks is going to be annoying with the Starstorm. But even that's not really dissuaded. Maybe a Slark if you wanted to go that route for Talon. Troll Warlord is there as well, which maybe is the less favorable among all of these picks, but could still be an option for the side of Talon if they so wish, especially with a Shard plus a Diffusal. Getting those extra hits off from Fervor stacks can feel pretty sickening. So, yeah, I'd say it's pretty open for Talon. I think for Trailer Park Board, they're very reliant, in this case, for a blink timing on the DK. Right? If that blink doesn't come out, then Storm has a free game. That's it. Dragon Tail is your one stable stunt to set up for the Gorgon's Grasp, to set up for that arrow. If not a DK blink, then a blink shard on Tide. Ooh. As we'll go with a Drow Ranger to close out instead. So choosing to play it safe, choosing to play ranged. This is a hero that doesn't have many threats to jump on top of it, right? Like, yes, there's going to be blink timing and Tide, blink timing and DK, but They have to worry about the Storm. If you commit onto Natsumi, Mikato zips in, breaks up your team fight anyway. There's a silencer to cover your back here. It makes a lot of sense for Talon to go this route. It's just a safer scaling core. I will say it's not as effective as the other heroes we talked about, but there's this Ags buildup with a hypothermia that can counteract the tankiness of Chuen and 11 anyhow. So I don't mind it all too much. It's also a natural Silver Edge builder, much better than the other heroes we were talking about. So you can have some break sources here as well. And overall, I would lean towards Talon. I do feel like the draft of Trailer Park Boys is definitely a lot more manageable in comparison to the game one. Like 11 should have a lane, although how great that lane is into a ranged matchup, double ranged matchup, in fact, it's not going to be that great, but it is maybe just a tad bit more playable without a high kill threat, as long as you manage your HP well enough there. But I do feel like your questions that you have to answer in the Storm Spirit, it's not very clear-cut, right? It's Blink Dragon Tail, Melee Dragon Tail on top of that has to connect with the arrow. And again, if that blink timing's off, Mikado's going to run away with this one.
It's going to be a very interesting game. I mean, I do tend to have my doubts around Drow Ranger, but it does really feel like quite a nice game for it. You know, against the DK, against the Tide, against the Dusa. It's a good game. It's a good game for the Drow. Let's see how this one pans out. Of course, game 2 between Talon and Trailer Park Boys of this best of 3. Talon 1 game away from proceeding through to the lower bracket final, where they will have to play up against the Mongols. But that's assuming they pull off this game 2. Otherwise, we of course are going to a game 3 to decide who pulls off this best of 3 victory. I do tend to err towards the side of Talon as well, John, especially just based off how well they performed in game 1. I mean, they really haven't dropped a game at all throughout this lower bracket as of yet. So it does feel like they are still looking to be the heavy favorites, you know, irrelevant of draft at this stage.
That they would be. I think it seems like they're course correcting after being knocked into the lower bracket much earlier than anyone would have expected coming into these qualifiers. And it does look like they learned a lot from that day one. I don't know what was happening that day one. They just had this group obsession over Beastmaster in every role. I don't know whose idea it was. It's like, guys, Beastmaster works everywhere. You know, it's like Tide and TA, except it's only one hero. They managed to simplify that formula into one, Mike.
It sure did.
The legendary formula.
The legendary formula indeed. Oh, God.
Gives you everything.
They'll never let that man live that down, I'll tell you what. His grandkids will be telling him about that.
They're like, Grandpa, I think Tide and TA gives everything, doesn't it? Then he'll have a tear in his eye. It's like, it sure does. It sure does.
Smoke on smoke. Natsumi is somewhat in a precarious situation here if he does get caught. Uh-oh, that's not good, Natsumi. Don't run that way, sir. Oh, they're coming. He does see them. He sees them. He's alright. It'll make it pretty obvious there's probably a ward there in fairness, but he does see them. Meanwhile, 4-2-3 in a similar scenario, but he sees the boar and he's had enough. He's out of there. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade, nice and even between these two sides. Is there some shenanigans down at this bottom lane that's happening? It doesn't seem like it. Maybe just body blocking the creep wave, but that's about it.
Just try to set up the lane to be as nice as possible, at the very least.
Seems like Natsumi's going to try and do the same thing. See if he gets away with it. It seems like 11's well and truly got the creep wave on the T1 tower now. I don't think there's any saving this Natsumi. Or is there? Oh, now...
It's not bad.
My apologies, Natsumi. I was not familiar with your game, sir. My apologies.
He gets that done right by himself. They don't fully commit into trying to block off with the early TP out. And you're kind of happy. You again, you're double range into Ringmaster plus Tide. There's no kill threat here. There's a lot of poke with Gush and Impalement arts. But realistically, unless someone severely oversteps, you're just going to be farming up here on Natsumi. So it's going to be happy times. 11's going to have to work extra hard with Norman to try to even walk up to the creep wave.
Look how
it's not fun.
disgusting it is, John. It's a disgusting lane. We used to call this in Dota All-Stars as the double orb walking lane, right? It's like it's so broken. You get one slow orb walker, and then you've got, you know, something like this Silence of Glaives of Wisdom. Like, Naaman actually can't trade harass at all with Cuckoo. It's kind of stupid. He's actually dead. He's actually dead. The blood grenade. Oh, is it enough? No, it's not. He survives. Oh, this is so stupid. This is actually so dumb. How are you meant to lane here?
You're not. And again, that's down to just this Tidehunter pick. This Drow pickup just works perfectly, double ranged. And that's Cuckoo without level 2. Once he has Arcane Curse, you are just dead. Like, he will sap your int. He will feel happy. He's gonna get big brained, as he would like to call it. He's probably yelling in all. He'll probably be yelling in all chat. Guys, I'm so smart. Look at me. 10 int, smarter than you. Listen to me, okay? You know, he's just gonna yell stuff like that. If he's feeling it.
I can only dream of standing in for Cuckoo's team one day, just to hear what he has to say. You know, we should look at the other lanes while we have a chance, John. Of course, mid lane's boring. It's Chuen versus Makoto, Storm versus DK. We don't need to look at that. Top lane 4-2-3 say against Joe Cam and WS. So far, pretty good for WS, John. And this is the thing. I think against Talon, you can't give them Beastmaster. Because if WS is playing it, it's going to be a really, really hard game for the opponent, that is.
That it is. Like, it is one of his best, if not outright his best hero. As they kill off Cuckoo. There you go.
Got something. And he is still going to die anyway, but he does secure first blood. Which is a pretty big deal considering how bad the laning stage was already going down to this bottom side.
Yeah, it's an important one to find. And at the least, you know, you don't allow Cuckoo to sap away some intellect as well, so he's not yelling in chat just yet. But you are giving free EXP and farm out to Natsumi. They do get Lotus control, which is important for 11 to even maintain this lane. You are still in a happy state, though. Again, the farm of Natsumi is just eclipsing anything that 11 could possibly find here. And this Drow is just running away with this game. Level 2 Frost Hours up, the multi-shot with the sidestep, making it so easy to just nail some hits constantly onto these enemy heroes when they do walk up close. And, you know, it's just course correction here is tough. Cuckoo is their best bet to just poke with the Impalement Arts and maybe throw out the Gushon. It's a very squishy target on that Silencer, but man, you can't even gap close as long as Natsumi has enough mana to throw a couple of Frost Arrows out.
Yeah, pretty revolting lane. At least they got first blood out of it, though. You know, just, you know, there is that. They managed to get that off for themselves. It's like we are going to see rotations for these 4-minute water rune timings, and they are pretty much going to be all rotations. Chuen getting very low, but there are supports incoming here. John Say could hope, in fact, he doesn't have arrow. He's hoping for a Starstorm, and they've got it. Very nice. Chuen, though, still in a bit of danger, but Joe Cam, he doesn't really have anything else skilled up right now. He's level 3, but he's only got level 1 shards at the moment. Doesn't bother trying to go for the tag team or the snowball to chase down Chuen. And in fairness, he probably wouldn't have had enough anyway.
Yeah, just a little bit off the mark from Talon. Good punishment coming out from Trailer Park Boys, and again, that's what we were talking about in the draft. You deny off these water runes from Mikado, lane becomes a lot more manageable. You get
yeah, he wasn't expecting the rotation back, and he's out of mana here. 4-2-3, he'll use the stick charges, he'll use a healing Lotus, he'll try to fight back, but he's out of mana again, and he will go down as Joe Cam now leveling up that tag team to level 2, and already making very, very good use of it. Bottom, 11, he's okay. No, this lane really sucks.
Okay with the pokes.
Look at this, John. It's just so disgusting.
This is why I ban Silencer every time. I know the hero is not in the best spot. Even though Cuckoo's making it look good right now, the hero is just not a winning hero in overall stats. It's just a nuisance to deal with, you know, even though you can just buy Yules for reverberating sounds. It just sucks to play against. 11's copying that now.
Oh no! The neutrals are getting involved now. These are paid actors, John, these neutrals. Oh, and here we go. We've got more coming in. Joe Cam's here now. They do at least kill Cuckoo, but Natsumi's in the chase. He wants 11, and he should eventually get him.
Ooh.
The Centaur's a paid actor, John. Talon have paid him off.
It's Cuckoo's wise words, you know, as the Silencer. He's like, stun me. He's taunting him. It does stun out. Very unfortunate. 11 tried to TP home, man. He's going to have to walk back somewhere.
Oh, no.
I don't know if he even wants to walk back into that lane. Does have enough Kraken Shell to try to jungle very slowly. At the least, mid is starting to build up for Chuen. Dragon Forma trying to siege here.
Cuckoo gets here, John. Cuckoo's here. Joe Cam's going to intervene as well. Chuen still being targeted, though Mikoto actually losing a lot of HP. Is still going to aggressively jump in, hoping for the best. There is nothing to kill him off. Chuen does finally go down. They might at least find Joe Cam, but he gets a snowball off. Looking back towards the Marana now. Going for more. Say will turn around with the Starstorm, but it does not land onto the Tusk. And Cuckoo's manning up. Have a look at this, John. Oh, and the pause. The pause from WS. Well, why is WS pausing? Nobody's at top lane, WS. You're hitting creeps. Oh, he needs lag free to hit the siege creep, John. My God, these damn players. It's never good enough for them.
Never is.
You say dead?
That does back off.
He's alright.
No, not. Cuckoo, though, being a very brave boy, you can see the damage of that second Storm and that mischance just kind of kicking into play to provide some bit of that durability. A much more even affair early on for the Trailer Park Boys, right? They're finding some punishment here and there. Talent starting to get into the groove of things. Mikado, maybe a little bit greedy with not getting the value point. The Vortex does make that a lot harder in the jump into Chuen, as they don't have a way of just, again, setting up for the rest of the stuns to follow through. They are freeing these side lanes by a huge amount, though. Solo lane for Natsumi, in a lane that's already winning anyhow. Free farm coming out for the Drow. Same thing for WS up top. You are getting some room out, though, for 43 now. For his own build-up, level 6 up, not taking the value point in Stone Gaze, just going to be jungling up now into the typical Manta-style build-up. And if you can keep scaling up on the Medusa, then the game does feel pretty good, right? Like, you're seeing it from 43 last time on the Ursa. This time around, his lane wasn't as free, but it is something that he can play back to. Okay, it's not the end of the world for him. Chuen's still trying to shove in mid. A lot of emphasis with 6 years just lying around here into the 8-minute room.
It's very slow, though. Even with this corrosive dragon, it's not really a fast process for that tier 1, and definitely not as fast as it used to be, that's for sure. And so there's a bit of chip damage, but really nothing to write home about. Like, you look at real damage here up at the top lane, WS, with the Helm of the Dominator. Will solo that tier 1 top tower very quickly, and of course WS has found himself on top of the net worth board once again. Which is quite scary, because we saw this yesterday, John. He's got the Helm of the Dom. Chances are he's going to build into an Aghanim Scepter now. Unless he wants to go Overlord, but I don't think he needs to. Just go Ags and start being a nuisance.
Yeah. Just take a team fight, take Roshan or the Tormentor off the back of that. Take these objectives. The Trailer Park Boys are, starting to get some openings out. Like 11's left alone, so he's shoving in bot. He's got level 6 up. He has Ravage he can skill up. They're still emphasizing mid in a huge way. Like, you've always got Cuckoo kind of helping out Mikado as a safety net. And there's a lot more room to breathe for Trailer Park Boys. Again, no one's pressuring 43 as much. There's recovery for 11 coming in. Chuen is actually able to farm up. His blink timing is going to be a decent point in this game. Number 1 in net worth in his team and right behind WS overall. Not a bad position to be in. And with an early tower take, and having this bot jungle to take over is going to make a world of difference in comparison to game 1. Like, there is a game to play here. Side of Talon's inching some heroes forward to try to stop this.
Dokam not going to like what he's TP'd into, but he does have Cuckoo there to help him out, and he does also have Natsumi. So they're trying to slow down this tier 1 tower take, but there's definitely not really any stopping it, as Chuen's going to ask for a pause again. Some ping issues happening here for the Beastmaster. But overall, I mean, there's definitely no stopping this tier 1 tower push. I think the big issue is, though, like, these tier 1 towers, they're taking quite a while to take out. It's just, in the meantime, WS is just free farming on this Beastmaster. Correction, by the way, John, he has decided he is going for the Helm of the Overlord build-up this game around, so not rushing the Ags after the Helm of the Dominator. He will commit to the Helm of the Overlord. And that's perfectly fine as well, because I don't think they've got the answers for that Ancient creep he'll pick up.
No, they don't have an easy way of clearing it out. At the very least,
I suppose
you can still just...
I was going to say, I suppose...
No, Arrow doesn't work anymore.
No, I think it... Oh, it doesn't? I think it does. I think...
No.
No. Okay.
It's a creep hero now. Yeah. It's
a
creep hero,
that's
so it
right.
doesn't get deleted.
That's right. Yeah.
It's only like, I think the Centaur... not the Converts. The Converts are creep heroes, but I think the Persuaded creeps are. Okay. I'm not sure with Enchantress. I forget that one, because it's kind of dead hero.
cares
But
about
if I
enchanters?
recall right, you can arrow. You can still arrow them. I'm not sure. I don't
Okay.
think enchant is a creep hero. So it is a buff to Dominator and the Chen converts, which is why Chen is a ban nowadays.
Okay.
So yeah, you are right. Like this Overlord is going to be an issue. You're not going to have an easy answer. There's some really cool creeps you can pick up. The Prowlers are going to be the funny one, although I don't know if you really pick them up, but they could be a really annoying one. You already have an annoying one on WS right now with the Summoner. With the Skeleton Army, they're lining up for a mid-siege here.
Well, I mean, starting out onto Jokam, he's taking a fair bit of damage, but he's got plenty of help. Makoto will get started onto Chuen, but can't do it on his own. WS also just starting to aim down that tier 1 mid-tower, but 423 going to be there with the Mystic Snake to defend, so they won't bother sticking around too long. You know what I miss, John? I miss the days where Dark Troll Summoner had, like, could respawn skeletons in, like, every 2 seconds, and they lasted, like, double the time they do now. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Coming in with, like, 1,000
was-
skeletons. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that was the best. Thematically, if you had a Wraith King around as well, that would be extra funny.
It would.
But, you know, we're past the days of that. Still, you know, I mean, again, there's some cool creeps. The Marsh Mages are cool with the old Tide Hunter Shard. You have a mini Ravage. It's kind of cool. Even though it's, you know, it's just like a Centaur stun anyhow, but it's cool.
There's a fight coming here, Jonathan. Who are they going for? They want Chuen on the DK. Chuen going to be defended here by his Ringmaster Sei. Snowball in from Jokam. A nice shots to block the staircase, but there's no follow-up here from Talon. They don't like what they see. 11 with the Ravage being a little bit too threatening as they will move once again into the mid-tier 1 tower. And this time they'll have no problems with it. It is gone.
And again, your tempo here from the Trailer Park Boys is a lot better. The side of Talon, they were disconnected in that fight. They have to global just to prevent Ravage. They didn't have additional jump. Natsumi was trapped. That was a very good Wheel of Wonder coming out to zone out from Narman. Like, it cut off this path for Natsumi to keep the chase, ensure that there really was no damage coming in. And now, with Global Silence down, there is a window of opportunity for the Trailer Park Boys. Mind you, Dragon form is going to fade, but you kind of want to play with Blink Dragon Tail melee form anyhow for the instantaneous stun. Backing that up with Sei on the side. See what they do manage to pick up. They are gunning up top. WS is still a relatively manageable hero. Again, without the Ags, you don't need to worry about that spell lifesteal, about the Drums of Slam coming through. And you kind of need to put a stop to his Farm Fest anyway.
Here we go. Jokam does break a smoke onto Chuen. Chuen actually blinking straight away. They want WS, but he's not that easy of a target. But he's just about enough gold now for the Helm of the Overlord. Just needs about 200 gold more as Sei is just taking so much damage from this Dark Troll Summoner. And so he'll continue farming to get that last piece, the Ultimate Orb, to have the Helm of the Overlord up. And once that's up, unlike last time where 423 just shows up and defends with Mystic Snake, I'd say with the Helm of the Overlord, chances are you aren't going to be having as easy of a time defending these towers any longer.
Not. But again, I think for in a read of the economy right now for the side of Trailer Park Boys, they've done a great job suppressing Mikato and Natsumi. Right? It's been a little bit rougher for Mikato. He hasn't really found kills. He's been trying to connect with his team. They've emphasized mid so much. None of the connections really panning out in the way they'd wanted to. You know, he's not snowballing with more galvanized stacks for himself here. He's still working into the Kaya. Natsumi's just stuck in the jungle right now. Has Dragonlance up. It's not really the point where you're comfy just yet.
He got that Prowler, by the way, John, you talked about.
Oh, he really did.
That Desecrate is disgusting. Like, minus 50% base physical armor. It's going to be pretty yuck. It's, yeah, it's a yucky creep, John. We all remember what it was like to try and farm these things. Even the Petrify's kind of annoying, but it's not that bad.
I mean, it's so annoying, though. Just
Yeah.
like a mini root. It's frustrating. Yeah, hey, look, Mike, you asked for this back. I distinctly remember.
Yeah.
Many a podcast were like, bring back the Prowlers.
I wanted it. Because it's too easy, dude. Why are these position ones allowed to just farm Ancients at 2 minutes? I don't want that crap. These,
He changed it.
These pos ones, they cry every time. It's too hard now. The creeps hit too hard. Like,
I mean,
get out of here.
realistically, Mike, the ones who would complain about the Prowlers are supports trying to clear out stacks. Or trying to clear out some camps on the other side.
That is
It's not the cores that cry about it, Mikey. So in the end, you just make life worse for us.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Good.
You sicko.
He took Thunderhide now, John.
The- Yeah. No need for the meme. You have Frenzy. Might as well. Just the attack. Oh,
Here we go. They'll jump in on Joe Camp. Snowball's going to buy a bit of time, but not much time. Oh, they got WS. The arrow actually ends up connecting on WS, but he's holding his ground for now. Moonlight Shadow's going to be popped. WS will pop the Roar, trying to go onto Chwen. Does he actually have enough damage? I think he might. WS. He'll take down the DK. They'll eventually get him. But that's kind of concerning. 1v5 and he still finds the mid DK.
and they can't go for the Tormentor without that DK damage. Reduce is not farmed enough to really
They're trying.
deal with it as fast. They'll try. Talon has an opportunity here, but it doesn't look like they're too keen.
It's slow. The Thunderhide's going to scout out here. They'll get him.
Oh,
Oh, he's coming in. What's he doing here with the Thunderhide? Just feeding gold,
4-2-3
apparently.
cancel TP?
Oh, he did cancel TP. 4-2-3, forced to fight. Ravage is out. Makoto gets caught. Arrow to follow up. He's rooted. Makoto is down. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Narman comes in, saves the boy. Apparently says lagging. I mean, he does have 2 leap charges, so I suppose it's a fair call. Natsumi's coming in from the left side. I mean, Natsumi's pretty underfarmed right now. But 4-2-3's pretty much out of mana. Thing is with 4-2-3 though, he's got 21 charges ready. So chances are, I don't think they've got enough here to force this fight from Talon's end. Oh, here we go. They can't hear each other either.
Oh, that's no good.
No, it's not.
This
John.
could be a while. We know how those Discord issues, the actual Discord issues can be. They are actually not fixable. It's a server side issue. It's at that point, so it's a routing issue. So we're gonna be staring at this pretty painting of wondering how this happens or what unfolds.
I mean, they've got
Quite nicely. You're happy enough.
They've got level 1 Gust ready as well on Natsumi, so like he's got a 3-second silence to throw. But I think the main issue is I don't see how you're going to deal with 4-2-3 here. So 21 charges, he should be okay. They're trying for save, but it's not worth risking your drow for a Mirana support. He's definitely trying for the Deucer. Here we go. We'll see if they can make it happen. A big silence out, but no, Natsumi's given up. Problem is, Chwen is there. Chwen is around. He'll secure the kill. Joe Cam trying to run away. Probably will make it out eventually. Chwen's still chasing him down, though. Has blink up in 3 seconds. And never mind, Joe Cam looks pretty screwed to me, John. He will die. A nice fight now for the side of Trailer Park Boys.
And they make everything work. It looked a little bit awkward initially with 4-2-3 forcing his TP cancellation, but Mikado just goes way too far. He's not tanky enough to cop through these stuns. There's no one else to cop the stuns for him, and when they can focus all of their energy into catching the storm, it becomes a relatively easy prospect. So Talon have to kind of work as a unit. Now they're lagging severely behind. 6-9, the Trailer Park Boys looking pretty damn sharp here in game number 2. And they're starting to get things going. 4-2-3, working into Butterfly. And that's the big time where you're going to have issues. Again, you don't have the magical damage with the Ags build in WS. He is going back for that Ags now with a Blink. But it's going to take some patience out from him to get that going. And before that time, nothing's going to pierce through the Dusa. Like that evasion is going to be a nightmare to deal with. The creep army's not going to take care of it. Even the hits from Natsumi is not going to feel that great either. So you just need to kind of recover here on Talon. It does feel like you need defensive items out in the Kato. But like he's going for the Kaya Sanj. They're already starting Roche with WS without the drums. Just the creeps on hand. And with a tag team, they can get this done. This is a good way of just kind of equalizing. He will still take Roche. The Trailer Park Boys are unaware. And they buy themselves some more time here to keep that build up in Talon.
They do. Roshan really shouldn't have been going the way of Talon, I don't think, but they do get away with it very nicely here. Certainly something they desperately needed on Talon because Trailer Park Boys, they are well and truly in the lead of this game number 2. And 4-2-3 looking very, very intimidating right now on that Medusa. Certainly no answers towards the Butterfly he will be building up. Not yet, anyway. Meanwhile, mid lane, looks like we are going to lose our Prowler creep here for WS. A bit more gold going the way of Trailer Park Boys. And I don't really know if a long game favors Talon, right? Like, you have a Drow Ranger, and they do tend to get very, very potent, but you are up against the Medusa. And, this Drow, it's taking so much longer to farm up.
That it is. I don't think it gets any easier for Talon if it scales up. It becomes more about how well can you use Global Silence, how well can you time that, debuffing TPers through eventual BKBs that can come in here from Trailer Park Boys. And maybe down the line as well, you can start to bank on, say, a Jokam Ags in a later game scenario, but even then, that's not a sure thing. The kick distance isn't as great as it once was either. Mikado?
He's okay. They won't be able to lock him down. You thought about...
Dead in the water go.
You thought about that 11 Ravage being popped even, but yeah, it just doesn't come out in time.
What did he chain up? He did use Dead in the Water. I thought it connected with Mikado. Did he just have it fly into him and dodge it out?
I'm actually not sure. I think you might be right.
Creep.
He might have been mid-zip already. Or he got a creep. Either way. One of the two happened.
Yeah. I mean, if he managed to connect that, Mikado would be dead. Again, he's playing with fire. There are tools here from the side of the Trailer Park Boys to catch that storm out. Not the simplest tools, mind you, but executable enough. Jokam?
Jokam gonna die another time. Not having a very fun time here on this task. Probably wishing he was playing Wind Ranger at this stage. Trailer Park Boys still hunting. Ooh, Moonlight Shadow's gonna be popped. They saw Natsumi. Natsumi was underneath the ward. They know exactly where the Drow Ranger is right now. They're keeping tabs of this bottom side of the map, but a very nice TP is going to allow Natsumi to get out of there without losing his life. And I appreciate just how much emphasis they're placing on keeping watch of this lower area of the map. Just knowing that that's the safest place for Natsumi to be hanging around right now. But sadly for them, even though they've got 3 wards just checking the bottom, they have not been able to find this Drow Ranger yet.
It's a well-timed scan coming out there from Talon as well to bail Natsumi out. And the key timing for the Drow is starting to come in. Right, the full Ags is going to be up. The Hyperthermia is going to kick in. Regen reduction on a Dragonite's going to feel great. More damage coming in for the Frost Arrows. All of that can start to stack up. You do have that full Butterfly on 423 though, so the Dusa question still stands with no clear answers here from Talon. And we were talking about maybe some silliness coming down if Cuckoo managed to get a lot of kills. They weren't able to really connect onto 423 to sap away at that int. 423 is still really tanky. 1.3k mana without any real stat padding yet. Going for the full Scotty next to pad out their stats a little bit more. Maintaining that 7k lead on the side of the Trailer Park Boys. And again, all Talon can do is just kind of farm up, right? Like, get this BKB timing on Mikado. Get the Hurricane Pike on Natsumi to try to bail himself out of danger. The Ags for WS is one part away, but he also needs his BKB. Like, unless these double BKBs come in, a fight just feels impossible. Especially for Mikado. Like, he really needs that at this point.
He does. Top lane, they might actually hunt him down. Mikado does get caught by the Son of Chuen. Arrow, no, the Rod of Atos not going to land quite in time. Nice attempt on Mikoto's life. Even just trying to take the Aegis away, but it does not really pan out as Mikado. I mean, he's still being hunted. 11's having a look. But he will TP away. Talon smoke up. Say's going to be spotted. They'll jump in on the Mirana, just trying to hunt one down, but a nice escape back from Narman. Going to allow him to buy a bit more time to try and leap out of there, but the gust did land, so he is silenced. In fact, they'll even find another in Narman. That Global Silence making life very hard, but here comes Chuen, trying to jump in on WS. They'll try with the Grasp as well, the Ravage. It's only going to connect on Cuckoo. He's perfectly fine as well as Mikado. He'll jump back in. Rory's out into the DK. Maybe they can at least find the Storm. Mikado finally goes down, but he still had the Aegis. Oh, 423's in trouble. He's gone. It's a full team wipe. That's what you call a perfect fight from Talon, Jonathan. Both supports going down first. And that's all she wrote. There was no counters for the Global Silence. Trailer Park Boys, they just could not help their supports.
It's down to how well coordinated Talon managed to get that going. And these wards, this vision by the river finally paying off right before it fades away, which it will in a few seconds now. 15 seconds remaining. Great timing out from Talon to maximize all of that, plus the Aegis on Mikoto. It did look like for a moment there was a turnaround potential, like there was a really good Wheel of Wonder to cut off the rest of Talon from coming up the ramp, but the response was just too slow. They needed the faster Ravage to come in there from 11. And again, with the Global Silence you have to worry about, with no Dispels on hand on any of these heroes, nothing defensive being built up just yet on the side of the Trailer Park Boys, Puku's always going to be relevant. And speaking of Puku, he did manage to sap 7 int away. He doesn't quite have his shard. They're going to have to try to hope for some luck on the Tormentor. But if a few more fights go that way, if 423 dies while under a debuffed silencer, you are not going to enjoy this game. It's a hard thing to pull off with Kuku not dying. You know, his positioning has to be on that razor's edge of being close enough to constantly apply some spells and still not, you know, get bursted down himself. But this game, that's your answer for the scaling. Taking away the int of 423 is probably pivotal. It sounds like a meme, but it's actually very necessary to have a straightforward answer for the Dusa. Now you hit this key timing as well of the BKB on Mikoto with a blink up in WS with the Ags. Like, things are shaping up for some fights on Talon.
Here we go. They're going to D-ward. 423's right behind as well. Jokam, he'll see him. They'll jump the Medusa straight away. They're trying to move in and help out, but the Global Silence again going to make life very hard, and they don't have Ravage either. They've got to wait another 15 seconds for the Ravage to be back up. So 11, he really can't help at the moment. He'll jump in for an Anchor Smash, trying to save 423. They'll jump WS instead, but the 4 staffs away, ensuring the Beastmaster buys himself a bit of time. As 11 has Ravage in 2 now. They'll take down WS. Do they want to re-jump in? They're going to try. Stuns out onto Chuen. Here comes the zip in, but the Ravage finally committed. Lands onto 2 heroes. It's looking good now for the side of Trailer Park Boys, but Chuen is going down. The DK is gone, but so is Natsumi. Now 423, he's out of mana. Makoto will take care of it. He'll take him out, and now it's looking quite bad for Trailer Park Boys as Makoto and Jokam just cleaning up. Makoto's got some more in the tank, but he doesn't want to keep going. It actually ends up being a bit of a positive trade, I think, for Trailer Park Boys. In fact, never mind. It was a 4 for 4. Say respawn, because the fight went on forever.
Yeah, and in the end, even though it's an awkward win for Talon, the fact that Mikoto lives through it, at least, now he has some galvanized stacks to play with. 5 mana per second, it's nothing to scoff at for free. And he didn't even have to really commit a secondary BKB charge. He did use it at the start, but he's still at 8 seconds. He's still feeling good. One big blessing for the Trailer Park Boys is that Puku dies before that fight really starts to feed some int onto him. So you're not losing stats, which, again, on low mana heroes like the DK and Tide, feels hellish. On a very mana-intensive hero,
They're going to find a nice little freebie there. Say was just standing underneath an Observer Ward, and WS just taking a very free kill for himself. They want more. I mean, you can start to feel the momentum shift in this game. Suddenly, this Medusa isn't quite as intimidating as she once was. Natsumi's done a very good job of catching up now. Only 3k behind the Medusa in terms of net worth. With the Ags up, it just makes life even more challenging. That hypothermia now available. Yeah, even just given the frenzy from that Thunder High to Natsumi is going to be so annoying to deal with. And there goes your tier 2 tower.
I mean, I feel like Frenzy, conceptually, is just a little bit too strong. 75 attack damage, 8 duration, 8 second cooldown for 75 mana on our... it's 75 attack speed, yes. It's 100% uptime. You know, it's just a little bit much. Natsumi's pretty damn far forward here, though.
Hold on a minute. They've got vision, though. They've got the vision advantage, but Natsumi's the first one to get caught. Global Silence is committed, but they're going to be playing without a Drow, so they can't fight. Very nice start here for Trailer Park Boys as Cuckoo trying to escape is going to make it. Just barely. Thankfully for Talon's sake, Roshan's still down for a minute 10. And that's going to ensure Natsumi can get back in there. But still, he's going to be a little bit cautious. I mean, these kind of deaths by himself are never going to feel very good.
No. You have to respect some of that control that can come out from the Trailer Park Boys. No BKB just yet for Natsumi. If he had a BKB, the turnaround with Silence might have been enough for them to commit with Mikoto and WS, but just, again, a little bit too scattered apart. Still some opportunities to jump, but you already have Jokam retreating, and Mikoto is, again, a bit of a tougher target if you don't manage to land all your spells perfectly. They will spot Roche out now. And you don't have Natsumi up just yet. So it's not the quickest, it's also not the slowest we've done here.
They're going. Stuns out onto the silencer. Arrow will land. That'll be Cuckoo gone now. He does have buyback, but Global Silence still on a 50-second cooldown. It's probably not really much point in trying to contest now. If you're Talon, I think they're just going to have to let this one go for free. I mean, they're still trying, though. They are wrapping around. Maybe Makoto can hope for an Aegis still. He does have a BKB up. WS is keeping tabs on Roshan's HP. Here comes Kukun. Or buyback. Zip in from Makoto. He's a bit early to the party, but he's going to try for Roshan. That's all he wants. He'll turn his back now to the Medusa. Makoto! He's got the Aegis. He'll swipe it away. In fact, he even got Roshan. 11's in big trouble. He already committed Ravage, just trying to get out of there. A nice snowball, Jokam. Jokam's bought them another chance at life. They can't finish the job. Trailer Park Boys, they're trapped between a rock and a hard place. The perfect shots from Jokam, locking him onto the low ground. 4-2-3, still trying to fight, but Natsumi's got him out of mana. Oh, a disgusting fight from Talon. They will also find a 4th kill. The only survivor was 11. But John, they stole the Aegis. They got saved by Jokam. 3 people were stuck in the pit there for a second. Oh, just beautiful play.
It's just ridiculous. Mikado was so ready. He freed up the slot early on. He's just waiting. The fact that they only really lose the banner there to the Trailer Park Boys, who are not in position to high ground anyhow. At the very least, stalls out the high ground from Talon as well, and they force buyback and Cuckoo, stalling out his Ags. So there's a couple of things that Talon did have to bring out to get that done. But they are in the lead once again. 4K coming their way. If that secondary life ended up in the hands of the Trailer Park Boys, we'd be looking at Tier 2 Centaur. A little bit of a high ground poke, or at least all their outer towers gone from Talon. And now, the scaling is starting to kick in. BKB protection up for Natsumi. He's going to have that Glacier up relatively soon as well with his Shard. You've got the Shivas coming in for Mikato, so he's going to be able to cop through a lot of the physical output, especially from that Dusa, and help, again, soften up these targets for WS to clean up on, as his BKB is also starting to get built up. The scaling is still there for the Trailer Park Boys. No doubts about it. Like, this Dusa can still be a beast. You've got a lot of room to grow on Chuen. Heck, even the Tide Hunter can kind of grow to the point where it will be a problem. Would say the level 20 talent for pushing, if you want to go that route, or just softening up with a Gush. And then the 25 with the utility on Ravage. And the Anchor Smash on attack can actually be so annoying with damage reduction on hand. That, and again, taking your 20 talent for Anchor Smash on towers means the pushes go fast. It's just, we're still a ways off from that, like, ultra late game timing. And at this point, even though the lead at 7K isn't necessarily that massive, like you are 4K above Chuen and 11 on all of your cores at minimum, you still have to invest a lot into killing off 423. Like this Dusa, the only reason she's dying is because everyone around her is dead first. If the Trailer Park Boys can work a position out where 423 is much better protected in the middle of these engagements, I think that story changes. I think playing into the Scotty that you have in 423 now just gets very dangerous for Talon if they don't manage to isolate the Dusa alone.
No, absolutely. We'll see what they do here. I mean, Trailer Park Boys certainly not out of the game yet. 6K isn't that worth lead, but Dota Plus actually believes they're still in the lead in terms of win probability on Trailer Park Boys' end of things. So here we go. They'll zip in. They found the Medusa. That's a big target. They're trying to move in for a Ravage here, but 11 just can't get there in time. And now Makoto, he wants more. He's already found the biggest target they can ask for, but he's not done. He won't find anyone else. Oh, but that's 70 seconds without Medusa. That's high ground.
No stopping it. You've got the damage with Drow and with Beastmaster up. Again, you have that nice little Croaker with the Tendrils of the Deep.
I
see,
love Croakers, dude.
They have Ravage, we have Ravage.
That's right.
You know, and it's again, it's that circumstance that we were just talking about. The Dusa is a threat, but not when it's by itself. You can't afford to be away from your teammates, even for a moment at the moment. With all the jump available in Talon, it's just such a risk.
Quinn has to try and defend. They'll jump Natsumi with a snowball from Jokam again. Jokam is not allowing it. Natsumi can now get back to work. Sei is down. 11 is down. And I think the whole team's down here, John. Ultra kill for Natsumi. The only reason he doesn't get a rampage is because there's not a 5th hero he can kill. My goodness, what? These saves from Joe Cam, man, they've just been ridiculous. He got that one mid-ravage.
And he did. He just saw it coming. Managed to pump up for it. That's Talon taking a fight without the global silence. Would Ravage down, even if respawns are relatively short. No Ravage, you'll play into global silence once more. I don't see a successful defense coming out. At least Mega Creeps can't come in. Tier 1 bot still up.
Here we go.
They bite back.
This is the last ditch attempt, I think. They're trying for Natsumi. They've got him leashed up with the anchor, but it's not making all the difference here as Natsumi's still alive. Finally, it looks like he will go down, and it will end up being somewhat of a successful defense as WS. Well, he's also being chased by Chwen, but he'll be okay to retreat for now. The chase continues though. Say looking for a Rotobatos angle is going to find WS. Arrow's going to be blocked by the ball though. Very nice block from WS as Chwen now coming in from the back. They should have this Beastmaster eventually. And they will. So you can make the argument the buybacks are certainly worth.
Does pay off. Can they snag the gem? No.
Where is it?
They feed couriers.
Okay.
It gets picked up by 11. The couriers will be sniped for their hubris in trying to pick that up. But you do stay in the game for the Trailer Park Boys. Your 1 rack's down, tier 3 exposed, or tier 3 removed up top, rack's exposed now. You don't really have an opportunity to push onto high ground, but you can try to hope to take some tier 2s at the very least. Maybe pressure onto bot, force a correction out from the side of Talon. Talon, for their part, again, they lose a little bit, and they lose quite a fair bit in those buybacks, but they're still in a happy spot. Like Cuckoo, Ags 2 parts away. That global silence with the added arcane curse is just... It can be just a massive nuisance. Especially if 4-2-3 preemptively Mantis first. Again, you don't have too many Dispels on hand. You at least have a Lotus to try to save someone here. That can be of help. And they'll try to smoke. They want to play off this momentum on the Trailer Park Boys here. Try to catch them one by one in Talon while they're all still kind of respawning as a group.
I mean, if they could find Makoto, it'd be massive. Makoto will go for the Shrine of Wisdom and we'll have no problems picking it up. The question is, can he realize that they are right behind him right now? Oh, they blinked the wrong way. They thought he'd farm, and now Makoto, he just clears out the creep wave instead. And they can still chase him, but seems like it's going to be a little bit challenging trying to pick this man off here. And in fact, it will be, because Makoto knows they're coming. He will just TP away, and nothing will come of this smoke rotation. And so really, they lost a team fight, but overall, they don't really lose any objectives. Nothing really happened, apart from the deaths, and I mean, you had to commit a lot of buybacks for that fight anyway. So I guess for Talon, they don't really care so much.
Not so much. They needed to pick off stragglers here from the side of the Trailer Park Boys. Talon didn't give them the opportunity to do so. Now you have to deal with an Ags up on Mikato, AoE Vortex, what you like to call the mini black hole is up for Mikato.
That's right.
More control, more hold. If you tie that in with a Prowler, or what do you call it? Croaker. Tie that in with a Croaker with the Tendrils of the Deep. Oh, that would be so sick. WS needs one.
Never underestimate a Croaker, John. Scary, scary stuff. Got a lot of those in Australia and Queensland. Got a few Croakers there, John. They've got a toad problem, John. That's the joke I'm trying to make here.
Do they actually do have a toad problem?
Oh yeah, no, they legitimately have a toad problem. Yeah, it's I can't even. What are they called? Yeah, go on.
So you know, when it rains and floods, you see the spider problem kick in.
Correct.
And that also feeds into frogs because they have a lot of spiders to eat, I guess. Lots of insects to feed.
Well,
so you end up with an overabundance of both.
They're cane toads, and they're I believe they're not meant to be in Australia, but they got here somehow. I think the story had something to do with the French. I'm not 100% sure though.
French. Oh,
yeah.
Neff would have some strong words about it.
I'm sure he would. Anyway. We don't, where I live, John, we don't have a frog problem. It's fine. We're okay. Just the Queenslanders. Here we go.
Just the Queenslanders.
I mean, they've learned to live with them. It's okay. They'll be fine. Trailer Park Boys. Joe Cam. Been very good, but he will get stunned first. In comes the jump, but the global silence is perfect from Cuckoo, not allowing a follow-up ravage there from 11. And now the Vortex! Oh, he caught 3! Makoto, he's showing 11 what an actual ravage looks like. Natsumi, he'll man fight here up against 4-2-3. 4-2-3 running out of mana. Makoto's looking to jump back in. Natsumi somehow still alive, still fighting.
What?
He actually wins out the man fight. Oh, he finally goes down, but it just cost them a whole team. It cost them the whole team to kill off Natsumi and Jokam.
It's the end.
I mean, that's it.
You
It's
only
over.
have one buyback.
It's over.
Yeah, they're not going to tap out yet, but the moment WS touches those tier 4s, there's no way. No way. Buyback out. They need to try to hold 40 seconds until one more hero can join in. How do you stop this? Anse.
I would say he must be watching RML last night, Jonathan. He's got some ideas, I'm sure. Show us your inner RML, say. I mean, it's pretty tough. Marana support against these three is going to feel basically impossible. He'll throw a few arrows out at least, John. You know, clear a couple creeps. He's doing his job.
Yeah.
You have a ringmaster there in 10 seconds. Not that you're going to have the 10 seconds, but he's coming.
It's coming.
Yeah, they're not calling it, but you may as well. I mean, there you go. GG's called. And that'll be Talon proceeding through to the lower bracket final where they will have to play up against the Mongols. Quick celebration kill on Tanaman as well. And so Talon still undefeated throughout the lower bracket of this closed qualifier for DreamLeague season 2026. And yeah, I mean, props to the Trailer Park boys, John. They had a great run. They put up a good fight here up against Talon, but Talon obviously just proving to be the better team today. It happens. We'll see if they're better than the Mongols, though, who I'm sure have been watching this series and I'm sure are very excited to have their series up against them in probably a couple hours, I think it is, John. I'm not sure how long the break's going to be, but
yeah,
a couple hours.
Yeah. A couple of hours. And again, props to the Trailer Park boys. I think in this game, Talon looked a little bit dicier. You certainly saw some of the downsides of the draft, like Natsumi's drought. Didn't feel like it really had a game until later on. They had to AFK farm for at least 10 minutes in the middle of that. Trailer Park boys were building up momentum. 423's farm was certainly scaling up. You know, Chuen had a lane to play with. They emphasized mid lane. They slowed down Mikado. In the end, it's just not quite enough. I think it was really that fight near the Roche Pit where, not even an Aegis steal, it was just that fight around it where Mikado was managing to isolate those two supports, and the follow-through from Trailer Park boys was just too late. That Talon did reel that game back their way. But big props to Talon. Again, it does look like that first round loss they had to Team Essence certainly has woken up something in Talon. And, you know, after playing against the Trailer Park boys filled with Mongolians, having to play against the Mongols is going to be an interesting thing to watch because the Mongols has been playing pretty explosively as well. Mind you, last night's performance up against Boom was maybe not the performance they would have wanted to leave their mark on for the upper bracket finals, but they have had a good run on the upper bracket as well. And they have steadily improved, right? Like, Castaway leading this group is a great voice of reason, very talkative guy with a lot of unique ideas, along with, you know, having Coach JL on hand, Bob to kind of boost that morale, just being Bob, who never shuts up, as we've seen in our time in Japan
Really did.
with the Predator League there.
Never shuts up.
No.
Him and Palos.
He literally, yeah, him and Palos were sitting, and I would talk, and then he would just talk about the most random stuff, like, oh, you know, he'd talk about the weather, he'd talk about the time of day, anything, so his mouth would keep going. I love Bob.
Bob's a great guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Fantastic.
I think he's one of the only SCA players as well that's never afraid to come say hello to me in particular. Like they always rush to you and say hello to you because you're, you know, their idol somehow. But you know, the scary guy behind you, they always look at me quickly and they're like, is that MLP guy? Is that the pony guy? And then they just run away every time. Every time. At least Bob has some manners, Jonathan. He comes, shakes my hand, says hello, says thank you, sir. You know, addresses me properly. We love you, Bob.
We are Bob stance here, but we'll have to see if Bob can bring his A game, or is Bob the Builder or Bob the Wrecker in that next series. And again, it's going to be a banger to watch. I'm going to be watching, Mike. I'm going to be enjoying that one. I get to be part of the crowd.
Yes, you do, because we do have two new casters coming right up. I believe we have the very lovely Seek and Strike and the very handsome Winter taking over for us, John. Unless I'm wrong, John. I'm not wrong, am I? No, I'm not right. It'll be Seek and Strike. They'll be right. Yeah, Seek and Strike and Winter. They'll be coming for the Mongols versus Talon for our lower bracket finals. Don't go anywhere. It's probably going to be a couple-hour break, but we'll be right back with two brand new casters for a brand new series to see who qualifies for DreamLeague Season 26. See you then.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
in dance. Laus et bendis, gloria Patris et Pater et Filio, Sanctus in
A life with passions from his breath and flow. He'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune. With sweet songs fill the air.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stoup, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him while the star of hope she leaves him. Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind, a covey of flake, cake and tea for supper. Caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where grayer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia, venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
In soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, he'll your music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine. place we leave as home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' as yet for all lang syne. A fond kiss and then we sever, a farewell and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever, a farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride. his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face.
Is Winter. We are here to finish off, to polish off these qualifiers now, aren't we, Winter? Very exciting times ahead of us, as it's the Mongols taking on Talon Esports for that last slot for DreamLeague Season 26, pardon me.
Yeah, the last slot. So the first slot went to Boom pretty convincingly yesterday. They were able to 2-0 Mongols, and Mongols has a second chance. Same goes for Talon. Right now, after losing in the first round of the upper bracket, quite a surprise, you know. Losing to Team Essence earlier, and now they are back to redeem themselves.
Indeed, making the lower bracket run, right? Because they lost in that first round. Our draft is already underway, Winter. Without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right in. We can kind of keep talking and hyping up this match just a bit more. You were just saying kind of the brunt of it, right? The Talon Esports dropped their first series. They don't have the opportunity to face off versus Boom in these qualifiers. I think that's something I was really looking forward to, at least potentially, right? Seeing which one of those teams would have prevailed. But here and now, we will instead have the Mongols, who did make it through the upper bracket, right? They took down Execration, they beat Essence, and then unfortunately were 2-0 at the hands of Boom last night. How did their match go, Winter? I know you were talking about it a bit. You had some thoughts.
Didn't really watch the whole match, but I know in the first game they kind of got stomped. Second game was a lot more competitive. It was a longer game. And yeah, against Talon, I imagine they are gonna have to bring a similar or higher level, you know, to be really competitive in this series. And so far, they've already opened their draft with a Keeper of Light, a hero that, at least for me, I've been hyping this hero up. I think the hero deserves a lot more priority in the draft, and happy to see that it's overall first pick here. So they have opted to ban Monkey, Terrorblade, Tinker as the first phase, and whereas for Talon, they've removed Nature's Prophet, TA, Doom, and Phantom Assassin. So nothing really out of the ordinary here. And they responded with a Magnus. I guess Magnus is a hero that I think there's a lot of debate, you know, whether it's still a top tier pick or whether it's situational. Because the hero got a lot of nerfs, you know, in the last couple, small little nerfs here and there in the last couple of patches. So not sure where the hero stands right now in its position in the draft.
Yeah, I haven't really seen it do as much as a DK does. I get the feeling like when a mag carry comes out versus a DK carry, like the job of the Magnus is they feel like way more complex, right? Because we have team fight in our carry.
Yeah.
We don't need to pick like another.
I mean, the thing with Magnus is repositioning, right? DK doesn't have repositioning. I mean, that's a very valuable aspect in terms of high level Dota. Being able to reposition your opponents. Because when you're playing against very, very good opponents, it's kind of hard to catch them off guard, you know. So you have to pull them out of position for you to take an advantageous fight.
Especially with a lot of the supports we're seeing, right? Like the Ringmaster, like the Tinkers, Jakiros, the heroes that want to set up and fight in one area.
I mean, same goes for Koto, right? He wants to put his will always and fight in that area.
Yeah, very true.
I feel like it's not going to be easy for the Magnus, you know, to find a skewer target later on, you know, when the game goes later, when the Kotos reach. I mean, immediately the Koto combo, Ember Spirit with Keeper of the Light. I mean, so
It's a good
far
one.
we've seen what Ember, Koto, Tiny. What was the other one? Koto, was it Storm?
5 seconds remaining.
I
Yeah,
remember
we've seen
there
a lot
was
of
three
Coddle
the other
Storm
day. Someone
matchups.
had like 3 heroes, and we were debating. So who's gonna be the buddy of the Koto? You know, so Tiny and Ember and something else.
Yeah, I think it was a PA, wasn't it?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
it couldn't have.
probably.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was something like really ridiculous where everyone wanted to be the Coddle's Geef mana, but it ended up being the Ember Spirit
Yeah, the
most of the
Koto
time.
was like busy recalling people in the middle of the team fight to buff them with the chakra, and then you chakra another person, so you're basically giving the buff to 2 heroes.
Yeah, no, it looked super convincing. It looked really good, very clean. Yeah, I'm eager to see. Well, first of all, Talon play. Right, we didn't actually get to cast a Talon game up until now. Always excited to see Cuckoo and the boys take on their opponents. But I'm eager to see what they draft as well around this Magnus. Again, I have a small theory, Winter, that I think a lot of the times because you see Magnus earlier in the draft and he technically does solve your team fight, it's not really something that a lot of carry players I have seen in this tournament excel with in terms of the team fight, in terms of their spell casting. So I already love to see this out from Talon. I love to see like a secondary source of team fight, a secondary bit of initiation to try and hopefully let this Magnus shine a bit more.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Shaker Ember Spirit match up again. You know, yesterday we saw it twice. In one game, Yowei didn't really win his lane. The other game, it was the second series. Who was it? Earthshaker won his lane against the Ember, which was quite normal. I think it was Mac. Mac won his lane. And Winranger's also the other position 4 hero that I felt like was really getting a lot of attention. Players are realizing, oh, this hero is actually super strong. You know, good laner, very good team fighter. Surprisingly, because of the shot, and I mean, the shackles are also pretty useful in the team fight. You know, high impact stun, you know, when you lock 2 heroes. And we've seen in a couple of games in the past, it's not really that difficult to lock 2 heroes, you know, with the shackle. It's quite reliable at times, especially when you already use the Gale Force, so they can't really move. So you can position yourself with Windrun and get a 2-man shackle.
Yeah, we were kind of debating that a little bit, even, right? Weren't we? Which one's better and which one isn't in terms of, like debating the mechanics, right? Sometimes we want to argue with the game in terms of that shouldn't have connected, or yeah. All of a sudden, everyone's complaining. Oh, why do they teach geometry in high school, and then you get shackled by an angle? All of a sudden, you're a geometric expert. I don't get it. I just don't get it here.
Yeah.
And here's another great hero, this Tide Hunter, right? We've seen a lot of the Krill Eater facets, which means it'll be probably the Bristle carry then in this case.
Yeah, more or less. Most likely, unless Bristol is a position 5. We've seen that it was a blast in the past. It was last year, some +5 Bristol back. But the Tide was, I think, mainly picked in response to Talon solidifying the Magnus as a carry or offlane, right? Magnus is going to be a core, most likely carry here, I think. Okay, it could be offlane, we'll see. Because Windranger is the secondary support, so Magnus is not a support anymore. So Tide is always very good into the Magnus. Anchor Smash, and you have your Blubber, so it's very hard for Magnus to RP you. Magnus doesn't want to skewer you either, so very annoying hero for Magnus to play into. Time for some breaks, you know? Bristleback and Tide.
Yeah, true. What do you got? Is there room for a Viper in this lineup?
Well, at least a Silver Edge hero. Yeah, Viper,
Okay.
Silver Edge hero. Primal Beast, you know, with the axe.
Yep.
Am I missing anything else? Who else has break?
As a core, you're a little bit more limited, aren't you?
Yeah, sounds like it's cool. That's all. Sure, I'm pretty sure I'm missing someone. I remember someone else has another break. I mean, you can consider Doom a break at 25, right?
Yeah, sure.
But
If you
that's
can
not Doom.
consider the Shaman Hex a break as well.
Yeah, sure. Let's see what Mongols do to round out everything. So Bristleback carry, Ember mid, Koto plus Tide Hunter lane. Koto Tide Hunter doesn't sound too scary. Doesn't sound as insane as like some Koto Bristleback lane. I mean, in the past we did see Tide Hunter carry a couple of times. Who was it? Was it Ame or someone? Someone ran Tide Hunter carry for a bit. I think just based on the lane, right? Cotter wants to lane with Bristle a lot more than Tide. Okay, they ban out Ursa, so that's a pretty good ban. Counters both Bristle and Tide Hunter.
10 seconds remaining.
I would say position 5 wise, I would like a CM here to round things up for the Mongols if Cotter is position 4. I mean, CM works wonders with the Ember and the Bristleback. You sort of just want like small little setups, you know, for your heroes to kill people, especially for Bristle and Tide before you get the shot. You don't really have anything, you know, to lock people down. So CM is like really nice with those heroes.
Yeah, I'm almost hoping for something a little bit more longer range than a Maiden, though, is my only problem.
Longer
because I think
clockwork.
yeah, like better cast range, like longer range poke and prodding.
Disruptor
You know?
is long range. Glimpse.
Well, he's extremely long range. I would prefer something a little bit more in the middle. Okay, that's not locked down at all. But I guess it is with a Rod of Atos, right? Actually.
Yeah. I mean, A and Ember is always very, very nice, you know. Forgot about this hero already. A plus Ember, a lot of magic damage. Doesn't really amp anything from, I guess, Tide and Bristol. I mean, with the Tide, it can be impactful when the Tide has Aghanim and he's throwing out the gush from far range.
5 seconds remaining.
But overall, still a very useful pick here. Like you said, you can build Atos to get a catch. And for Talon right now, right, they have to figure out what do they want to do with this Magnus, you know. Where do we want to put this Magnus? Do we put him as carry or offlane? Right now, it feels like they should pick another carry. Which doesn't
Someone like a Silver Edge carrier.
Yeah, which doesn't care about the Ice Blast so much. I mean, that was a good ban in the last ban, but this one is like doesn't really care about the Ice Blast.
Slark cares about Ice Blast a bit too much, even if he is a good pick into the lane and a Silver Edge carrier.
What else does not care about Ice Blast? I mean, most of
That
the
also-
ones that the cat already banned out, especially Terribly and Medusa. Those are the two biggest ones.
How about a Wraith King? Nope, not at all.
Wraith King not a hero. Okay, Luna. Luna is also a hero that we've been starting to see a little bit more coming back into the meta. Very, very strong team fight. And with the Moon Shield facet, you know, it's very nice to fight into melee matchups. Right? Because before, Luna struggles in fighting into like some Bristol, some other carry to carry matchup where he just runs at you. But with the Moon Shield facet, it kind of changes things up a lot. So you're able to stand your ground and fight. And he also helps you win the lane, because Luna is a pretty strong laner on the safe lane. It's very, very, very hard for the off laner to pressure you, especially something like Tide, right? Because he has a lot of physical damage block, but Luna has spell damage from your nuke, from your Lucent Beam. You can skill it a little bit more before you go for your other farming spells, you know, just to win the lane. I think it's actually worth it.
I'm kind of thinking of like, why did we see Luna fall out of favor? And I think it's really mostly because of the item change.
The bounce. Yeah, I mean, item changes too. The range carries kind of fallen out of favor because of, I think, mainly Gleipnir. The Gleipnir heroes got nerfed. And obviously Luna got nerfed. Her farming tools got nerfed. And her facet. And also the Kanda. Luna was really popular.
The Kanda.
Before,
that's the one.
Kanda.
Yeah.
And the level 20 talent.
Right. And so my point being, like, she never really got nerfed like that hard. It was mostly just like the Kanda wasn't really an item anymore. Gleipnir wasn't really an item. Indirectly, exactly. And then in 738 and further in 738C, she got some pretty nice buffs to this lunar orbit, kind of focus, right? Which, like you're saying, against a lot of melee matchups, ends up being really, really strong here. I like the pick. But not having like a fantastic Silver Edge carrier is
you can buy it as a Luna if you want to. I don't think it's like that bad on Luna. It's okay. I think it has a lot of purpose this game. I've already mentioned the Bristol and the Tide. So I imagine if he feels like they need to buy it, I mean, he could buy it. I mean, if you look at their three calls, right, the Shaker, the Magnus, the Luna, they're not like two crazy heroes to buy, like a Shadow Blade into Silver Edge, you know. They kind of need the item too, in a way, like a Shaker, Magnus later on. It's not too bad, you know, you hide around and get your initiation. But I would expect the Luna to be the prime candidate to get a Silver Edge this game. Any interesting
definitely.
facets? So everyone, yeah, Jakiro with Twin Terror. This is what I was talking to you
Oh,
about. Position
nice.
5, Jakiro with Twin Terror. It's very strong in the lane.
Makes sense for Cuckoo to pick this one up as well. Good luck, Cast. Winter, type back. Say thanks.
Don't get me in trouble, come on. Producer's gonna be killing me if I type now. Nice try.
Everyone's saying, don't be mean. Oh, he's saying cast away. Oh, no, of course. Yeah, they're never talking to us. Typical caster thinking that they're talking about us, and they aren't.
Yeah, who wants to talk to us, you know? We're just memers talking amongst ourselves about our daily lives. What have
About
you
what we
had
had for lunch.
You know, for lunch, for dinner? What is your next meal? Oh, tomorrow night dinner, what you gonna have? You know, some classic Malaysian thing. Today you haven't even had your dinner, but you're thinking about dinner tomorrow night.
True.
I found
True.
this new place, you know, Richie. I saw it on Facebook, on somewhere, wherever, you know, on TikTok. This new place seems good, you know.
Seems good. Do you think this talent lineup has enough damage to get through the Mongols if they end up scaling? This like Bristle and
late game,
Tide?
they'll be fine. Luna late game is scary
Okay.
with Magnus.
Yeah.
I think the Mongols lineup probably falls off a lot more. Yeah, because you have Bristol carry, you're definitely gonna fall off a lot more. It's more timing based, right? Then you have a Koto. Koto also kinda it's not very strong late game, you know. He's very strong in the early mid game.
Definitely. Well, we'll see how things are going here, folks. Thanks so much for joining us here for the final match of the Dream League Season 26 SCA Closed Qualifiers. This is a BO3 series. Winner of this series will qualify alongside Talon, who are sitting and being chilling, basically.
Boom, you mean?
Boom. Thank you. Did I say Talon?
Yes.
I was thinking about who was going to rally. I was jumping ahead to my next sentence. I apologize.
Don't worry, that's why I'm
And that's Talon. So Talon, I mean, I'm sure they would have appreciated not having to go through the lower bracket because it would have given them an extra day to travel.
Don't worry, I'm here to keep you awake, you know.
Long flights from SCA over to the US. I've done them many times. It's like a 20 to 25 hour journey.
Yeah, I know. I've done it many times too.
Yeah. No, it's not so fun. I think these guys, at least, they get to ride in the front of the plane. Normally, I'm in the back, right next to the toilet, and it's not a great journey back there.
Well, it's nice here. You don't have to excuse me. I have to wake my neighbor up.
You just have to, you know, experience what the guy in 47 Alpha had for breakfast.
Okay, meanwhile, there's this Shaker Amber lane matchup that we were mentioning. Very Shaker favorite. Should be. Is it fair to say 70-30? I think 70-30 is fair. 7 for a Shaker.
Yes. Yeah. I think so. I think especially because the denies are, especially in these early waves, they're just trivial for Makoto, as are the last hits, really.
And it's quite common to see Shaker. Because of the denies, you get level 6 first. And the moment you pop level 6 a little bit faster, you actually just kill the Ember in the lane.
No, for sure. Or like by the time the supports rotate over to help with the power runes, Ember does not have remnants, so he has to play very defensive. Maybe Makoto gets like a haste or like a really good active rune, you know? He can kind of gank a lane. Like, these are the kinds of things that I think really ends up making a bigger difference on these denies. That being said, Bob's doing a pretty good job of holding his own. Bottles are being delivered in the mid lane, so we'll see how this matchup continues.
Yeah, I mean, bot lane as well, Tide is already taking a lot of harass as expected. You know, this lane has a lot of magic damage. Jakiro plus Luna, you're gonna tank a lot of those. You know, Kraken Shell doesn't really help you too much, you know, with the spells. And in the meantime, Jakiro just unlocked the pull cam. I think we've seen this again, yeah? The Koto didn't block the small cam, so he intentionally let the opponent pull the small cam, and he just came in with Illuminate to... Is this a thing? I remember we were saying that it doesn't feel like it was worth it, you know, in the other game. Who was it? The offlaner kind of like felt like he was struggling because of this.
Yeah, I don't remember what the offlaner was though, but I remember I made a case for it. I remember it like wasn't a kill lane, kind of like this one. This also doesn't really feel like much of a kill lane here.
Yeah, because the pull cam kind of will deny 1 or 2 of your lane creeps, or at least 1. So I feel like no matter what, the offlaner is going to be complaining, you know, sending some letters to the HR about your misconduct, you know. Why would you let them pull? It's this is 2025, you know. You have to block the cams. But Koto says no, you know. I guess it's a thing, you know, because Koto, the Tide is struggling a little bit more, but the Koto is then benefiting from the pool because he's getting both XP.
Who did deward the sentry? So DJ made an effort to deward it, but it's so difficult against Akiro, Twin Terror or not, because of the innate, his double trouble. He just is one of the best dewarders in the game, flat out.
Yeah, it's so easy to deward, kill the power cogs.
And also, I disagree. I actually think the Kraken Shell is super value this lane, isn't it? Isn't it amazing against Jakiro?
Yeah, but Jakiro is doing mainly spell damage, right? When he hits you with the spells, with the liquid fire, he's not actually doing the most damage with
the
right click damage. You know, it's with the burn damage.
You're right.
It just, one is 100 damage, so it's a lot of burn damage.
Seems value though. You know, it seems value. 2 points in Kraken Shell early at the least, just to try and, I guess, survive through a lot of this right-click harass damage. Let's check back in on mid as they're exchanging some high fives. DJ's going to be just fine.
Wait, what? Okay, Bob is actually ahead in CS.
Yeah.
So, I eat my words. Right, this is definitely not normal. By this much? Like 5 CS? Oh, this is a lot. He's even not really that far behind in terms of denies.
Well, there's going to be a big wave right here, so let's assume Makoto gets a few of them, right? Because the wave's stacked.
Ember is doing.
I agree. I hear your point. He is doing exceptional. I have to say, I also thought this would have been a bit easier for Makoto than not. Bob even able to get off a few denies, as we can see DJ getting ran out of the triangle by Cuckoo. Cuckoo doing a good job here. Likely wants to deny any stacks from happening. He's actually got a ward up on that triangle as well. Let's quickly talk about top lane, right? We didn't really discuss this lane too much. How's it going so far? 26-2 for Thul. And
yeah, it's a farm lane for both sides. Magnus is getting a little bit more. It's very hard to deny Magnus because you get so much base damage from Empower. I mean, at the same time, Bristleback AA is not a lane that has synergy, right? there's like no really connection with their spells, you know. You don't really work well with each other. AA wants to lane with a stun. Where Bristol, you don't really do too much.
Because it's not a spell damage amp on Ice Vortex. It's only magic damage, right? So the Vortex isn't going to make you take more damage from the quills.
The quills.
No, doesn't help. Okay, mid lane. Ooh, good damage here on the Bob. Blood grenade thrown his way. Makoto, even without level 6, they're making a play here. And with one last enchant totem, they have the kill. Wasn't a kill shot out from Jokum, but it sure did connect with a lot of fury. And that is going to be an early level 6 for Makoto as Talon set themselves up to secure these first power runes.
Yeah,
nice
he
rotation.
may not have been doing that well in terms of CS, but he kills the Ember, so that's going to be even more important. Now he's level 6. If he gets the power rune, Ember returns, he might be able to kill the Ember before he gets level 6. That is a kill shot,
There's a kill shot. Nice job. I have to say, Cuckoo's he's doing an excellent job at making sure these stacks are not able to accumulate. Even still, with the warding coverage that he has down right now in the triangle, he is going to know exactly what's happening there. Oh, actually, he's been dewarded, my bad. But still, he's scouted the stacks. They know what's going on here.
Alright, Bob's level 6. He wants to kill Cuckoo. Has his own blood grenade.
Yeah, Cuckoo in trouble.
Just one of the dual breath damage.
2 points in dual breath. Nothing in the ice path so far. I think we've seen a few different... Oh, hold on. Makoto's got an amplified damage rune. Oh, he's just going to send Bob packing with that one.
This is another variation. I'm not really that big of a fan of this, but
is he gonna...
okay. It's not too bad. I mean, the second point in dual breath is doubling...
I was going to say, is he going to Echo Slam the stack? And he did. Yes. Makoto says, no, I'm not going to let you farm any of that. Thank you very much for the stacks, DJ.
So what? 400 gold? More or less? Something like that.
Yeah, but it's also about, like, you know, XP? The mental damage, right, to this Coddle.
The mental damage.
He's level 2. He spent all his time stacking. He's, oh boy, if I'm a good support, they're gonna farm the stacks and they will praise me. I will get commends, and then the enemy mid comes in and echo slams the camp with an amplified damage rune.
And then
no
you
experience,
get a report, you know.
Both. Top line.
Pass away.
This is a good effort. Great skewer back there onto the Ancient Apparition. Cast away. Is going absolutely nowhere. WS with that kill as well. Up to level 6.
Yeah, he is having a very, very good time. 52 CS so far. Level 6 at pre 8 minutes. Very, very fast, you know, on the Magnus. I mean, there's nothing much, you know, this Bristol AA can do, you know, to pressure him. I mean, that's the thing. AA is nice of a hero, but with Bristleback, you don't really have a lot of synergy. You know? That's why I suggested the Crystal Maiden. I feel like in the lane you have a lot more synergy.
Okay, Bob's bottled the illusion to ruin, but a nice shackle shot there is going to delay things
for
here.
Cuckoo
Bob up
again.
to the high ground. They're looking for a second kill onto Cuckoo. He's got still this illusion rune. The slows, though, on the power shot will make things difficult. Blood grenade just out of reach, but Bob catching him there just on the tip of that sleight of fist to guarantee that second kill onto the support.
And it feels good to actually finish a kill with a blood grenade.
Yeah, it does. It feels like a slap in the face, you know?
Well, it's a slap in the face if the blood grenade is the last hit with the impact 50 damage.
I agree. It's got a nice little splat sound as well. You know, you throw that into the trees. They're trying to juke you in the trees, and you're like, you know what? I've had enough of this. Throw a little blood grenade in there.
And then the guy says, wrong blood type, you know, I don't want this. I'm not AB.
No, I'm not a universal donor. Don't do it.
I mean, things are looking really good for Talon. All 3 cores right now on top of the network chart, with WS leading the way. I mean, Mongols are just, I think more or less mostly struggling, you know. Bot lane, I think I can understand, you know, the type against the Luna plus Jakiro, but top lane is mostly also, I mean, the heroes as well, actually. AA and Ember just, you don't really win the lane against Wind Ranger and Magnus.
True. It's true. One thing that this this Dire lineup does especially well is farm stacks early. You know, Luna can eventually farm stacks, and she does it very well. But early, like the Bristles, the Coddle, especially helping them farm either with the Sleight of Fist. But that's why, again, I have to commend Cuckoo and the rest of tech. They know that this has been the recovery plan, and they've done a phenomenal job of interrupting it.
Yeah, but when it comes to the team fight, the Mongols lineup is going to, I feel like it's going to shine. You know? This Kotor with Bristle, Kotor with Ember Spirit with the recall facet, it is going to be very, very impactful during the team fights. You know? So they may be like behind right now, 3k approximately. But when it comes to team fight, they're going to have a lot of, I think, weapons in their arsenal to come back, you know, with this chakra.
They'll be hitting harder. They'll be hitting above their weight class, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that's why Talon...
You look at certain lineups, right? And you think about, can they actually come back if they're behind? Yes, you know, the answer is yes. You know, if you look at the Mongols lineup, they have a lot of damage in the team fights.
Look at this. Tide takes no damage from this, like, quad stack? That's crazy. I mean, I know part of this is just, you know, the lifesteal on an Anchor Smash, but still.
He has 55 damage block. My god.
Yeah, I guess so. And then with the Anchor Smash debuff, even the Ancient Granite Golem's only hitting for 50, so I guess so. They're just tickling him. And he's eating them. He's gonna grow.
Rate, they should regen.
He's an eel eater. Oh my god.
Okay, so WS has chosen to go for Echo Saber. So he thinks that he just has too good of a game, you know. So he's not really rushing daggers. Most of the time we see dagger rush. But when you're having this good of a game, the Echo Saber is very, very good if you can get away with it. It just catapults your farm so much.
And I think this build makes sense when you have a mid laner that's rushing a blink like Makoto, right? It does kind of allow you to perhaps get away with something.
We talked about
greedier.
this yesterday, right? It's not really so good if you have your mid laner and off laner both getting daggers at the same time.
Right, and I think we can agree that the Magnus has a little bit more flex potential in his builds than a Shaker does, right? I think anything other than Blink First on Shaker just feels like you're not playing the hero correct, although we'll see how WS puts to use this Echo Saber now, as he does have an Ice Blast incoming. Great hit there, Bob, JG, and Ampu, all 3 cores actually chasing down the Magnus.
Very nice, big kill, super big kill. That was a lot of gold. 600 gold. Very nice.
Richest hero in the game.
Yeah. I mean, they have this pick-off potential, this global pick-off potential with the AA plus Ember being... And the recall, you know, they have a lot of, like, ways to move around on the map. So Talon, they have to be careful when they're greeding out, like this with this Echo Saber. So the more they greed out, the more they will split up. And the more they split up, there's always a chance, you know, they get caught by all these global shenanigans. The recall and the Ember walking around with Ice Blast. Smoke, Talon, they decided that nope, we are going to make a move of our own with the dagger. We are not going to let you dictate the pace of the game anymore. Tide should be a big
been
kill.
revealed already. But Mongols, if they get caught here, especially Bob trying to jump into the jungle, Blink Echo immediately. The stun's there to follow up, and the dead corpse sent into the river. Ice Blast is following up, but it won't connect onto anyone. JG, even though he has a Ravage and a full Vlad, he doesn't even want to be here
Oh, he's
anymore.
in
So by
trouble.
the Blood Grenade even further now. Ravage is going to come on through as Natsumi did commit that Eclipse with level 3 beams to try and give chase. Makoto continues to chase. Oh, the Fissure doesn't quite block the stairs somehow. JG able to squeeze on through there. Makoto now and the rest of Talon being booted away from the enemy triangle. Natsumi and company trying to at least fight them in the choke, but with the Ember quickly responding, this is going to become a lopsided
Yeah, he's
fight.
recalling the Ember. He's coming back.
Throwing another stun in, and Cuckoo, yeah, he's going to go down. Seems like he'll be the only one, though. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Bob thinking about going for more. Wants this kill into Jokum. A secondary. Ooh, Remnant is not enough.
Almost. But they are probably going to at least pressure this tower. So it's a 1-for-1 exchange. Ember for Jakira. It's really good for
Shaker's
Talon.
thinking about maybe throwing a stun in here, seeing if they can extend the fight. I mean, they do have an RP at the ready. Blink Dagger for WS. This will come as a surprise for the Mongols. We'll see how nasty it is, especially without a Ravage. Tower's going to go down, but there's... Oh, there it is, the initiation.
he dodged.
He only actually got the Ancient Apparition. The dodge by Bob, it's too good. Makoto, he'll follow through and cut the secondary spellcaster.
JG?
Both supports are now dead.
tank.
JG basically invulnerable when he's got the Kraken Shell active, as Makoto doing a great job kiting around the Ember, and the Bristle will allow them to continue this fight. Amq, he's going to get snagged up, doing a lot of damage in return as he's pushed inside of the Macropyre, but eventually finished off there by Joken's focus fire. Bob.
And Bob
Gonna
is
have to,
styling, man.
Remnant
He's
away
dodging
in the river.
spells left and right.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. He's styling on him, though. He's doing well.
Yeah, but they still lost the fight. You made to pay the price there for going for the tower with no Ravage. No Ravage and no Spirit Form, on the Keeper and the Tide. So Talon, they punish the overextension. And now back to farming. Luna's going to have Manta very, very soon. So she's going to be farming even faster after the Manta. I mean, it's TikTok, right? For Mongols, time is going to be ticking for them. Their lineup has an expiration date. Whereas for Talon, they're more than happy to go late. With this Magnus, Luna, Earthshaker trio. I mean, Bristol has Axe now, so I think if they want to fight now, seems like a pretty good time. I'm wondering if he will go Blade Mail. This game seems like a really good Blade Mail for the Bristol. Just run in, you tank the Eclipse, you tank the Earthshaker spells, the Jakira spells.
Yeah. Taking power shots. I mean, for sure.
Yeah, feels like a good Blade Mail game.
Especially with like something like Ice Blast in the game to negate any healing and really kind of drive home that damage even further.
Yeah. Because they have to really figure out how they are supposed to build on a lead and end the game. Right now they're behind 5k, so they need to think of how do we win the next couple of fights, right? They have to at least win 2 to 3 in a row, at least 2 in a row. Let's just think about 2 first, Are they going to be able to win a fight, or at least steal the tormentors, something like along those lines? Yeah. They're going to be pulling everyone here to get the tormentor. You have Bristol back after all, so it's a very, very good hero to kill the tormentor.
Right. Well, Winter, quite naturally, I'm left wondering, what are we waiting for then? Because it's apparent to me, it's pretty clear to me, I should say, that Talon are going to scale better here. Just because they have 2 really great farmers, and they're already starting to build up a lead. Mongols, they're sitting on all their ults. They did just take an objective, so, I can't fault them for that.
They got a really good shot. It's on the AA. So I think they are still pretty happy about the situation. And now they need to make sure they find the right initiation, right? They need some catch, some dagger. So before they get the dagger on tight, it's only the Ember starting the fights, basically. Bristol is just running in, hoping for the best, So they need more tools of initiating. And the shot on the AA is going to help them with that.
That's true. And again, like you say, it synergizes really, really nice with the rest of the team.
Yeah.
But what's the goal here? Do Mongols want to force fights? Do they want to force objectives?
They want to go for pick-offs, I think, most likely.
Okay.
Because if you look at their heroes, right, the Tide wants to get 2 more things, the shot and the dagger. And you click on the Bristol wants the shot. Okay, he just bought the shot, and next item is either SNY or you get the Blade Mail, like I suggested, to fight, Ember has his Mage Slayer soon. It's in the career.
It's coming.
So, but he's already on the move to fight. You're going to see Jokem here. Nope.
Really in smoke break.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's on the edge.
the ward in the river. He was able to even escape with his life. Talon, let's see what moves they want to make. Makoto's got this Kaya. I think if this stream has been anything like our stream, Winter, this is not the first Kaya we've seen on the mid-shakers. It tends to be the builds these days. Although sometimes you see the Boots of Travels instead of the Power Treads.
The greedy build.
Yeah. Maybe
they
he thought his lane.
The Magnus. They want to kill this Magnus. How can they do it with 2 heroes? Not really sure. Actually 3. Yeah, Kotal can come over.
It's never really 2, is it, with DJ in the area? Yeah. That's the thing.
I mean, I always forget about the Kotal being... You can actually go to your team as well, right? It's not just you pulling your teammate to you. You can join them.
The alt cast.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's pretty crazy. I agree with you there.
Still
Especially
not,
once he
still
gets
not used
his
to it.
second point in light form. Sorry, spirit form. He'll be able to even reduce that cooldown even shorter and really start reinforcing these fights. Yeah, it seems like a lot of fun.
I mean, wait
It
till you
almost
get the
feels like
shot,
he's-
you know, Richie. 2 charges.
Right. It almost seems like he's a much better Wisp right now, though.
Yeah, in a way.
Tower is under attack.
You don't have to take any risk, you know. Waste you have to put your body on the line when you're trying
Yeah.
to bring people out or go to people.
Okay, careful here. There's a ward that's seen Natsumi and Makoto, so now Mongols, they will rotate towards this top side of the map. JG, with that information, he's going to cut one more wave and apply some tower pressure. We'll see now how Mongols look to initiate here. Jokum, he gets a little lucky there, actually. They don't
they
connect
want to
on the
fight.
Syrian
Everyone's here.
chains. He jumps on in. The Echo Slam, they're going to initiate RP, everything onto
Ember's
the
not
Ember.
dead. He's alive.
Ravage finally comes through, and the Ice Blast incoming. This could be big. Oh, it's hit Makoto. He's going to be in a tough spot. Bob looking worse for wear here as far as his HP, but still able to kite around Makoto as the Earthshaker
Holy.
shatters into a statue. What a fight. Talent, it seems like
They
they
are
just
lucky,
pulled the
you know.
trigger too quickly.
How did they only lose the Shaker there? It looks like they were going to get hit by Ice Blast on more heroes, you know. They were really lucky to get away with that.
Radiant's top
I mean, somehow the Magnus survives, you know, he TP's out and now he has BKB. That was huge, you know. Mongols needed that one more +1 kill, you know. This Earthshaker alone was not enough.
Yeah. Like I'm surprised that Talon thought to like on a hair trigger there, you know, like see Ember, try and blow him up, but he's fairly tanky now actually with the
Yeah,
Mage
he
Slayer.
got healed by the Kotal and he also got glimmered, you know, so he somehow just managed to tank everything and didn't die. And the Ravage was there to protect him.
I believe that was JG's Glimmer as well, which is still funny to see that, I mean, this is normal, it has been for a while, but still kind of makes me laugh. Careful here, WS, he is going to get blinked on. Wow, BKB forced out from him. That does not feel
Yeah,
good
that
here
is
for
huge.
Talon.
He just got the BKB like 20 seconds ago. Well, at least he know it works, you know.
Yeah, it's absolutely. Hey guys, test completed. It's important to test
Yeah,
your.
I guess Mongols
your
are thinking
things.
about whether they can get a tower or they just do Rosh right now.
scanning.
BKB is down. So what do
Yeah,
they
Roche
feel?
is down bottom.
Yeah, what do they feel comfortable? I think Rosh should be the better objective here. It's more important
I'd
than
agree.
the tower.
I would agree with you. I think Talon are kind of playing with that expectation as
think
well, as right now the Luna's pushing
Talon
up
are
top.
expecting to give up Rosh, I guess. They're
Mhm.
like just going to the lanes to farm. Like if they go Rosh, we don't have BKB, not much we can do. But somehow Mongols, they're not really going Rosh, you know. So they're not really reading the
They want to
situation.
fight. They feel like they're in this timing where
if
it's
they want
best
to
for them
fight,
to
it's
fight.
different, you know.
You know,
But-
it's funny. Actually, if they want to fight, they should just set a trap for the Roche pit because that's where
Yeah.
Talon's heading.
Oh, I'm cute.
Okay.
They found him.
RP, that's going to be a good initiation into the glaives, into that solo eclipse. An easy kill there as OmQ separated
Yeah.
from the team, gets lost in the woods.
His bodyguard's a little bit too far away, you know. And he's got JG, big Ravage.
Ravage. It's going to hit 3 heroes. The follow-up Ice Blast is incoming. It's not going to hit Natsumi or Cuckoo, but Cuckoo's going to get jumped by Bob, and down he goes. Natsumi, BKB active, fighting through the Ember, forcing Bob back, even with this amplified damage rune, as he tries to focus down onto Jokum, who returns fire with the focus fire.
Oh,
Recalls
doesn't get up
incoming,
behind her.
JG. He's caught Jokum, and there's no way out there. Careful here, WS. Ooh, he's playing like he had a horn toss, but no horn toss to be had. And now he might be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they have to run.
Force step forward from JG. Blink Dagger is ready. He gets spat on. WS, he doesn't really have a whole lot. Blink Dagger in 2 seconds. Anchor Smash puts it on cooldown, but Mongols will recall their... What is he now? He is a
This Kotal
manatee
is
eater.
really, really strong. Again, another I would say unlucky fight for Mongols, right? They didn't really connect with the Ravage plus Ice Blast. He only put the Frostbitten effect onto the Luna there. He didn't really land. And if they landed the Ice Blast, the heroes get cold feeted, that would have been a straightforward, easy fight, for them. I mean, they're still gonna get Roche in the end. But here comes Talon. Get ready.
Yeah, initiation by Tal or
Ice
by
Blast.
WS. It
Big one.
forces JG away, but Ice Blast is connect on a 3 heroes. Bob's in deep though, and the chain stuns are perfect onto him. Natsumi, no BKB, no HP remaining. He will shatter
on
as
kill,
JG
he's gonna clear
jumping
them out.
forward to capitalize on this. It seems like they will get cleared out as OmQ just running them down. DJ stampeding over Makoto with that Illuminate. And Jokum and
very
WS
nice.
at least are going to be able to escape. Ooh,
That was a
fast
huge
disconnects.
Ice Blast from Castaway this time. So very good fight here. From Mongols, you see the
Jesus.
difference, if they landed the Ice Blast, fights are very straightforward. Bob just went in. I think he kind of needed to go in, and just try to stop them from running away. Sure, he has to die, but they got 3 in return. So that was really, really good outcome for Mongols. SNY is going to be completed next, so Bristol is going to have a much easier time chasing in the next fight. But you see the power of the Koto. This hero is actually insane, like how much he does, with the buffs, I think Talent, they have to really consider going on the Koto first, because they've not really been going on the Koto the last few fights, They were RPing they went on the Ember this fight first, and the previous fight they went on the Bristol first, But Koto, I think, is the main target. They have to somehow find a way to kill the Koto in the fights. Probably it will be the Magnus's job to find him. It'll be harder for Shaker, I think.
Man, Bob's the one that goes down there. But again, like you say, it's a well sacrifices. JG standing guard now, jumping in on the WS, keeping that Blink Dagger on cooldown. Actually, good skewer away. Shackle's going to connect, but there's just not enough follow-up damage. And you already know that DJ is recalling everyone to the front lines.
Yeah, so it's so annoying. The game is so fast, They're playing the game so fast. You can go up, push out the wave. You see it tight. JG TP's top, push out the wave, and then there's recall. And he's bot again, and he cleared out the wave. But they're trying to catch him. If he gets greedy and goes for another wave, I think he's gonna die. Magnus and Mid Ranger, they're ready. Joncam, WF, they're waiting. This is the part
gonna
where
die
you
down
have
bottom.
to be disciplined. You do not cross this line. JG, he is running in. Wow, he is still running in. He's not afraid of death.
He's huge, man. This guy, he's an oarfish eater.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Going to have his axe next. He didn't go for the shot though. That was surprising. He went straight for axe.
Yeah. Is it really that valuable, this game, do you think?
I mean, it's still damage.
It's a good axe. It's a good shard, I
damage,
mean.
and then you can force out people to pop BKB, especially a hero like Magnus. He
Yeah.
blinks in. You leash him, you can't skill away, he has to kill it. It's useful. I think no matter what, it's useful. And he's gonna have the axe now, which is also very scary. The AoE Gush plus Sleight of Fist and the Bristleback, Crow Spray. A lot of AoE physical damage. Things are heating up now. Mongols are hitting their stride with their lineup now. They are very, very strong. They have already erased the 5k lead in the early game. And now this is their prime. Their lineup is very, very strong right now. Bristleback with SNY with the axe, with the shard. He is going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. And Talent in the team fights, they really have to focus the Koto. They have to find the Koto and the AA. These are the two heroes doing a lot.
Jokum, great job here. He's going to break his smoke and burn a little bit of additional time off of this Aegis.
Jokum, run.
Run, brother, run. He's got Whirlwind, or sorry, the Gale Force. That might help him. No, it's not going to help him at all. Great catch out from the Mongols. But again, these are important moves for Talent to be making at a stage like this, isn't it? It allows Natsumi to continue farming. He's actually finally queued up that Silver Edge after the Mask of
When they're going
Madness.
for Mikoto with the gate.
Pike.
And getting bot, he went past the Observer Ward.
He
On
did.
the high ground here. They see him.
Oh, he's so close to BKB. Okay, he can buy out for BKB at the very least, and he will. But they've scouted him here a second time, walking past the
Yeah,
ward.
bringing the backup. Mikoto, AA. Actually just going for the Tormentor. Do they still have a shot? Who wants a shot? Oh, Koto wants a shot. He's praying. Please, Koto and Pike, they're both praying.
Yeah.
Oh
What?
no! Well,
Bob's gonna get it. All right. Well, the immolation.
I mean, sure,
it's
yeah.
something. Sure.
sure, not too bad. I mean, this is why
mostly-
I've been telling you. You should be given the choice, you know. The team that kills Tormentor should be given the choice who gets the prize. A little bit of democracy, yeah? Let's talk it out.
Democracy. That's not democracy.
Yeah, you talk it out.
You think that the team should vote?
Yeah.
Well, you never want supports and pubs to get a shard again, is it?
I mean, how so? So if you kill the Tormentor, a text chat pops up. So you pick on the box who gets the Tormentor. That's it, you know? Who gets the shot.
Careful here, JG.
Oh no, JG.
Oh,
the
gets
big
the blink
man.
away. Oh, somehow WS predicted it. All of a sudden, JG in a lot of trouble. The Blubber's protecting him, but he can do nothing against the BKB and the physical damage of
that was
Natsumi.
close.
He goes down.
Very
Bob
close.
looking to counter-initiate the 4 versus 5. This time, the RP's going to catch him perfectly. The Chain Stuns are pretty good, but where's the damage? It's just not enough. Bob, he lives a while longer. Another 2-man skewer here puts Bob even further into the fight. Where I think the Ice Blast is going to miss onto the Luna, who's continuing to just try and bail out of this fight now that they got JG. Natsumi standing up on the high ground, thinks he can fight here in the choke point. Good damage
Big
actually
Echo
onto
behind.
Amq, continuing to fight. Makoto on behind. He does actually get these backliners, but it's Amq who's winning the 1v1. No. Eventually, Natsumi able to with enough loosened beams, but Bob giving chase here on the wounded Natsumi, who runs into the trees to hide away. WS tries to skewer Bob underneath the tower. That's not going to work out as Makoto still on top of these backliners. Well, he missed, but eventually gets the kill onto DJ before he is taken out by the physical damage. What a fight. Talon.
Yeah, what a fight. That was so clutch, you know. Like so many things, you know, done by Bob. You know, he dodged so many spells somehow. Stays alive, he chases, he tanks everything, the initial RP, and doesn't die,
skewer.
keeps fight chasing, you know, the
Any
SMY
follow
saving
up
him.
here? Natsumi giving chase? No, not quite. Yeah, great fight.
What did the Bristol back bought? He bought a BKB, so yeah, next fight he's gonna be able to run in and just not worry about anything else, you know. So Talon got punished for killing the Tide there, just took a little bit too long to kill him, but I think they already threw everything. They threw the Eclipse. They skewered him back. I guess they didn't echo him. Sure, yeah. But I really can't really fault them for just using the Eclipse there, you know, because you don't really want to throw everything onto the Tide and then he buys back, you know. If he has a buyback and then his team is nearby, you're all gonna die. And here comes JG, the frontliner, running in, the tanky boy. Catches a dragon.
Yeah. Cuckoo. He's caught again, just trying to keep these waves pushed out. As
Ice
his team
Blast.
continues to accumulate the items. Ice Blast does also find the secondary support. Is that going to matter much? We'll see if it's a fast Roche respawn. Talon may not have their supports to fight for it.
I mean, Talon, they really have to like try to slow things down. They're not really in a bad spot yet. It's just a 1k lead for Mongols, but they have to respect the fact that the Mongols lineup, they are very strong. They're at their peak right now, and they have to really be careful. You know, I think the best place to fight at the moment for Talon is like just high ground, so you can use your skiller and your Earthshaker plus Jakira spells to, even the Wind Ranger spells to actually just hold them off. You know, like out on the map, on, you know, an open area, it's difficult for them to fight into because they see you and the Ember, a Kotal, they're going to destroy you with their spells, you know. So you have to be on the high ground to make this work, you know, until the Luna is strong enough to kill everybody. Luna is buying Silver Edge next, so I think before they get this Silver Edge, they have to be a little bit more defensive, but they're planning to come back with a fight. They're smoking in. Smoke is broken. WS didn't really want to go there. He wasn't very sure. No vision.
Maneuvering around the triangle. DJ's in position already. These Luna Illusion's doing a great job of cutting
Another
the top
smoke.
wave.
Cuckoo's gonna smoke again. Okay.
Yeah,
oh, big
wants to
Ravage.
really find the fight. There's going to be the Ravage. He
Ravage.
connects out of many heroes. WS, he gets off the BKB before the Ice Blast can hit him, though. But he does need to retreat. Makoto also scattered in the fight is Natsumi. He's going to let loose now on this Eclipse. It's not really a whole lot of damage, though.
Oh.
Talon, they're lucky not to lose any heroes.
How did
Fight
no one
doesn't
die?
go their way.
How did no one die? That is crazy. That is insane. So Ravage expanded. I think Talon, this could be the time for Talon to make a move, right? They didn't use any big spells, right? Just Eclipse, RP, Echo Slam, all available. Macro Pyre. This could be an opening for them, you know, and Roche is going to start spawning in a bit. So should be a good time to look for a pickoff. And maybe pray that you get an early rush. Things are really, really heating up right now. 31 minutes into the game, 32 minutes. Rune spawning.
That's a close
Haste
one.
top.
It's exciting. That's a nice rune here from Makoto. We'll see what he can do with that. He's got this Ghost Scepter as well. We're starting to see this more and more these days on cores. We'll see how that
tight.
gets put to
Natsumi
use.
trying to force his BKB. Bob is coming
If
in.
only he had the anchor here, actually. That'd be doing a lot of work for him. Natsumi forced to Manta style, but otherwise still just fine. Really starting to close in on this Silver Edge, by the way. Let's mind. That will really do a lot of work against these cores.
Once they have it, they should be able to fight back.
Yeah, right now it's looked more troublesome than not. Careful here. I think they've also seen Natsumi. They've caught a glimpse of him down. Good patience here by Natsumi. He's not willing to, finish farming the camp at potentially the cost of his own
he's being very
life.
cautious, Richie. It's not a good time to die now because Roche can be spawning. So you don't know. So you don't want to put yourself in a risky position.
Cuckoo? Oh. Bob, I think, missed the Searing Chains there. It was on cooldown. I think he just missed him. Unfortunate. Hit the sleight of fist. Either way, Cuckoo lucky to be alive
Roshan
there.
is up.
As
Okay,
Roshan, he's home.
This is a little bit unfortunate. Do they have sewerage done yet? Or not yet? Still 400
I think it's a bit far.
Yeah, this is unlucky for Talon. It's a quick one. They're not ready to fight yet. I think they need to just chill, keep farming, keep scaling. Just try to take the fight on the high ground. I don't think they should fight anymore outside on the map.
I don't think they will either. Luna, she'll at least have the funds now for the Demon Edge to finish off Silver Edge. But it looks like they will not contest. That being said, Natsumi's farming extremely nearby. Is there a Gem of True Sight on this Dire team? Look at it. What, oh my god, that's the shop he decides to go to?
TP out, there's nothing to cancel.
I guess that's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably
apart
fair.
from the sewage, the refresher is also coming from the Magnus, so this is also huge. But he's going to be very, very, very thin on the mana to get the whole combo off. So it'll be close, I think he cannot actually do it every spell, He can only RP refresh and RP with one skill maybe, or two skills, until he gets a mana item. I guess with interest, he should be able to do it. Yeah, it'll be close. And now, smoke. Time to look for a pickup. Actually, it's a ninja.
This is a good opportunity. This is a very good opportunity. Natsumi, ooh, he's got Silver Edge.
The Bristol has A-Gaze though.
Yeah, that he does. But without the AA here, Bob immediately recalled into the fight as well. Makoto, he's been caught. JG unleashing the Ravage. They find the solo pickup they're looking for. Now Jokum held down by the anchor, trying to run back into the base, but Bob extends his killing spree there. 7-3 and 10 as the Mongols look to push up the high ground.
Yeah, no hesitation with the Ravage. Just one hero, but it's okay. It's just a call.
RP, they actually do manage to get the Underspear. Can I take him down in time? They need one more stun, but they don't have any more. But it's okay. The
no
damage comes through. Bob did not have a Remnant out. You're right.
Yeah, he didn't have one ready there. That's too aggressive there.
Good jump. Really, really good jump
But they
there.
use
Good recognition by
Eclipse
WS.
and RP, so maybe the rest of the squad can still stay around and fight. There was still a huge commitment to kill him. Oh, Silver Edge.
Wow. That was a lot of damage. Natsumi is confident in pushing out these waves. Wants to make sure
no
that
RP, no Eclipse. He's not afraid.
The back door.
They should go. The Bristol has no fear now. They should go and pressure.
That doesn't look good. I mean, I agree. He's very strong. WS is just walking up, contesting the Ancient, skewering the Bristle away. Good blink out. Is Natsumi. Does actually hit him with a Silver Edge. Good lockdown. That's going to be at least the first life. Oh, but the barriers. They keep Q alive. Gets the 4-step up to the high ground. The Kale Guard really coming in clutch there. My goodness.
Yeah, still 2.5 minutes on the A, so they don't really want to waste it. Now Bob is alive. RP, they know RP and Eclipse is still on cooldown for another 30-40 seconds here. They have a window here, very, very clear window. Mongols wants to push an advantage. There's a Shirun too. So Bob is going to get a Shirun. He's going to be even crazier now with the Shirun.
See if Talon can avoid this fight. I don't know. They've been kind of
I don't think they can avoid it. They have to defend the high ground here. Mongols are definitely going to
Refresher's ready, though, for WS Winter. So they do have at least one RP, but they'll have 20 seconds to wait until
they need
there's
to buy
a second.
20 seconds.
It's one wave. That seems doable.
Yeah. Smoke. Mongols might have a small window here before it's up.
10 seconds on that RP. Everything else just about ready. Last time Makoto was the one who got initiated on. We'll see if he can try and avoid that this time to make sure he can get out at least one volley of his spells. Bob will go poking now. That Gush Ag is extremely effective as well.
Yeah, but it's tough, you know, to approach the high ground. I mean, the talent heroes, the power shot, door breath, fissure, the skewer, you know, it's very, very dangerous to go high ground with no vision.
Talon are also finding it extremely difficult to get off of their own high ground here, Winter. There's cliff wards on the two closest cliffs outside of the base, but there's the banner planted in the top lane.
They dropped the banner, but they're not hitting the tower.
1 minute on the Aegis. Cute. He's now going to get up there alongside the creeps. Yeah, there's going to be the RP. He didn't catch a single thing. Bob, he's too fast with it, man. But he still has the second RP to play with. We'll see what they can find. Mikoto doing his best now to at least with the fissure. They did get rid of the Roshan's banner, but out come the glyphs. Talon, they continue to hold here. That is only one tool eliminated from their tool belt. Refresher is ready. It's done here onto Amq. 30 seconds until his Aegis expires, as there is still a path for him to walk off the high ground. The fissure's not perfectly placed.
I mean, that should signal the end of the push with the Aegis expiring. Don't think they are going to risk it, you know, on the Mongol side. I mean, sure, they wave one RP, but he has a refresher, right? There's still a second RP. It's not really necessary for them to land both, you know. I think they just needed one good RP to win a team fight. So they're moving out. Aegis is down. Talon is starting to move out. They have to try to get rid of all this vision. You know, there's too much vision in their territory at the moment. Have to push the waves and try to go deep ward.
And so we're back to a farming period. Talon finally able to leave the base a bit more, although Cuckoo is not leaving anything to chance the way that he was standing behind the defender's gate. Does he not? Okay, I was going to say, does he not see these wards? We'll finally get them. Nicely done. See, neutral items are starting to get assembled now as well. These tier 4s for Talon. 25 and 20 talents being taken. Natsumi with the Lunar Blessing damage per level. Any other significant ones? I guess the Bristle 25 is coming. Everything else is a little bit too far away.
Oh, WS, he's very, very close to enemies.
Yeah, that he is. JG as well. He actually finds Cuckoo here with the anchor, getting dragged down into the deep as Bob leaps on in to secure the kill. There is no buyback here on Cuckoo, so he's just down for good. Even if they do end up committing a few ultis for him, it's well worth it. Toto just clearing one more wave, but it's going to be a little bit dangerous. There's going to be the RP over in the mid lane. Amq did get the BKB off. Ice Blast coming in to counter initiate. Is going to catch two of these heroes. JG to follow up with the Ravage immediately, and not Scooby. He's going to get dropped. Dead for 100 seconds. Makoto throwing all the spells he has, trying to get this kill. Amq finally does drop.
He has buyback on the Bristol. They can end this game.
Two cores dead. There is a buyback, and DJ can always bring him right back into the fight as they take down Makoto. A triple kill now for Bob. That might just be the game here, Winter.
Yeah, Natsumi there just couldn't get his BKB off. He didn't use it in time, you know. He got caught by the Ravage, and that was it, you know. A couple of fights in a row.
Ice Blast set up for the Ravage, right?
Yeah. Now you see the power of the team fight with the Tide, AA, and the Keeper of the Light with the Will of Wisps, you know. There's so much control. If you don't get your BKBs on time, you don't activate them, you're just going to be controlled for a long time.
Still, there's a bottom lane. A very nice skewer as they do catch the Castaway. Ancient Apparition trying to get a little bit too greedy, trying to not leave the high ground. He is going to die. Not dealing a decent amount of damage in return. Oh, WS? Okay, thought about maybe hitting him with that refreshed RP. It's at least a gem recovered from Talon, but they still need to do something about this mammoth, colossal Squid Eater destroying their tier 3 tower.
20 seconds before Shaker is alive. And the Luna.
Will Wisp down to protect him. Yeah, the Luna's the bigger deal. Makoto's at least got buyback. That's the tier 3 down. Only the buildings now remaining. Bob doing so much damage. Oh my goodness, the RP. It's good actually onto the two of them with the Ice Path to follow up, but there's no damage. Luna respawning in just 1 second. This is not a terrible place for her to take the fight if they can keep him here, and that's been the struggle. Luna unleashing now into JG. The Silver Edge break is good for the kill, and they even managed to catch 2 more. That's going to be DJ going down. They buy back on another hero. It's Cuckoo. Amq running down Makoto. He still has a stun and
He's
an echo,
fast.
but the BKB is lasting too long. Makoto beating into his back, forces out the echo. There's going to be the kill, but the kill shot is finally able to put down this.
Oh, he has no
Bristleback
mana?
Bob. He's going to be caught. He is out of mana. Ice Blast coming in to try and support him, but it's only going to catch Cuckoo. He's broken, out of mana, and out of life. Jokum with the double kill there. Bob is going to buy back. Thinks he can take down Natsumi a second time. Oh, and he does! What a buyback out from him. He dropped the Remnant. He's going in a second time. WS trying to keep him inside of this Axe Mac, but Bob's only picking up even more
Oh my
kills.
god, Bob is
Jumping
doing
in
it.
after Cuckoo. Bob still alive, about to 1 versus 4 the team here, the way he's outplaying them. Still has a little bit of mana to play with, Winter. He's got the Shiva's Guard. Cuckoo trying to draw him back into the base, but that's just where Bob wants him. A buyback now out from Makoto. WS pushing him back into the base. Bob,
No remnant.
can he live here? DJ's back in the game as well. He's bought back and he's recalled himself into the fight, but Cuckoo, what a stun there.
Ice Blast.
Bob going in for the kill. Will find it. Ice Blast unnecessary. And he's just gonna get away with murder. Makoto's giving chase. He's been kited, Winter. He's out of the base. Castaways drop the tip. DJ's even gonna show up just to celebrate as Talon, they've fallen apart. The Mongols, they will clean up. Bob with one of the best buybacks I've ever seen.
Bob the Showman right there, not Bob the Builder. He's grown from Bob the Builder to Bob the Showman there. That was some fancy moves there by Bob. Good, really, really good buyback. Just clearing
GG.
them out. He knows that they can't fight him with all the spells on cooldown. Yeah, plus the Ice Blast. He didn't really 1v4, it's the Ice Blast, they landed the Ice Blast.
Okay. A little bit. It was a little bit of the ice.
A little bit of help, and then DJ and then coming in with the recall. You should call it rejoin, not recall, when the quarter just comes to the teammate, instead of pulling him over. That was really, really what a game, Like Mongols really understanding their powers with their heroes. They are behind in the lanes, they were behind, 4 or 5k in the early game. But they understood when they started to go together and when they get their item timings, the shard, especially they got the shard on AA, then they had the Mage Slayer on Ember Spirit and especially the Aghanim's on Bristol tight as well. I think all of their heroes have very excellent progression with their items. The shard and everything, every small little item gave them a lot of fight in the engagements, whereas Talon, I think that they reached a point where they needed to actually be a lot more careful, a lot more cautious with how they were approaching the game, because they needed to buy more time for Luna to get to the stage where she can actually fight all of the Mongols line up together, with the glaives and everything, especially the Bristol and the Tide, But I think before that happened, they kind of also took like 1 or 2 fights too hastily and the Luna didn't click BKB and he got caught with the Ravage and Ice Blast combo and he just couldn't do anything.
I think it's tough. It's tough there. I think I'm not really sure. I'm also really impressed at how well Mongols started fighting as soon as they decided they had all their items. I thought that lineup was going to fall off a little bit earlier. I thought with the farm that Luna and WS were getting that they would be activated sooner. And I think he just kind of got outfought there. It was really lovely done. I got a little puzzle on my whiteboard. I'm trying to whose fault it was there, which I'm not really sure. I only have 1 life left. I'll try and solve this puzzle here. As we do go to a quick break, folks, do stay tuned. You're watching the DreamLeague Season 26 SCA Close Qualifiers as we contract in Winter. We'll be back for Game 2 of our qualification match. It's going to be the Mongols that lead Talon 1-0 at the break.
Top, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, and it stop. Short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nests in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads at Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
Eyes the buy that builds the boat, and eyes the buy that sails her, eyes the buy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Eyes the boy that builds the boat, and eyes the boy that sails her. Eyes the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogle, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Dream League Season 26 SCA Closed Qualifiers. I'm Secret Truck, and joining us is Winter. We've had a very exciting first game, to be honest. I'm a little bit surprised at the outcome. I even thought, given the drafts, that I thought Talon would have been able to take that, by scaling. But Mongols show us that they have a lot more fight in them.
Gandalf has arrived, and Gandalf...
That's true.
won them the game. Okay, then, but we won't see... You probably won't see him anymore, He showed his power in the first game, so now I guess Mongols have to find another way of winning the game. That was a really, really good showing, especially by Bob, He was definitely styling, He was the man of the match, spirit of the match, whatever you want to call it. The burning flames, the destroyer. He was the fire lord. He showed them some moves that they will not forget, for quite some time.
Seriously, yeah, he looked pretty good there. Well, they said in Lord of the Rings, what is it? At first light on the fifth day, look to the east. Let's look to our second draft and see if we will have Gandalf allowed in or not, as that's already underway. Winter, our first banning phase, nearly complete. We have Gandalf banned first by Talon, which I think we're going to start to see more and more as the Mongols will have last pick.
Yeah, Gandalf a little bit too imba, And Magnus is something that also I feel like should be a hero that will drop in terms of popularity. It's not really that strong anymore. And now Talent, they're going to go for PA. This is the quote-unquote best carry of the patch right now. Very, very strong still. Strong in the lane, strong in mid-late game. You can gank. It's all sorts of things you can do, And there's Break in his arsenal. Yeah, so you have a lot of tools, and Terrorblade, his counterpart, I would say the best matchup against PA is bad. So they go for the Doom instead. So you just want to Doom the PA. I mean, historically in Dota, when there is a hero that is so broken in the game, you have no other choice. So you just pick Doom and you
Just doom
that
them.
hero.
I feel like that's not always worked, though. You know, like if you
Yeah,
doom a
but
Sven,
it's a solution. I'm
he's
not
like,
saying it works 100% of the time, but it's a
no,
solution.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Sometimes, like with the transformation heroes, you know, like if you doom a Lycan after he shapeshifts, he's like, okay, I guess. Now you die.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, something to deal with. You know, not 100%.
Agreed.
But it's okay.
I think your point is very valid here, though, right? I think a PA is much more spell dependent. She's not really a transformation hero. If you can doom her once she jumps in, you
before
also
there were
dispel her.
Some other solutions like Bloodseeker, you know, because PA likes to jump around, you know. But now Bloodseeker doesn't even work, you know. So, because Bloodseeker is not as good of a hero. So Doom it is. Let's see if it works for Mongols.
10 seconds remaining.
They're gonna have to pair
Talon also
these-
ban out Bob's hero.
Yeah, they're gonna have to pair these up with some good supports. Some Muerta, I guess. Muerta is always nice against PA because in the fights you can actually survive, you know, with your Pierce Wheel. You don't die to the PA. Because that's
true.
something that the
Built-in
support
Ghost Scepter.
struggle, right? If you think about how the team fights play out, PA has very long range. So she's throwing daggers at you. If you don't have Ghost Scepter or any defensive item, you just tend to die very easily, right? Oh, I also like this option here, getting the Warlock, because you don't want to give Warlock PA together.
You
away.
yoink it away.
Yeah, so they get Warlock. And maybe we'll see a Grimstroke, you know. Soulbind, double Fatal Bond, double Doom. I kind of miss that combo. It's very scary. But
How's the Pugna these days?
Pugna? Nah, Pugna not a hero anymore.
Not good. Kind of fell off. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I could be wrong. But now he's not exactly in the meta anymore. And we see Tuss. Tuss is a hero I really like a lot. Very good with the PA, with the tag team. Just kill heroes immediately when you're ganking. And Tuss is always good into this backline supports. Warlock, AA, Jakiro, you can trap them. Maybe not so much Jakiro no, because Jakiro has attack speed slow, so you can't hit him. But Warlock and AA, you definitely want to be Tusk. And Tusk is also going to be able to stop some of the Doom damage with the Snowball. Relatively useful, a small little detail.
That's true. BKB or piercing disable, you know, I think it's worth mentioning that punch can always be can always come in handy.
Thanos punch. And you know, I wish you have a way to rename your punch every time, you know. Oh, Crystal Maiden, I love this hero.
Your favorite hero.
CM Tuss, very strong duo. A lot of fighting, you know, not much downtime because you don't really need to rely on your cooldowns. And especially with PA, you pair the first three heroes up. That is just one word, aggression, you know. And you look at what the Mongols have. Long cooldowns. Rock, Doom, they're all very long cooldowns. PA, Tuss, CM, they can easily abuse you here. So they have to respond with some low cooldown heroes. Muerta would be nice. Muerta is good into the Tusk if they can play it. They go with DK. DK is kind of okay. Not really high cooldown, low cooldown. It's okay, average.
Somewhere in the middle. I think he's a solid flex pick for now, right? If you pick your other support here.
Yeah, but it's really good with the Warlock because you can push towers with the Green Dragon if you go mid and you have the Rock behind you, so you're going to be taking towers fairly easily. And not to mention you have a lot of armor against this Tusk PA because it's a lot of physical damage coming out.
Yeah, it's a nice pick. Not as much as the TB, but he's banned. Yeah.
Apart from Muerta, what other position force I'm liking here? I mean, there's Wind Ranger. You can just Wind Run, so they can't hit you. So there's that. But Wind Ranger and Warlock, I'm not sure how good of that is as a support duo. Well, I guess you have some combo with the Soup and the Gale Force, right? You push them into the
Thank you
the
for calling it Soup. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
What about something like a Winter Wyvern? Winter.
Decent. But Wyvern and Warlock is like very clunky.
Yeah.
It's very
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I was just because we saw a little bit of Wyvern, right? Oh, it's going to be another save, right? This is not bad. It also makes you immune from the physical damage.
This is good with the save. They need a save when the Tusk rolls in with the PA and they try to punch someone out of the game. You have the box to keep them in the game. And Talon, they have to find some answers right now to this Ringmaster. They need a gap closing mid laner to Storm type of hero to
Storm
catch them.
Puck.
Okay, that's another
Oh, they
gap
actually
close.
prefer an offlane.
Yeah, Centaur. And you
This
have
one's
the
good.
Doom counter kinda. Run away when he dooms you.
Run away. The Soup counter, run away. Golem counter, run away. There's a clown running at you with a on a unicycle. Run away. So it
Bro,
counters everything.
Nobody's taking that facet, bro. Please.
I know. I like the sideshow though.
10 seconds remaining.
What can I say?
Yeah. So talent, look, they still need a mid laner. Some more initiation. Some way to cut behind the back lines would be nice. So they ban out the Bristol. Okay, that's a pretty decent ban. Because Mongols need a hero that can kind of slow down the game now. You know. Defend that tower.
Slow down the game, like some wave clear kind of a hero. I'm sorry. What do you
is a
mean?
good tower defender.
Yeah.
It's always nice because they are very greedy, right? With Doom, Warlock, DK, they're all gonna take some farm on all their heroes. Whereas Talon have a relatively quick lineup with the Tusk CM because the PA can be playing very fast in this sort of game with the Tusk CM. You know.
Agreed.
Yeah, so
And this hero is maybe just totally dead, but I think it just looks good in this draft for Mongols, like a Timber Saw potentially.
on Timber, on Mongols.
On Mongols, yeah, some offlane Timber action. I guess then what, you'd have a mid Doom or something. I don't know. That might be a little awkward.
Just too trash nowadays. You know, his lane.
I
is
hear
very
you,
bad.
but the Whirling Death brings a lot of early damage that maybe this lineup could be lacking.
Yeah, maybe. But for now, Talon has to pick first, right? They have to pick.
Yeah.
They have to pick their mid hero. Storm is banned. There's still Puck.
I think
Puck should
Puck's
be
gonna
banned.
go.
Also,
What do you have left at this point? What are you really looking for? Initiating?
Leshrac?
Leshrac Misanthropy?
Yeah,
Right?
I think
Misanthropy?
could be a thing.
Pango's gonna get the ban. I mean, Puck's not gonna get banned then, so Puck might just be the go-to.
So there is Tiny, there's Leshrac, there's Puck.
There's a Quap. We've seen a little bit of Quap.
Quap maybe not really feeling it so much. Maybe there's
Okay.
OD. OD might be better.
Oh, that's an
OD
interesting
better than-
option.
Yeah, has a lot of options actually. Lash, OD, Puck. Puck maybe no, because Puck DK is bad, the matchup. So it's Lash, OD, Tiny. Those three, I think. Yeah, unless they want some fancy sniper, yeah? Outrange the DK.
Well, what about some Invoker? Some Exort Invoker.
Not bad, decent. Frostbite and Centaur
Right.
Sun set up.
That's what I'm thinking.
But
Your
it's
side
slow.
lanes
It's
can really
slow 'cause
enable
need
you.
to farm a lot. I'm thinking more towards the
Yeah,
fast team with their
yeah.
lineup. I think they just want to
No,
play
you're
really
right.
fast to run them over now. Run over Mongols, you know, so I think those fast heroes. See which
They'll
one?
ban the Queen of
Oh
Pain.
no.
Oh.
I didn't get anyone.
We listed half the heroes in Dota,
yeah,
which
but
was
it's
somehow
fast.
we didn't list this
Slada
guy.
is arguably the fastest hero. Ooh, minus armor with PA. Heroes are gonna disappear. So
Yeah, that's true. Roshan's gonna disappear. Tormentor's gonna
okay,
disappear.
so where do you put this DK? I think you'll pick another mid hero. You put DK carry.
Yeah.
You pick a mid hero to because you need to slow them down by winning the lane against Slada. Okay, maybe your Timber suggestion wouldn't be so bad.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I look. I didn't see the slaughter pick coming, but
No.
I just see a team that needs early damage right now.
Oh, they need to win the lane. I think they just need to pick a hero to win the lane. Some long range hero. Win the lane. I mean, cool. There's no co-op. It's tough, you know. It's like snipers gonna die easily to this centaur. I mean, you can win the lane, but
yeah.
maybe some
I was just about to
Lina
say like
blast
Zeus.
them out of the game.
I was thinking Zeus, but he Zeus, right? You can leap out of shards. Actually, I forgot now. He does that.
Yeah,
It's
but
a thing.
mid Zeus, I'm not sure if it's still a thing, you know? Okay,
Okay,
can mid
so-
DK carry us?
Sacrifice the DK.
I mean, it's not like exactly very, very bad lane. It's okay, you know, you'll be able to play the lane. But it's very slow, you know, their overall lineup right now for the Mongols. One side has a very slow lineup, the other side has a fast lineup. Two of the fastest heroes in the game, Centaur and Slada. So, if
Yeah,
I
and
were
just
to
imagine if WS puts Makoto in a cart.
Yeah, if I were to put my bet on, it's going to be the fast side, you know. It's going to be hard for the Mongols to slow down the game here. I mean, they could maybe potentially win some important team fights because they do have humongous team fight like Warlock Rock,
Yeah.
the Wheel of Wonder plus Doom. But those spells all have very, very long cooldown, right? And Talon, look at the lineup. What cooldown they are waiting for? Stampede? They don't even need Stampede to fight in a freezing field.
Stampede. Yeah.
They're
No,
running
I
at
mean,
you
you're
with
totally
tag
right.
team physical damage, Slada minus armor, PA.
Probably their most important cooldown is like Phantom Strike or whatever the Blink Strike is. I think that's probably
you
the
get
most
your shot
important
on your
one.
Slada, you
Right.
get a dagger on the Centaur, they just keep running at you. I'm just worried, I think they could get run over unless they do really well in the lanes. So
Yeah,
the side lanes are
I
going
hear
to
you.
be important for the Mongol side. If they don't lose their lanes and they do well, they can get level 6 at a decent time, win some team fights
Yep,
with the rock.
yep.
We will wonder. Maybe they have a
Agreed.
chance.
The thing is, I agree. I think Talon, maybe their drafting philosophy in this game was saying, "Hey, we want to be the ones determining the tempo of this game." It's a very fast lineup, like you say. Not only in move speed, but tempo, much faster than this PA. Much faster than this Ursa is what I meant to say in this DK. But what I think, like you're saying, what I think I do like about this Mongols lineup is that their counter initiation is very good, right? If the Clown is going to be able to escape act whoever's getting initiated on, the fight's potentially looking really good from there. Like you said, the Warlock can make soup, drop the Golem, and then all of a sudden it dooms onto a key hero. This is dangerous. Wards on wards. Mongols set up a little bit better here on this instance, though, as they will be able to escape a potentially bad fight. But Talon, they know that something's up because they were smoked on their way up. That being
Seems
said,
like
I also really
no
like the
one's
Talon
gonna
draft.
die.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, we're gonna take some time to look at the facets. Anyone?
The facets,
having
yeah, it's
unusual
facet time, our
facets?
favorite.
So
What do we have? Anything
the
exciting?
Ursa has what, bear down? Is this normal? Or debuffs last longer? Normally I see the other one. So why is this better this game? I'm not sure. Maybe he thinks it's better for the lane.
Usually you see the Grudge Bear
Yeah,
when
you get
damaged during
damage
an
with
range.
HP when you have more HP.
Right.
Okay,
Okay,
so
that's
on the
interesting.
dire side you have Glacial Guard, Lake Day, Tag Team, Horsepower, Methodical. So everything is
Pretty standard. Yeah, very standard, I would say. The Ursa is a little bit of the question mark. Whoa! How is WS getting jumped here? Does end up hoof stomping. Blood Grenade does wear off, but Omq commits that first point in Urshot. A second Blood Grenade committed as WS is going to go down to DJ.
Yeah, no running away from that, yeah. Impalement arts plus the Earthshock with the bear down facet.
Two
so
blood
his
grenades?
slow lasts longer.
That's a good point. That is a very good point, actually. How much longer, actually?
It scales with ulti, right?
14%,
14, 16,
up to 20.
18, 20.
Not terrible, really.
Yeah, it's decent for the
Terrible.
lane, especially when you have the furry swipes on them.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see that get put to use. I think our fun lane's going to be mid for a while, isn't it? These two beefy guys just slapping each other.
The two melee boys. Slala is going to be the happier one because he's sitting on water.
That's true.
So he has more regen, move speed, armor.
It's
not
I'm not
fair,
laughing at
Richie.
you. It's just a funny way to. It's just a funny piece of analysis that you're completely valid in saying. It's just.
And DK
he's
has the
standing in
dragon blood,
water.
so
Yeah. But this time, water is thicker than blood.
no, blood is thicker than water. That's not the saying.
Yes, I know, but the joke is that the armor, the buffs are better early from Makoto, right? That's the joke.
No, count.
Okay, well let's
Wait,
do
count.
it then.
He has 1 bonus armor in the river. DK has 3 now. Blood is definitely thicker,
Okay, well that's true. It is for now.
but he has 8 bonus damage and bonus 2.5 regen. Move speed 18%.
What is going on over here, by the way? Look at Jokum and Castaway. They're dragging these creeps nearly to the mid lane. What the heck? What is going
They want
on?
to join the mid laners, Don't you know support players? They kind of want to feel like, oh, how does it feel to be a mid laner?
Yes. This is where the bottom lane typically meets, isn't it? Right in the middle of this camp. This is the silliest thing I've ever seen. By the way, you can no longer aggro the camps. I guess this. Oh, right. These camps are still immune to being aggro to creeps, right? Because like Eternal Envy kept like kicking creeps into the camps or whatever, tossing them.
Yeah, this is very, very annoying. Someone wants to play the lane normally and dominate the lane, but WS and Jokem, nope. No. You play the lane on our terms. Pull.
Another one.
I
There he goes,
enjoy
he's throwing
pulling the
another
waves
way.
a lot, especially in a double melee lane. I think most of the time pulling just gives you the tool to equalize the lane, and when you get your levels, because if you compare the Warlock and Ursa plus Centaur and Tusk, when Centaur and Tusk gets levels, they are more scary because they can kill you when they get more points in double edge, you know. Whereas the Warlock and Ursa is a very defensive lane, right? They just want to farm, heal up. They don't really look to kill you. I mean, if they'll kill you if they get a chance, you know. But most of the time, you see them just healing up and trying to control creeps.
Yeah, exactly. So you gotta disrupt that and not give them any openings to potentially kill you by stacking up the 3
top lane is the fun lane, right? The Doom
it is
plus the Ringmaster, they both want to kill. Same can be said for the CM plus PA. They also want to kill.
Yeah, I'm starting to see why putting the evasion on Immaterial at level 1 with 20% evasion has really brought back PA in this new light.
Yeah, why are you
It's a
so
little
surprised?
ridiculous.
You get a free 20% evasion.
I've just been watching DJ for the past few minutes just fail to land auto attacks, you know, and Natsume just seemingly doesn't care. He's just stacking up the stick charges. Once again, Jokum is stealing the creeps away. It's just a little bit funny to see, really. Mid lane, Bob is not really managing to build much of a lead, as you can see. Makoto just naturally has the better of him. This is what I mean. Water's thicker than blood, man. Look at this. It's just too much.
I mean, he is definitely having a very good time. 21 and 10, 11 and 4 on Bob. Yeah, but this is what we expected, right?
Yes,
That's why I was surprised that they opted to pick another carry and move the DK because DK is gonna struggle. Any melee hero against Sala is like it's gonna be a tough life.
Yeah, they must have liked the DK still for the game then, right?
Yeah, I guess. The poison
They think the
dragon
Ursa's that good. Like the Ursa PA matchup is amazing.
Yeah. We'll see whether it pays off, you know, because right now their choice, they're gonna sacrifice the lane, right? Because this is what they intentionally chose.
And that's trouble because DJ wants to try and help out mid and like alleviate some of this pressure, but he can't really live this PACM. Doom is tanky, notably very hard to kill, but that's going to be a lot of damage coming through there. As Jokum is still just taking, he's like a tour guide. And if you look out to your right, you'll see the reworked fountain area, this lotus pool.
Yeah, welcome to Penang. On your left, there is the Nasi Kandar store. On your right, there is the Chendol store.
Yes,
so
right in front of us is the
stop
bridge.
Here first, then we are going to take a tour on the bus. Then we'll go to Gurney Drive to shop.
And then we'll go to the dessert street after that for some supper. Please don't forget to be back here in 5 minutes. And remember...
5 minutes. There's no curfew, you know. We get to go back to the tour bus at 12.
What's TP coming? Let's see what
That's how we use
make
our full
happen
day.
up
You
here.
don't want to waste any part of the day, right? Because they charge you by the day, so you want to use it until 12 midnight. Let's keep the tour guide busy, you know.
I guess so, huh? I don't know. I never really did many of the big tours. Can't
Meanwhile,
say.
6 minutes. 3 versus 3 incoming. 6 heroes here. Oh,
DJ.
no whoopee cushion. DJ. Oh.
He's going to be just fine, actually, as Bob pops out Elder Dragon for Makoto, still fighting in the river. Tame the beast onto the walrus is going to allow him to escape into the river. But Makoto has the Invis rune. He's activated it now. I wonder if he's going to just use it for regen. He probably will because there's a sentry watching him in the lane.
Yeah, but so far the early game has gone well, you know, for Talon. All this lane pulling, and they won mid, so bottom kind of did okay. The Centaur into Ursa, and now they just need to really stave off this pressure from the first dragon form. It's quite annoying. They're gonna have to bring in one more hero. Someone cancel the TP.
He's getting poked at, and the supports are ticking down. I mean, Jokum is not got a lot of HP to work with here. Can't use the salve while the Fatal Bonds are still applied.
Yeah, I mean, DK with a Warlock hitting him, it's tough.
Yeah, seriously. The wagon did fall, though. Bob wasn't able to keep the wagon alive, so Makoto might just be able to keep it stopped. And he is, actually, now that the Elder Dragon form's ended. He's going to be kicked off.
Well, good news. They have Stampede to help them out right now. Level 6 on WS. So with all the lane pullings, so the cores on the lane have gotten a lot of solo XP. The supports have suffered. So Warlock's level 3.
They've suffered heavily.
Level 4. 2 Grimoire charges still. Top lane. Kuku is here. Jokem is here.
Natsumi is not too unhappy with his laning phase. 41 and 10. He is number 2 in terms of CS. I think all the lanes going pretty well. Cuckoo's Cuckoo JG is off to the worst start actually on the Doom, as we can see him kind of get bullied away from his own tower at the moment. Stacks are being made by DJ. And with this lineup, Talon can't really contest the stacks without bringing like 3 or 4 heroes. Am I crazy? I don't really see them being able to contest this.
It's not easy. They don't have the best heroes to clear stacks with, you know.
Not without like a
DK
freezing
here
field.
to clear them out. So yeah, should be fine.
It's going to give some alone
And let's
time
not forget,
mid lane for Castaway.
Mongols wants to play a slow game, you know. They want to slow things down. They're very, very greedy heroes. Talon is the one that wants to be aggressive with the CM Tusk Slaughter. So if the game is going like this, just farming, no kills, Mongols is very happy.
That's true. Yeah. Talon playing their 4th game of the day, and if they want to qualify to DreamLeague Season 26, then they have to play a 5th. Right, they played it earlier today.
Mongols only want to play one game. They're only interested in one game right now.
And that's why they're willing to really take their time, get nice and farmed up on everyone, you know.
That's true, you know. If you only get to have like 1 meal a day, you know, you're going to take it slow. You're going to have a bunch of desserts, a bunch of main courses, you know.
Man, you really are all about that desserts.
Yeah. I told you before why. Because
I
dessert
know,
is
no,
the last thing you eat.
Did he throw a darn boulder? He hurled a boulder, JG. We don't do that here, sir.
Yeah, that was a dessert that gave you a headache, you know, a boulder.
Seriously. It's like when you eat your after meal mango sticky rice too fast.
No, it's like when you eat a wrong durian.
Ah, me when I eat any durian. So any durian. or me when I eat, what is it, rojak?
Oh, you don't like the
shrimp
prawn
paste dessert.
Yeah, the shrimp paste. 10 minutes. Mikoto is ready in the river to pick up the runes. He wants some runes.
I mean,
not a regen. Regen's not that particularly helpful.
It feels like we're almost still laning. Oh, that is until Bob is going to be able to find the mate in top lane. Tame the Beast deals double damage to Cuckoo because he is...
He needs backup. Good fatal bonds. They have to run.
Very nice. And they will run. That's going to just be the Stampede use as Jokum. Once again, the hurl boulder from JG actually very full, but they won't have anything to cancel this TP. Doom no longer cancels TPs because it doesn't mute anymore. Let's forget about that. Doesn't stun, doesn't mute. Guess he could just use the Infernal Blade.
Yep,
But long
lane.
windup.
JG saves the catapult so they can finish the tower.
Bob's going to be happy with that. Didn't get his mid tower, but does get the top one now.
Yeah.
It's going to...
When you look at the mid tower, if the mid tower is not down at 10 minutes, it means the DK is not really having a good time. Usually 10 minutes, the mid tower is gone.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Well,
and that is going to help Talon speed up this
doing
game.
pretty well, on equal footing with the Slaughter.
I mean, he got a big stack, right? That really helped recover
true.
him. So, and he's got those still. So, well, someone's going to have those ancients to farm. I'm not sure if it'll be him or the Ursa when that Battle Fury is finished. Looking across the other side of the river at the other Battle Fury builder, Natsumi, and him, they're basically, you know, item for item. So they'll be pretty similarly close as far as their timings. DJ going hunting after Cuckoo again. And Doom, he's going to try and hurl a boulder at Cuckoo. So come here. Throw a rock at you. But a pretty slow and methodical game, I would say.
Yeah, which is
I think Talon
very good for Mongols.
But Talon certainly, they're going to have a go time, a pretty sharp timing here, right? WS is going to have Blink and Blade Mail. You're going to have Natsumi with Battle Fury, what, PKB? Battle Fury Yasha for this PA? Doesn't really want to build
I mean, the Dagger on Slaughter is going to bring the game to life. I mean, as of right now, the CM and Tusk, they're kind of wandering the map aimlessly. You know, they don't really have much to do because no one's ready to fight. So yeah, this is not a very good side, you know, as the CM and TUS. They didn't really get any kills, so they are struggling to get their level 6.
Okay. First blink is online. It's not actually for the slaughter. It's Bob's, who has a little bit of a net worth advantage over Makoto, but Makoto is just on for Soul Ring, hence the net worth difference.
Because of the stacks and the tower.
So
Actually, the tower, they're
WS
equal,
is
just the stacks.
Yeah, the stacks and the builds. The build's a little bit different for the slaughter, which is, you know.
Soul Ring.
What can you do?
It's
Bob.
the Soul Ring and the bottle. DK doesn't have the
Bob
pylons.
doesn't manage to find anything down here, though. So I guess Talon seemingly content not to force fights either at the moment. I mean, this poor maiden is level 5
Yeah,
still.
I mean, the
Can't
DJ
find
is
it.
level 7. Somehow he's level 7.
Stampede used by Talon to avoid a fight. And Mongols are like, well, okay, I guess maybe we can push mid now. Well, their Dragon Form's ready to go. Cuckoo's trying to do some pushing. Does put that Blink Dagger on cooldown. That's why he's not dead right now. Finally, the Freezing Field has been leveled. That'll be a tier 1 tower going completely uncontested. So Talon, fine to wait with their time. It's not the way I expected them to play this game, but maybe that's going to change now. Amplify Damager and active for Makoto. He's got the Blink Dagger freshly delivered. Just needs someone to play with here, right? He can't do it alone.
Oh, he needs the supports to follow him. That's for sure.
I'm just... The most shocking thing for me is that Ursa is still able to just calmly farm in front of his tier 1 tower 14 minutes into the game. You know what I mean? Just feels like the laning stage hasn't ended for him.
Yeah, I mean, they can't push him out. I mean, all this Ursa, Lifestealer, mob thing, if you can't push them out of the lane, they're just going to sit there and farm, you know? Because the Sala is not ready to move. He has a dagger now, so he has to...
Yeah.
He has to actually really play a part in this game, you know? The longer they wait, I think it's just going to get harder and harder. Like Talon...
Check out this move from the
I mean,
Mongols.
that's the thing why I didn't really expect the Sala to come out, right? When we were talking about their last pick, the Sala didn't cross online because Sala gives you very little leeway for error. He has a very sharp timing.
Okay. Initiation, Wheel of Wonder. It's good setup, but they're a little bit afraid of the counter initiation. Jokum does catch Bob in the shards, but he's very tanky. Amq ready to fight now with the Battle Fury. Blink Dagger ready to go on the slaughter. They're going to maybe try and smoke and get around on the bridge as Bob is just tanking with the shield rune. Not really sure why he tanked 5 tower shots just to right-click the tower one time, but he has his own methods. We'll let him cook. And now, this is why Mongols are down here in the first place. They want to try and take down this Tormentor. Makoto, he might be able to steal this. His smoke breaks. Oh, he's just going to be too late. It was a very fast Tormentor, actually. As the Stampede on in, does actually finally get some action. Bow support's deleted instantly. Jokum gets on top of Amq, who's completely alone now. Mongols thought that everyone had left the area. Wasn't the case. Cuckoo's Freezing Field gets canceled instantly by the snowball of Jokum. But in the end, it's a fantastic trio of kills here for Talon.
Yeah, that was what the doctor ordered for Talon. They needed something like this to happen. And next, if they can actually make it happen one more time, they'll get Roche with the Slaughter. So they're just continuing moving forward, trying to play some wards, trying to go for more kills. They see DJ, but they found the CM. It's alone. Yeah, probably not gonna get any help from his team here. Coco just gonna go down. But they're gonna get the tower in the bot lane. PA gets the last hit, so that is good. But they need to keep the ball rolling, you know. Just they can't be happy with just that one good fight there. They need another. They need another fight into Roche.
Well, they certainly have the lineup for Roche, though, right? We talked about the minus armor with the tag team. Can be done, but they just need to make sure that they actually get their time alone there in the pit. But the Ursa's finally been booted out of the lane, so Talon can be a little bit happy with that. They're still behind in towers, so we'll see now where they look to try and play for their next set of pickoffs.
In their moving bot again, DJ was there to scout things out. They don't have a ward on the Radiant side.
Yep.
So Bob seems to know something's happening. He's running.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice stun. They're going to counter initiate. DJ gets time still to put himself in the box thanks to the golem being dropped. DJ's still alive. The strongman Tonic Jokum, he's been kited out. Tried to secure the kill. The Stampede was used. It's doomed up still as WS. He will be able to TP safely home. So in the end, it's only just the Tusk dying.
Yeah, not too
for a
bad.
few ultis dropped.
Not too bad for Mongols. I mean, Talon, they have to still keep going, yeah. They force out the Doom, so now they need to try to find something.
Nope, Doom and Golem used. Elder Dragon form should be running out here momentarily. They only use the Stampede, as you say. Again, they don't really have too many cooldowns to be concerned about,
Yeah,
right?
but at the same
really
time, it's hard to make progress, right? Because it's very difficult to force things at the moment, you know. It's not clear what they have to buy on their heroes until they can force things. Maybe the BKB on PA will give them more confidence. But at the same time, if you wait, and Warlock has Rock again, and Doom has his spells up again, then the PA BKB doesn't feel that intimidating, you know. But they're gonna move now when the spells are on cooldown. I like this. Trying to wrap around the Ursa.
This could be a really nice catch. Smokes are breaking. Amq walking into the secret shop. Gets off this Enrage. Walrus Punch here is not really that effective at locking him down. It's Bob and the rest of the heroes TPing on it, try and save their carry. It's not going to get the job done. This Wheel of Wonder could be huge, but the Snowball's even better. Saving them all from the Wheel of Wonder. Bob saved by the box here momentarily.
5 minute
really
fatal
nice fatal bonds. Freezing Field is doing a lot of work here before it's canceled by JG. Everyone is slowly ticking down, but I think they're just going to run out of damage here, Winter. Talon, they will escape your tail between their legs, but otherwise, in fact, they want to go for more. Oh, WS is going to reconsider that after he eats the dagger. He's going to die to it, actually. So he at least will go down, but it's going to be a 4-for-1 trade here in favor of Talon. What a fight for them.
Yeah, that was the snowball of the day right there, ladies and gentlemen. Saving them, dodging the damage from the Wheel of Wonder. Ishan Suri just keeping everyone alive to win them the fight, you know. Otherwise, they would have taken so much damage with the Fatal Bonds plus the Wheel of Wonder.
Yep.
Probably would have at least lost a couple of heroes right from that combo.
I think guaranteed, if the DK is actually able to right-click those heroes when they're in splash range of each other, ooh boy, that is looking very dangerous for them.
Yeah. Talon, you know, saved by the snowball from Joe Camp. Now the game continues. Everyone's alive. They have BKB done on Natsumi. But not like a very scary BKB timing here, because they have a lot of ways to go through it. With the Doom, with the Ursa, with the Warlock. But I feel like overall Mongols are still very happy with the trade. They're getting farm, they're getting scaling. I mean, Ursa died, that sucks, but as long as the game continues going, and you're not losing too much ground on the map, it means that you have a very high likelihood of dragging the game late, and it's going to be very good for you.
Sure. Even against this PA, though,
too, you know? So
aren't we like terrified of PA these days?
Yeah, but you have Midas Doom. Doom is like insane, you know, one of the best late game heroes, you know, once you get there. You
like as an anti-carry kind of, you mean?
Yeah, you have your 25 talent, you have your refreshers, you know, it's just no fighting that guy in the late game. Late game is the absolute playground for Doom, you know, nobody wants to go there.
Let's see what you're saying here. Bob, he wants to go into the enemy triangle. He'll actually maybe find Natsumi, who's blurred up, just jumping into the camp. BKB activated here.
Nice dodge.
Indeed. They have Golem. They're letting to use it. Maybe even a Doom before Natsumi is going to be able to blink straight back to
It's a good win, you know, for Mongols forcing the BKB. That was the 9-second, the freshly purchased BKB, you know, out of the oven.
Oh, they're going to try and Roche off the back of this as well.
Yeah, no BKB on PA. I think this is a good move. They're trying to force them to come over.
So, right?
There's still Golem, there's still Doom. And if you're Talon, you feel like, oh, we can't give the rush, but we can't fight, no BKB.
Yeah, this is going to effectively drag the game out, what, like 3-5 minutes, depending on how long this Aegis lasts. So it's even better.
Yeah, this is really, really nice. You know, Mongols playing the game so nicely, you know, outmaneuvering Talon.
Winter, you always love these kinds of games, don't you? These kinds of slow burn Dota.
Why do you have to bring it up? Can we not remind everyone I'm a boomer?
Sometimes you get really excited over these games. Okay, there's the Rod of Atos for DJ. The combo executed perfectly this time. Jokum unable to snowball to safety.
Yeah, guess what? Rod of Atos.
That's true. Your second favorite thing about this patch?
What's my first favorite thing? Most
Tinker support.
Huh?
You love Tinker support.
I love Tinker. No, that's you.
Yeah, you said that as soon as we were going to finish casting, you were going to queue and play 12 hours straight of Tinker support.
Yeah. Click on my, you know, my profile.
Right.
Tinker support my ass. You know I don't have a Smurf. Tinker's Support is my #1
Bob.
ban list hero.
Uh-oh. He's in trouble here. He is likely to die. I don't really think he's got a way out of this one. Blink Dagger, it's going to be kept on cooldown, and despite his best efforts with the Hurricane Pike, he will go down. He didn't want to go through the Twin Gate. I'm not really sure why.
Yeah. I think he was afraid that they were coming from that angle, you know, from the Lotus Pool. Because I think he knows that he's in a dangerous position. He wants to get out, but he didn't really predict the right way they were coming. And now, oh no, another kill.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this is trouble.
Mongols.
JG, he's going to be in for a rough time here. He can't
Trying
even
to fight here
because it's going to get reflected. He actually still will drop it. Amq, he's going to jump in, do enough damage such that I think the Doom's going to tick him down no matter what. So Amq's going to TP away.
Oh,
No,
this
he's
is a
not actually. The
disaster.
snowball and the Walrus punch is there. And that is only the first life. Sure, they're going to lose WS, but they are going to welcome Amq back with a flurry of spells and damage. Natsumi even lands the killing blow.
This is really, really bad. Mikoto running down the last man standing, the Warlock. The old man. Oh no, he cancelled his TV. The Warlock's gonna die. Oh no. Yeah, guess what's the conversation there, right? The Warlock's probably asking why. What did I do? What did I do to deserve your abandonment, you know? Why did you abandon me? That was such a mental torture. You know? He was like running to his tower. He sees a Stada. Oh, I'm safe. You know, he sees a TP, and then he runs to the tower. The TP stops, and then the Stada continues chasing. You know, so the fish eventually runs the old man down, and he's like looking at his teammate sitting next to him. What did I do today? Did I not make you that wonderful bacon and eggs breakfast? Did I not treat you well enough, Richie? Why have you abandoned me? Another jump onto Doom. Jokem punches
That's a
him
good
out.
one here. The Fatal Bonds, though, could be trouble as Jokum is going to try and survive.
Oh, big
thanks to the
stun.
Stampede,
Three-man
but the
stun.
counter initiation, it's huge.
WS.
Everyone nearly dead. Both of the
Saves the
backline
day.
is dead already. Bob dying up on the high ground. His Talon breaking through the hello Natsumi.
Alright, that
He
is-
says triple kill for him.
That is a mental breakdown right there from Mongols.
This
They're
is
gonna
going
lose
to
all
be a
their
full
heroes.
wipe.
Yeah, they definitely got tilted up from the last move there. Like they were not really sure what to do, then they got caught with that 3-man. They were not ready, basically. They got caught. Amazing 3-man stun from WS, and that was all she wrote, you know, they just bursted the heroes with the PA. And now they've successfully opened up like a 10k lead, more or less. Tormentor's up again, they're already pinging it. I mean, Mongols can still win this game, but they need to get their hits right again, you know. They have to finish this triple BKB on their heroes. I mean, maybe they were talking about like items, right? Because they actually needed to get 3 BKBs, you know, after the dagger and DK. You get the Dragon Lance, but I don't think you can upgrade the pike, right? You need to get BKB. Because all their cores need BKB, and your Doom, he was so greedy, he went Midas into Shivas, right? I think if they were in full control of the game, like before, that was what was happening, the build was going to be okay. But right now, because they've already lost control, then they are going to need their BKBs very, very badly.
Yeah, they are sorely missing that magic immunity.
Yeah.
And now it's going to set them up in a rough place here for the rest of this kind of mid game,
Yeah,
right?
This is going to suck for them.
Having to try and dodge when Talon are starting to find a few of their own peaks here, right? Oh, what? We're actually going to get the cart for WS. He's that's so far at least committing for the Ag Scepter. I guess he could still make a beat. No, he's
Guess
going
who
to get the
is he
Ag.
carting?
I don't know.
The CM! During the freezing field.
I wish to see nothing more than Cuckoo riding in on the back of a majestic centaur. Freezing field.
Let it go, man. Let it go.
What I would do to hear the team comms during that team fight if that combo works for Cuckoo.
Okay, we're probably not going to see it. He's just going to cut the hero that got Doom. That's it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, but you know, we can all dream, right? For if you're playing Maiden and your Centaur cuts you and then you kill everybody.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice if the offlaners sometimes remembered the supports exist?
Yeah, it'd be
But
nice.
no.
Just one time, Richie. All I ask is just one piece of the cake.
It's just not meant to be for us, Winter.
One
We've got to
slice.
bake our own cake. No, we
One
have to be
slice,
happy with it.
One slice of that durian cake.
Why durian, huh? Why don't I was just in Thailand.
Okay, one slice of that red velvet or American
go.
cheesecake,
I was just in Thailand, and you know what their favorite dessert is? Mango sticky rice. Delicious.
Yeah, it's
sweet,
Thailand.
savory, some carbs. Amazing.
Yeah, don't forget what makes the mango sticky rice delicious. The condensed milk.
Isn't it coconut cream?
Oh, yeah, and coconut cream, yes.
Yeah. Here in Malaysia, what do we want for dessert? How about a shrimp paste? Oh my goodness, how about a 3-man stun? Another great initiation
the
here.
cart!
There's going to be the
Run!
cart for the doomed hero. The golem, though, dropped onto 2 of them, as even the Tame the Beast is going to be used, but WS, he's simply too fast. He's going to evacuate Makoto to safety, and now joining the fight is Natsumi. He eats a stun first, activates the BKB, letting loose onto this Ursa Warrior. There's the Wheel of Wonder, but it's not going to do nothing to save him from this fight. Amq's going to drop to Makoto as Kuku lands the killing blow onto JG. DJ's trapped in the Roche pit. He doesn't even have a box for himself anymore. Just drops the whip as soon as he dies. That is going to be the game here soon, Winter. 4-for-none trade. What a team fight.
Yeah, that was like a huge team fight once again, Great moves there by WS, carting the Slaughter, just dragging him away after he got doomed. I mean, they have to realize the only person that can be doomed is the Centaur right now. There is no one else. But because you don't have BKBs, right? So it's very unreliable. They have a lot of stuns. You may argue, okay, they have Slaughter, they have Tusk, they have PA. Why are you talking about the BKB? But the fact is, they're controlled by the Snowball, the CM, Frostbite, the Slow, the Centaur stuns, the Slaughter stuns. There's just so many small little things. You're not dying to those magic damage, but you're getting controlled.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way
And
that
you
PA
can't
will
get to
clean up
your
these fights.
destination,
Talon.
This is a tough loss, for Mongols. If they do lose this game in the end, they have, I guess, one more fight in them. They have to find the Doom onto the Centaur and maybe get a big rock with the Fatal Bonds. Maybe they can still turn this around on the high ground.
And the Talon seem keen to play that 5th game today here. They want to try and take this to a decisive 3rd game to see if they can qualify alongside Boom Esports. That is Jokum actually finding JG, who feels a little out of position here, Winter. I'm not going to lie. He will be easily cleaned up, and he does not have buyback. But Whoopee Cushion at least might be enough to save DJ, but WS is going to cart himself and chase after them, even nearly catching up to Bob.
It feels like they've already checked out. Not really coordinating with their heroes well enough, I mean, at this point, they can't wait for the BKB on the Doom anymore. They just need to go and fight. Group out together, find a position to hold, a ward, high ground ward, and let's take a fight under that ward. If you win, you win. You lose, just go next. Whatever they're doing right now, it's not working, and they're not really accomplishing much. And sometimes when the game becomes like this, it's either like the whole team is not talking to each other anymore, or there's just too many people yelling at each other. That's why the game just becomes so weird.
I see.
I mean, usually
just want
it's
to see them unite on something.
radio silence, usually.
All right. Just all in on Cuckoo and then call it? Is that this kind of a game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm on board, just kill the CM. CM is always I wonder why, it's always CM, when you want to kill that one hero and just leave the game, it's always CM.
It's a good target, when you want to do the Adam 343 always calls it one last team fight for the boys, just like, all right, reset the mental, right, kill the one hero or die trying, and then go next. I hear what you're saying. We'll see though. I mean, maybe Roche is going to be a good objective to fight around, especially still with the Fatal Bonds. We'll see. If Bob's going to be able to pump in the damage. He still does not have BKB, though. He's 1,000 gold short, Winter. What could have potentially been this game had he not upgraded the Pike fully. Jump on in. They're looking for the first Doom on a Cuckoo. I think they're actually trying to go for it. Look at them. They're after Cuckoo. They've taken him down. They've also doomed the PA, but she's right in the back of that carriage, still continuing to battle. Ursa Warrior trying to punch the WS, but he's kicked away now by Jokum, who has the Walrus kick. Stampede allows Natsumi to run in after him, and I think that was the goal. Kill Cuckoo and call it. as Talon, they secure game number 2. We got a 3-game series on our hands here.
Yeah. What's new, you know, Richie? We have been on the road for 3-game series, right from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today's Thursday, so this is nothing new. Nothing new, but more Dota, you know. Everybody wants to watch more Dota. And I feel like I just feel bad, you know, for Mongols because they were just in control throughout the early game. They played a very, very solid, very nice early game just until that point, you know. Just everything collapsed, you know. They got caught with the DK and then they lost heroes left and right. They could have just backed, you know. After Bob died in the bottom and he was farming his BKB, they could have just left, you know, but I'm not sure why they stayed, or they were like, oh, let's kill one more wave, or we can still fight without Bob, you know. And then when they all died, Bob is like in the grave yelling at them, what are you doing? I told you guys to back, blah, 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 blah. They were like yelling. And then next fight, people were like not really thinking straight, and then they ran in, Sandor stuns 3 heroes, die again, and then after that, radio silence. Checked out.
Yeah. After that radio silence, the next fights don't really go your way, and then the next call is just kill Cuckoo, guys. Just kill that maiden. And we'll go to game number 3. Couldn't have gone any other way here. Talon, it wasn't going to be as easy for them as their first match today, where they find a 2-0 without the Trailer Park boys to now face off first the Mongols, where we head to a game 3 winner. We'll be going to DreamLeague Season 26 here following the Rally LAN that's happening next week. Boom Esports is already qualified. SCA gets one last shot here, one more team to represent them. Will it be Team Mongols? Will it be Talon Esports? We're going to go to a quick break. And after that, guys, 5 to 10 minutes, we'll go ahead and decide who it'll be.
A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-trunk tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy. But to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. thine be ilk a joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love, and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His Rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
Hey, hello everyone, and welcome back to Dream League Season 26. The SCA closed qualifiers continue here with Winter, what is going to be our decisive and very last game of these qualifiers. Thanks so much for joining us, folks. We hope you're enjoying the coverage here, Seek Strike, and of course, Winter. Winter, what have you made of our qualifier journey so far? Any lasting impressions? Anything that you've been able to start using more in your pubs? Anything that you hate more that you didn't hate 3 days ago, besides me?
No. All I learned is there is always hope, you know. Everything may look grim, but fear not, you know. PMA. As long as you believe, there is always a chance, you know. Just like this game, you know. Second game, Mongols, they were in full control, but Talent somehow found a way. They found a way with WS Centaur. They came back into the game. PA carried eventually. But the true hero is the Centaur, you know.
Sometimes
all the stomps on 3 heroes.
The stomps were big, I'm not gonna lie, but sometimes all you need is to run away from a fight, and that's what WS provided them a whole lot. We'll see what we have in store for us here, folks, as our third and final draft is well underway. Let's go ahead and jump in and see how things are looking here. And again, I'm saying final, and I mean final, folks. This is only a BO3 series. We will not be playing any more games after this. Winner takes all. Loser does not go to Dream League Season 26.
All or nothing right now. Nature's Prophet is in the game.
Yeah, not banned. First phase. The PA, the
Doom
is in the first phase.
Was it? I think we forgot about this hero.
Let me check.
Nature's Prophet. It is the absolute disgusting OP hero right now. They nerfed the Trion so many times, but it's still so imba. You can't do anything in the lane against it. First, you lose your lane against MP, and then guess what? The MP TP shows up and another lane and wins that lane too, so you lose 2 lanes. Haha. I mean, this hero is just so hard to deal with. Oh my god, Magnus. The hero we have not like, you know, this hero has a very low win rate.
Yeah.
Teams are still.
Yeah. No, we don't like this hero, and you're incorrect. NP was banned first phase both drafts by Talon in both games.
Yeah, but it's Magnus, the answer to MP. I do not know, but Skewer is always nice, you know, against this long-range artillery type of heroes. They want to stand their ground and right-click from far, and you skewer them into your loving arms of your teammates.
Skewer them into an Ursa, into a fuzzy-wuzzy bear.
Yeah, give you a bear hug. Destruction.
Yeah, well,
I would like to see some gap-close hero against this MP, like... I think Dawnbreaker is nice. I mentioned this a little bit to you.
Banned.
Spectre is also nice. Spectre is a bit difficult to pick.
Yeah, the Monkey's banned, the PA's banned.
Yeah, those are the
Who else is your gap close?
Culprits, right? Against
some Storm, some Puck, some Pango.
Sven
We've even seen a bit this tournament.
Is not really seen all the time, but could be a decent answer.
Yeah, really not seen.
Yeah, we'll see what they do. Maybe Magnus is the carry. Who knows?
again, we have not been particularly impressed by the Magnus. Let's see if it'll dazzle us in this third game or not. I've lost a lot of confidence on this hero as a carry anyway. I think as an offlaner, he's still fine.
Yeah, I like that ban. Silencer, very good into the Magnus. Whereas Talon already banned out the Dawnbreaker. Look, you see, I told you I'm onto something. They banned Dawnbreaker. Dawn is
Don't
really...
Talon just pick Tidehunter here, though? Isn't Tide just the pick against Magnus?
Okay, it's not bad. Yeah, you can do it. Tide plus 1 support. Tide plus AA.
Some Muerta, some AA.
Yeah, Tide Muerta, Tide AA is fine. Tide plus... I mean, if they want Wind
Tide
Ranger,
plus Clown.
it's fine.
Yeah.
It's up to them.
I think Talon can kind of decide what kind of mids and other cores they're looking to pick, and when they kind of think about
what is Jokem
the
gonna
support.
play? Jokem is like, give me the Tuss again. I want to play Tuss. Tuss MP is also very strong. Yep, either way you pick one support, and yeah. One support, or even both supports if you want. Like AA Tusk. I mean, they're all very nice here.
I wonder what else they're thinking about. Again, I still like the Tide a lot. I think you're right. Like the Tide and Mag, they both kind of cancel each other out. But in the end, I think it's still better for the Tide Hunter. I think his games have looked better into these Magnuses. Carry or off.
Yeah, but at the same time, you're not really worried about your opponents picking it, right? Because they're not going to 16, 17, very unlikely 16, 17 the Tide and plus 1. So you're going to get the Tide later if you want to. So they go for the Tuss. And what was it I said? AA. It's either AA or CM again. I think those two are very, very nice with these two heroes. AA with Tuss, MP, or CM with Tuss, MP. They are very, very nice.
Okay,
so they go for the CM again. So yeah, it's just nice, you know. You with the Glacier Guard. Because MP kind of wants people to protect him. Tuss can protect with the Snowball. CM can give the buff with the physical damage. The Glacier Guard.
The gap closers.
Yeah, they're also very fast paced because the MP doesn't have a long CD. You want to always keep fighting. Tuss and CM perfect for that. And now Mongols need to find an answer to this Tuss and CM. So they already have a Jack hero. So what is the position for hero here for them? Do they go for double range? Muerta. And Muerta is always nice because the silence is very annoying for Tuss when he's trying to snowball save. Very difficult.
Very true. Yeah, and it's one of those heroes that, you know, it's going to be harder for NP to burst because she can just pierce the veil, right, if he tries to go on her.
Yeah, or they could just, or they could go Windrunner, but Windrunner doesn't really synergize very well with Jakiro. It's Windrunner that's, if they want a melee hero, there is something like a Spirit Breaker. I think SB is semi-decent. It's only decent because of, I see the MP, right, you're trying to gank him, so maybe Spirit Breaker can work, maybe.
Some vision hero? Would you consider like a bounty hunter in along the same vein then?
Bounty not so good I think in the team fight.
Okay.
Not that useful.
That's fair.
But could work. At the same time it could work. In a pub I think it could work, but high level game not very sure whether it's still good, you know.
Well, I have to say I'm a little bit scared to see the DK alongside the Magnus. I think we've seen these two heroes picked with each other a lot.
So it's a melee hero. Silence. This is an anti-snowball too. It's a little bit similar to the Muerta where you can put your calling there. Silence. Night Stalker can just cast your crippling fear and you run in to stop the snowball save. And it's also quite good against MP. When you have your Dark Ascension, you can find him. I think this is a good pick. Totally forgotten about this hero. Yep, Tide here. This is why I say you don't have to rush picking the Tide. There's always this 18 Tide.
True. Make sure you get your favorite supports.
Yeah. Tide CM,
Cuckoo
very, very
itching to
good.
play the maiden again.
Their heroes are very good with each other. A lot of synergy. The Tuss with the Tide, with the Gush, is very strong in the lane. So you have tag team and you shot someone, he Gush, and you're gonna be able to kill the hero. But then again, it's a Jack hero with a lot of minus attack speed, so maybe he can live. But there's a lot of synergy there. So the last hero I would say is they just need again, you know, some Ember Pango type hero to play around. This CM Tuss with Pango is very strong. With Sniper it's very strong.
So you want the physical damage. What about like a Tiny?
Yeah, not bad. With Tiny it's good too. You get to abuse the CM aura. Because Tiny needs a
that's
lot
what I'm
of mana.
thinking. Diversify your damage a little bit, right?
Yeah, they ban out the Slada, but I feel like Slada is not I mean there's some truth to it. They won the last game.
Yeah.
I mean, But I
Yeah,
personally
because
don't
then
really
Talon
like
would just run
Stada.
it back in the lanes,
I
right?
mean, I personally don't like
think what
Stada as a hero that much because I think it's very risky. You have a very small
hear
window
you.
to win the game.
I hear you, but I think Mongols, they're looking at this from a different perspective, right? They're looking kind of at the series as a whole, and they want to make sure that Bob can succeed on whatever hero, because he was a large factor.
Yeah, but then if
in
you
why
think
Mongols
about
won
it, then
game
you
one.
probably have to ban Huskar too, right? Because, well, unless they are, yeah, the DK is probably flex, and so that's why they're not so worried about the Huskar.
Yep. We'll take out the Quap, though.
Yeah, you move
Final
the
bans
DK
for
to the
Talon
carry,
before the
and
23rd.
you become a Frost Dragon against Huskar. So you can't regen.
Oh, it's a sneaky move.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What are we thinking here for Talon, then? Last mid laner coming through. Again, I wouldn't mind like a Puck or a Tiny just to diversify their magic, sorry, their damage
DK.
a little bit.
There's no Puck. Puck is bad here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Either Pango. Is there Ember in the game? No Ember. So there's Puck.
No Ember ban.
Storm.
Tiny?
Pangolier, Tiny, yeah.
Feel like it's solved here. Any other weird heroes they can go for? Some Storm?
5 seconds remaining.
Also like something to maybe give a little bit of vision. I mean, I don't know. I think we've listed a bunch of good, solid suggestions.
I mean, there's one more suggestion. Put the NP mid, pick another carry. But I probably don't like that as much.
Hard on 23rd,
Yeah,
but
because it's
I see what you're saying.
It's 23rd, but you know your lane. It's probably gonna be Night Stalker Magnus, very likely.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
But there's not any carry right now that screams out to me.
Yeah, that's true. The Quap is banned.
Yeah, I think the other suggestions are probably more likely.
You'll see Talon really coming down to the wire here. Cuckoo, what'll it be? Game number 3 to go to DreamLeague Season 26. It's the Razor.
Okay, interesting.
Not what I was
this
expecting.
is also really good with Tusk and CM. I forgot about this hero. Plasma Field when you're fighting in the runes, very good. With CM and Tusk shots, and then you have the Drain. You do a lot of damage. I think it's actually a very good pick. Very good with the Tide too. The Tide and MP. So basically you have these 3 heroes mid, Tusk, CM, Razor, and then MP can TP in, you know. So this is going to be very, very scary. I think they should pick like some Puck right now, some mobile hero. The DK shouldn't go mid. You put the DK in the safe lane. Because you need to anticipate this CM Tusk coming in with the MP TP. So your hero needs to be mobile to run away to escape. So I think Puck is a good hero here.
Yeah, or
it's hard for CM and Tusk to get a Puck too. So
they're gonna go with a Morphling now.
They go with Morphling because of the Razor. They want to. I mean, their lineup is very clunky, very greedy.
Yeah, it's very greedy again. That's always what I'm scared of when I see a Mag and DK together. These two heroes alone are greedy. Bob's probably not going to have such a great laning stage again.
This is quite I think quite hard to pull off. I think they are going to need to do so many things right, you know. On the Mongol side, a very slow draft, but good news is how well they are going to do in the lanes. They have a strong safe lane. It's a Jakiro, decent Jakiro Morphling. Then you have the Magnus plus Night Stalker. Actually, I feel like they might just lose all their lanes now that I think of it.
Whoa. Okay, hold on. That's quite the dire diagnosis here, Doctor. I'm sure I'd like to get a second opinion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me
Ask our observer.
Give me a second opinion.
Because ask Elo. Give him your opinion.
Okay. What I see here is some stronger. The 3-on-3 is not really that good. The vision game for Mongols is going to excel.
Because of the NS ulti. They have to get
of the
a lot of
Night
value out of this NS pick. He needs to do so much on DJ to give them a chance, right? If he doesn't do a lot, say the lane goes really badly, he gets level 6 slow. Because they might just run over the lane, get the shrines with the MP TP in. If they steal the shrine, your NS will get level 6 very slow, like 13-14 minutes. And then by then, you're already in such a big deficit. And how are you going to fight back, you know, when they group up together? I
agree.
You're going to be in a deficit. The Tide will come in with some aura item. And then MP will
And
have
a
his
Ravage.
first item TPing in with CM Tusk, and then the Razor with BKB, early BKB. It's going to be very tough.
Look, I hear you, and I don't disagree with you either. And in fact, what we've seen a lot whenever there's a mid Dragon Knight, he tends to drag his supports with him, and it does tend to cost him their experience gain as well. And I agree with you. I think if you're going to try and make this Night Stalker shine, well, I just don't know if you're setting yourself up all that well, right? Given the fact that the lanes are hard, and with the DK, he's naturally going to be pulling him away. We'll see how things get going now as Talon and the Mongols heading up against each other in game number 3. Winner goes to Dream League Season 26
All
alongside
or
Boom
nothing, Richie.
Esports.
Everything
Loser?
on the line. Loser goes
get
home
nothing.
and gets a plate of
They get
nasi
pizza.
lemak. That's
They
it.
get pizza, not even
Pizza? Okay.
pizza.
You know, the pizza with just no toppings, only cheese. Only cheese and the Alfredo sauce or whatever, the sauce, you know, the tomato sauce.
I wouldn't be a fan. If I was going to get kicked, I'd at least want a nice pizza. Don't at least give me like,
What would
you know,
be a
mushrooms
nice
and pepperoni.
pizza for you?
Some mushrooms and pepperoni. If you really want to be nice, fly in a pizza from my home city of Chicago, and then I'll be like, all right, you know what? Respect. You know, we can leave. I'll even come back
I would
to
want
this team.
a quarter fromage with honey.
But if you get me like a Pizza Hut, you know, 2 for $20 deal, and you're like, hey, sorry, we got to talk, man. We got to talk about your future on this team. I'd be like, are you kidding me? With the Domino's pizza? I would not be happy. Played a nasi lemak, though. Now we're talking. We're in
I should
business.
appreciate there's still a pizza or nasi lemak for you. Some people
I suppose
just
so.
get sent home on a flight, you know? Nothing. Just eat on the flight.
Wow. They get the Air Asian nasi lemak.
Oh, it's pretty good actually. If you had tried one of
I
those,
know, I
it's pretty
agree.
good.
It's not it's not bad. We'll see how this game's get going. It's always funny, right? I'm used to seeing it more, but I'm always interested to see how the teams react around this facet for our Night Stalker DJ, who has to do a lot this game with this Night Rain facet, and hopefully able to get a faster level 6. And, well, give his team the vision that they need to try and take this game.
Bob gives Cuckoo again, you know, a tip. We're going to all in kill you. Be ready. You like playing CM? We're gonna kill you again. Easy to kill.
Yeah, this poor bullied hero, man. No one knows how hard it is to be a maiden in the laning stage. See how things get going here. Lots of contests for the runes, though. In the end, it'll still be 2 apiece with a small link on the Bob, Bloody Grenade, and the tag team. This is going to be a ton of damage. Actually, with the Gush, it's even going to be more than that. It'll be just First Blood. That is a scary start now, as Bob will get the tips flowing back in his direction. The smiley faces from Cuckoo, and First Blood for his mid laner.
Yeah, very, very big. We just said that they might lose all the lanes, or I said that they might lose all their lanes, and this is not a good look. To start the game, Razor against DK is already a tough, not an easy lane for DK.
Yeah. And even less so when he starts basically with the full bottle on this Razor, so he can spam you in the lane. Beautiful start, though, for Talon. Applying pressure straight out of the gates.
Yeah, how about the other
I
lanes?
think
Which is the lane that's going to be probably fun? Probably bot lane.
Bottom is going to be these skipping shenanigans
No,
again.
I mean, top is the same, right? Like double melee, they're going to try to...
Yeah. A lot of skips.
DJ didn't
A lot
skip the
of
lane.
skips here.
He didn't pull the wave. They're just playing the lane. I like it, you know, when players attempt to play the lane like honest men. Just play the lane as it's supposed to be played. Go to the lane, hit creeps, wave aggro, and try the last hit instead of like dragging the creeps from A to B to C to D to E.
Right. Getting behind the tower.
Going to the mid lane,
You know,
going to the jungle, going to the
they
room.
play with no honor. They play with absolutely no honor.
Yeah, there is.
But,
no
you know,
honor.
it wins them games, man. It wins them games, doesn't it? And that's really, at the end of the day, the only thing that matters. Look, I mean, look at WS, man. This is not where Ice Frog and Ted did the creeps to meet. This is not right. This is not where they should be meeting.
But would you actually remove this? So, say you can change the creep aggro, and you make it so that it can only be aggroed by neutral creeps, not heroes.
I don't know, to be honest, because I think it does have a place in the game. Otherwise, like, I do think games would be extremely one-sided.
Yeah,
Like,
you
there's a
just
reason
pick
why
lane
pros do
dominators,
this.
right? Because there's no way to play around it.
So I get it. At the same time, I would like to see a little bit more counterplay or like some way to make it a bit more difficult. Because like just depending on the heroes that you have, that sometimes there's just, if you're like a warlock, like what are you gonna do if an ET is trying to skip the waves? You know, like what can you do? Make
Shadow
soup on
word.
him? Like that's right. Like it's gonna do nothing. There are these kinds of heroes that exist in the game, and maybe that's part of building a well-balanced draft to be able to to win. But at the same time, like I don't know. I don't know if I love it.
Yeah, you don't like taking away all this like variety. Like you don't want like every game both teams playing the same way because there's no choice, right?
Yeah, exactly. In a way, that's almost as worse, if not even worse, than just removing the creep skipping mechanic. I'm not sure. I'm conflicted on it. I think it definitely should exist, but I also think it's maybe a little bit too strong right now. I don't know what you do though, right? Because the last time they tried to like really nerf the jungle and everything was they made camp spawn like every 2 minutes, and then all this other shenanigans that just didn't really feel like it was solving the issue either.
Yeah, it's tough.
Strong starts, though.
It's very tough to balance a very complicated game. So props to the people
sure.
doing it, keeping us
Of course.
all nerds sucked on
Of course.
addicted to the game.
They do their best. Yeah, they absolutely do their best. And I think they've done a wonderful job with it. But it's only natural for us that we always want to get more of this lovely game. This is a really rough start, I have to say, for the Mongols. At least JG is going to be able to heal back up. He's got brown boots of speed ready to go, but DJ being unable to skip these waves, probably because Cuckoo can just bite him and, he'll end up dying, really. It's ended up being a very difficult start for this Radiant Mongol side.
We don't need the top lane stuff for them, right? And, like DK is doing okay, mate. It's just one CS behind
Recovering.
the Razor.
Yeah,
Two
he's
CS.
recovering.
Morphin is doing okay against the Tide. It's just the top lane. The Magnus lane.
Yeah, but the top lane, we think is the one that needs to do a bit better. And here's Amq now. He's going to get ganked with the Tide, with the tag team and the Gush.
Holy,
Cuckoo
4
even here to
heroes
close
out
the
of
door.
nowhere.
Yeah, just like that through the Twin Gate.
And the NP TPing in. Thank you very much.
And that is the one lane that was going pretty well, right? No longer. It's tough. I mean, Talon, they really feel like a way that they can dismantle this Mongols lineup is to play a very tempo-based game, right? And I can't disagree with them. They look so much more confident in control already. I mean, look at them go mid. Bob will have his level 6 delayed. I don't think he's going to have it for the power rune fight. And then, again, the problem is when you have a mid laner like a DK, when you need a lot more support in a bad matchup, it's going to pull away the supports even longer. Now it's daytime. DJ's only level 3. What is he going to do?
And you're also playing to the MP. So MP can always come, That's why you're supposed to be on high alert all the time, And DJ can only fight when it's night or when he has level 6, That's the issue with this hero on support. And right now, Talon, once again, being super aggressive with this CM toss. CM is bottom again. He's coming in. MP has a TP. They're coming in bot. Party again. Brown number 2.
Again, this time they will initiate on a
Amq.
castaway. The stick is going to buy him a little bit of extra time to ensure that Amq at least is going to be able to pull away the creep
DJ
wave.
is
But
here with a blood
Cuckoo's
grenade.
also come through the gate again. Cuckoo is still only level 3. DJ, he's thrown basically everything he has here. He's got wand charges at least for a silence or something, but they will ignore him and go straight for the Morphlane. Goodness.
Oh my god, he didn't even have time for the wave. Damn. This is really, really bad right now. DJ's gonna die too.
Yeah, they knew he couldn't really do anything. I mean, it's daytime. What's he going to do? He barely killed a few of the creeps. WS tanking for the wagon here. And they will be able to get this tier 1 tower easily. Meanwhile, you'll look mid. Bob's still only level 5. He's about to get it now on this creep. There he is. He's level 6. But Makoto is absolutely bullying him. He's in control of this mid lane. And he's not dominating, right? But he is in control.
Well, Bob's not doing too bad, yeah. In terms of CS. He's on equal footing, 35. Yeah, this is actually not good. It's not going too bad for Mongols, I think, overall. They just need to find a way to get level 6 on their supports, especially the Night Stalker. Then they can maybe try to get a couple of kills with it.
Okay, tower
Yeah,
siege
but
mid
this
lane.
Morphing's game has been destroyed after those 2 back-to-back deaths.
Yeah, that's what's troubling for him. Morphling likes to try and be one of those unkillable, unbootable heroes from the lane, but he's lost his tower, and if he shows again, I think Natsumi is going to be all too keen to TP in and, you know, kind of own him another time. Jokum's put a ward in the enemy triangle to see if there's any like stacks or something, but no, there's actually nothing there. I just wonder when this team will be able to... I'm like clicking around on heroes, I'm looking at items, I'm thinking about spells. We're going to have an RP relatively soon for JG. Bob in trouble mid lane, the ice shards, and Jokum with the tag team there. Castaway doing what he can, but the ice path's going to miss Makoto, who has a lot of damage now, stolen up 69 damage. Very nice. And it's going to even be a triple kill for him as well here in the mid lane. Jokum's not even going to die. 8 unanswered kills.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
probably this mid
is
lane
the
tier 1
power
tower.
of the CM task with the MP, you know? They're just moving around with the Razor. They're always backing him out. And now, like you said, 8 unanswered kill. JG's going to get a tower for his troubles, but at what cost, you know? They have to make something happen really quickly. Now, Night Stalker is level 4, almost level 5. So I feel like they need to just give him a lane or somewhere to get level 6 somehow. Somebody needs to go jungle, vacate a lane. And their heroes are going to be very, very big soon, you know, if they don't get their level 6.
Hey, we didn't really talk about this, but WS did go for a slightly less seen facet. Yeah, he's gone for Kraken Swell and maxed Anchor Smash, of course, to go along with it. 4 damage block so far.
He has 4 stacks right now. I mean, it's going to be like a very aggressive game, right? So he's expecting the MP to TPing in to help him get kills, so he feels like he can get some stacks. Maybe that's why he went for this facet this game.
That's true. It'll help him frontline if they intend to siege extremely early on as well, right? So I think it's an interesting choice, right? If you don't see yourself getting past like level 20, if you think this game is going to end soon. This Amplified Damage rune ready to go on Makoto. Natsumi's almost got his Maelstrom online. DJ is getting some experience up top, level 6.
In trouble.
But they're going to chase him down. Natsumi's slowed a bit here by that shockwave, but WS isn't going to be able to do too much about it now. DJ dead inside of the Sprout. Talon extend their net worth lead to 5k and have nearly 10 unanswered kills here at the moment as we go into the second nighttime here at 10 minutes in.
Yep, Shirun. Mikoto has amplified damage and Shirun. Good luck fighting that Razor. The DJ is almost level 6, half a level more. I think they need to give him
He's getting
a
there.
lane or something. Yeah, he needs to be given a lane.
Yeah, he needs something. JG, what do you need experience for, bro? You don't even have RP. Go away.
Yeah, he's going to take the top wave. I like it. They just need
But they're
to
smoking
send the
after him
mag into
already.
jungle and give the NS the lane.
They're going to smoke in after him. He will get some good experience from this. That is very well worth it. JG might end up sacrificing himself. It seems like he will slip in between this smoke gank, though. DJ, oh no, he's getting greedy. He wants the car. Oh, you never take the car. Does have level 6.
Oh no, he's
activates
gonna
the
die
Dark
with the
Ascension,
6.
but he's rooted up. The Frostbite
Oh no.
is killed
Oh
immediately
no.
after getting level 6.
Alright, that's like a GG. It's very close.
That's why you don't take the car, Winter. You never last hit the car.
No, it's fine if he takes the car. I think it's fine if even if he dies, but just don't pop the ulti.
No.
Because they need the ulti plus the dagger on the Magnus to make the next move, right? Right now, then what? The Magnus has dagger, but who's going to play him?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And now Castaway, he is going to get killed by Cuckoo. The support's moving aggressively into the enemy triangle. That's how confident Talon are feeling at the moment. 11 unanswered kills as we hit a pause quickly. Makoto's like, are we queued against bots? Is this the right game? Sorry. Oh, okay, my bad. We're good. Super strong showing from Talon here.
And it's going to be a very long time before Mongols can fight. Very long time. And it's going to be a very tough game.
JG at least escapes there, uses the Blink Dagger to get across the bridge, but his tier 1 tower is no longer in the material world. Just a brutal game here, honestly, Winter. Castaway still not up to level 6, 12 minutes in. I mean, WS doesn't even have a point in Ravage. It's not even like they're just being out team fought or anything. It's just kind of like a beatdown from the lanes, unfortunately, like you said. The only reason I'm sad to say it is because it's unfortunately just makes for very difficult games to come back from, right, when you do lose all 3 of your lanes.
Yeah, it's tough.
Mongols have very few.
Nature's Prophet, and they have opted to go for this like very slow lineup. So what can you do? You know, and it's Razor with CM Plus with the MP just running rampant over them.
That's a really aggressive wall response by Joachim. He might pay the price here, Bob.
He has backup though.
The stun out, actually. There is backup. Makoto has the link out, but he only stole 14 damage. This might be a fight. DJ, no Dark Ascension for 15 seconds as they catch Natsumi. There's going to be the skill point in the Ravage, though. That's going to put an end to this fight as Bob and Castaway both get dropped. Makoto on a wicked 6 streak.
Oh my, this
Talent
is
extend
getting very
the
ugly.
lead 13-0.
When is the first kill for Mongols going to come, you know? It's tough. They still haven't really get to use the Night Stalker to do something. They have to make it happen now, right now, when the rest of the team is alive. With the Dagger on the DK, Dagger on the Magnus, they need to go right now.
It's ready. The spell's are ready. They don't have an Elder Dragon form, but they do have this double Blink Dagger. Mongols need to find an opening here. Q farming fine. Like he's far behind, but he at least has a Vlad's on the Morphlane. I'm not sure what more you could ask of him considering the way that he got ganked. Here we go. Smoke play now. They actually don't have Macropire quite yet. Castaway still not up to level 6, 14 minutes in, as they will try and
they land a
bait the
scam.
rune.
Oh my god, they know.
Yeah. Nice play there. DJ, he's going in a little aggressively here. Again, he does have this Dark Ascension, but they won't find anything but just the Greater Treant. Very frustrating. I mean, phenomenal map read by Talon, right? First of all, you got to give him credit. Very, very good read. They will just simply farm the other side of the map.
Yeah, from the other side of the map, wait for their Ravage. They're just waiting for the cooldown. He already has Dagger on tight. He's tipping it in. They want to take this without the Ravage. He thinks he can't die.
Yeah, 40 seconds. Does have Vlad's and now maxed Kraken Shell. The team smoked behind him here with their ults ready to go.
For the Tormentor. If they die in the Tormentor, then it's going to be over. They're going to set up for the Tormentor top. It's like 15, 15 is going to go top.
Yep. I don't think Talon can do it in those 15 seconds.
10,
Cast
15
away.
seconds.
It's going to be good. No, they can't. They need to be hitting it already, I think.
Yeah, they can't now. They have to go through the gate.
But Mongols aren't set up top lane to take it either, unfortunately. So as the Tormentor moves, Talon will move with it. And it should be their first objective for them here as well. So you can see Mongols are drawing lines with DJs like, guys, next best thing, just keep the waves pushed out. We can't fight them here. So down goes the Tormentor.
Wonderful. Shot for the CM. Now you can rush your Aether Lens. This build is actually really strong. Like you gotta know, then you got the shot, then you get Aether Lens. In a game where you're running over your opponents, it's very, very strong. Because it allows you to be very mobile. You clear creeps quickly with the shot. And you have mana regen because you have the energy booster plus the Void Stone, you know, from the Aether Lens. Solves all your problems.
Nice build indeed. Got a little bit of that mobility with the Crystal Clone. Some combo bacon potential. As Mongols still looking for their first kill here. Looking for their second tower down bottom. They think they can make a go at it here. Kodo has a full SNY, by the way, in his build, as they will kick things off now onto this Morphlane. Will commit the waveform now, but WS catches him here with the dead in the water, and that is a hard counter here against this Morphlane. Rooted up, he can't even kill the darn anchor now before he goes down. That is 14 straight kills now. Fantastic response out from Talon. The Blink Dagger really shocking him there.
Man, they just can't catch a break. Mongols still 0 kills. They are doing another smoke. Okay, this needs to go. Needs to work. But DK is losing his dragon form. He won't have his dragon form when they land on the hero. But meanwhile,
And who are they gonna
Natsumi
get?
already TP's out, you know. He's
Yeah.
going to
Who are they
join his
gonna
team for
get?
Roche.
Wow.
Again, you know.
I mean, a clean game from Talon. I'm just right now completely outclassing the Mongols.
No kills. Okay, they see Cuckoo. They're gonna get 1 kill.
Oh,
They're gonna get Cuckoo.
You walked into the wrong neighborhood. What do you know about going 0-14?
Tip him. Bob is gonna tip
fire him. Yeah.
1 kill.
Yeah, that's nice. What do you think about that, Cuckoo? Pick maiden again, won't you?
Why the
Nobody
hate?
gets 15
Why the hate,
unanswered kills
Garcia?
against the
Why?
Mongols. Let it be known. Let it be known, folks.
Why do you hate?
How much was he worth?
Crystal Maiden.
He was worth 700 gold. It's not bad. 750 gold.
Yeah, usually she's worth less, you know. Like 200 gold. She's just a wave of creeps, you know. That's how useless she is.
As fast as one too. As swift as them, as she says. Well, a single kill here, but of course it's a traded CM5 in exchange for a free first Roche. Aegis in the inventory of Makoto, as Dead in the Water is going to end up catching Bob here, even deader now inside of the Sprout. No way for him to escape
That's
here.
right.
Cuckoo trying to leap over
Nope,
the gap.
they got
He's
him
actually
slow.
in the trees, but I think he's still dead. Yeah, another Gush, this armor at the blink forward, and we are up to 12 additional Kraken Swells. Jokum hunting down bottom. He's actually already got himself that blink dagger, does he? I don't believe there's anywhere Castaway is going to escape here, as the tag team damage is absolutely shredding these heroes, Winter.
Everywhere they go, Nature's Prophet is there.
It's quite the lineup that Talon have given themselves, you know. It's hard to imagine almost a better lineup that you would want to have after winning all 3 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I'm watching EG and NADPC Tier 1, you know? Oh, Natsumi, this could be something. Okay, the silence. He actually does not have any defensive items here. Amkyu's just going to punch into him. A huge kill. There we go.
1,000 gold.
And on to the best hero.
A step in the right direction. So they need a couple more of those, Rishi.
Yeah.
More.
Yeah, they do. But that's, again, like you say, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and that was the first step, a big kill. T-Jet, he's going to be able to TP away from that. No problems there. As Makoto, no Yules on this build, he's just going to go into the BKB next. And without the Tusk nearby, they will struggle to cancel a lot of the TPs. But Cuckoo does have that Aether Lens finish, so these items are coming online one after the other after the other. What about for the Mongols, though? What do we have cooking here? Castaway, certainly on a balling on a budget build, but almost has a 4 staff. It's not half bad. Ooh, and Winter, what do you think about this game? Last game you were questioning Bob's decision to go for a full Hurricane Pike after the dagger. You would have preferred a BKB. Do you feel similarly about this game, considering it's the same support?
No, this game the Pike has a lot of utility. 4 staff away from Razor, the shots, the MP Sprout. So yeah, this game is different.
Kill there on a JG. Just gets caught trying to farm in the lane. Not his part of the map to farm in. Oh, and there's another one in the mid lane, and we are up to 16 blocked damage on Kraken Swell. Careful here. We are just sweeping across the map. Thankfully, Amkyu, he will be able to avoid detection. He's got that Curse of the Old Growth on Knots. DJ, though, not as lucky. He's going to get caught here. And WS is up to 20 now. Kraken Swell damage block after that last bit of damage. He's a lot, man. He's 95 damage blocked on every auto attack. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, how many more items the Morphic needs to punch through this tide?
He needs BKB, he needs Butterfly and Silver Edge, maybe?
Yeah, Silver Edge for sure. He needs Silver Edge.
Oh, Bob. Okay, good 4-step away. He should be safe and sound from here. Makoto did pop the ulti, but Bob's used his stun to just get to a safer position to make sure that he doesn't die immediately. So, unfortunately for them, no chance to counter-initiate. Makoto quickly TPing on back. JG, it's good that there was a haste rune. I think any other rune probably doesn't end that well for him there, considering that there's sentries covering the mid lane for him. Scary moment, huh? But Talon continuing, I don't know, like this kind of a chokehold. The net worth lead has, you know, the descent has slightly, you know, slowed, but Mongol's still certainly sitting far behind. 2-19, 22 minutes in, with a 10 to 11k net worth lead now in favor of Talon Esports. What's kind of rough is that against this lineup as well, Winter, it's not really one where you can like start cutting waves and really just focusing on the split push game, is it? Because they just are extremely mobile based on this MP.
Yeah, it's the power of MP for you. Tusk. Oh,
yeah, pretty good dodge there. He's going to actually return the favor. Joker's going to have to run for it as Omq getting his damage sapped on through. JG gets his Blink Dagger canceled by the Wrath of Nature as Makoto gives even further chase. Omq uses the shards aggressively. A very nice stun at least stops Natsumi from getting involved, but Makoto does not have the damage to kill the Morphling through the TP. What? Wow, Bob got punched up there, huh? Well, now he's going to be trapped. I'm not sure how he ended up there. DJ, he's going to take this opportunity to ult in. It's a nice two-man. They have the damage at least for the Tusk. But after that, it's simply overwhelming here. Makoto on the double kill. Omq lived.
Did he get up there?
I don't know.
Maybe it was the 4-star. He was 4-staffing and then he got
4-staffed?
punched during the 4-star.
Must have.
And he
Must
ended
be.
on the cliff.
Must be.
Somehow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but that was like a pretty close attempt. You know. They were almost gonna be able to get something out of that. You know. Ravage only landed on the Jakiro. They were in a decent position.
Middle tower has fallen.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's
It's,
a
it's-
closer game, I think they could have definitely won that fight.
I mean, it's not a fight that. Oh, sorry, my cat bit me. It's not a fight that. Wow, she just totally stunned me here for a second. It's not a fight that like necessarily leads them to. Well, I say that as DJ is getting ran down. He's very quick here in the nighttime.
Yeah,
to
nighttime,
avoid
running with
capture.
the River, you're gonna be fast.
Yeah, Makoto does catch a glimpse of him, but can't even catch up to him. Even that Dynamo is unable to find him, that unstable current. But it's not like a fight that necessarily leads Talon to getting a whole lot either, right? The Tier 2's still alive. They did have to kind of back up after that fight. The kill into Jokum was, you know, still worth like 750 gold, so it's something. Talon, I mean, again, they just get stronger and stronger here as the game continues, seemingly.
Oh, this is gonna be a big fight here. They're trying to go for the Tide. They think the Tide is alone, but his teammates are already here.
Okay, they have to skewer back though onto Jokum. And the RP's committed. JG trying to escape, but Cuckoo's there to shut him down with that Frostbite. That is pain. That is pain. Castaway at least is able to TP away before the NP kills him. They already have a Gem of True Sight online, by the way, for Talon. Such is the elite that they have built, as we can rejoice in the chat. And to the blessed number appears before us. A most fortunate omen.
A good omen?
For Talon Esports. A good omen for Talon.
It's only a good
For
omen if
DreamLeague
the
Season
game
26.
ends, right? On this score.
Yes. I don't know, actually. But we have arrived.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At this auspicious moment. Jokum? Just gonna find another kill, yeah?
It's a silence up, actually. They're going to commit the ulti. DJ is going to end up seeing a lot more
he says
heroes than he
punch.
bargained for. As Omq, able to escape, punch, unable to actually catch him. Instead, it's DJ
Oh,
dying.
that was lucky. The Sprout actually ended up protecting the Morphling.
Yeah, it did. WS. Can WS kill him by himself? No, he cannot. There is a TP incoming, though, from the NP shortly, I'd have to imagine. It's kind of a scary moment here. WS, ooh, miss blink there by JG, so he didn't have an angle to skewer him back.
I mean, it's tough, you know, playing from behind against this MP. I mean, I think Mongols, they're doing a good job enough to keep themselves afloat. The goalie is not really growing to a crazy level. They're pushing all the waves. They're trying to use the supports to die, you know, so that the cores can actually get a lot more farm out of the map. But it's just tough, you know, because the talent lineup, they're really quick. The moment they see you, the MP is going to be on your tail and they can catch you very quickly.
Yeah. It feels very... What's the word I'm looking for? It's very oppressive.
Yeah, very
this kind of a
suffocating.
lineup,
MP
right?
is like one of the worst heroes to be, you know, to play
lose
in
early
this
against.
position.
Yeah.
When you're playing against MP and you're behind, you lose your lanes like this. It's very hard to get out of the map, and he's always shoving the waves to your face. And it gives his supports a lot of room to maneuver. It's easy for them to run around with smokes to catch you and place deep observer wards. The wards that they're placing are always in the jungle. They see the camps. Every time you walk past the camps, they're going to run at you.
Careful here. Careful here, Jokum. He's going to ignore the Night Stalker. He wants a bigger fish, and he will at least go fishing and find this Morphling. Morphling has a BKB.
Oh, they got him.
No. Really nice usage of the shards there. Omq, he's got BKB, but I don't think he's going to bother using it. Snowball buys him a bit more time. He's going to snowball onto Makoto, get rooted in place, and taken down. Well played by Jokum.
Yeah, very nice.
Well played.
He saved one of his stuns, and yeah, that was it. Catches him, punch. Can't BKB TP because he has punch.
Yeah, tried to hide behind the trees, but Jokum was on them. Well played. Very, very well played. But saves the 8-second BKB charge. You know, got to look at the bright side in these kinds of games. WS, he's farming completely alone. He thinks he can take this Night Stalker. He might be right. Still has, yeah, plenty of lifesteal really to continue diving here. This damage block, he's just going to ravage. WS, it's the WS show now. Gets a 4-step forward. That last gush, though, as WS spits on him to get the kill. Backstrokes into the base. He's actually just limited on his mana here, basically, before he can escape. Elsewhere on the map, they are able to get Bob.
Yeah, Jokum absolutely redlining his game there. He baited Bob because he looked like he could kill Jokum, and he committed for it, and Jokum kind of doesn't die, you know, until the end, you know. The Sprout from Natsumi kind of protected him, but they didn't even need it, you know. He was able to get out, you know. Just well played by Jokum, just playing his hero to his limits. It's very, very difficult, you know, when your opponents are playing this well. It's hard to get anything out of the map, you know. It's like trying to squeeze water out of the stone, you know, with your Mongols. Trying to get anything they can find in the map. It's just not working, you know.
No, it's not coming together. I mean, the good thing about this iteration of Dota is the map is so big that they can still find a little bit of farm and, you know,
not against
occasionally
MP.
find the
I
space.
think against any other hero, you probably have a pretty good shot, but Nature's Prophet just doesn't allow you to do that.
Okay, you know what? That's a very fair counterpoint.
That's why I said I really like the CM task with the Razor plus the MP, because they are going to be able to dictate a lot of the game when they get a small little advantage from the lane and they snowball it, you know, throughout. I mean, they use every little advantage to squeeze out kill after kill. They chase them down. They place very, very deep observer wards because they were able to shove out the waves, and every time the enemy walks past the wards, the vision, they get kills.
Yeah, really nice warding. I think a replay to study if you're trying to find some better wards, right? That's certainly at least one bright side of this game, because it's been pretty one-sided for the entire 30 minutes we've been in this game. 19k the net worth lead now for Talon as they have second Aegis online, this extremely farmed NP. And by the way, they're hunting for Bob. He once again has walked past an observer ward. Jokum trying to set up as Bob shows on the wave. There's going to be the snowball in. Curse of the Old Growth. Bob is not going anywhere, Winter. Look at that tag team damage alongside the Revenant's Brooch. It is brutal. WS, he's just going into the base, man. He's got Ravage. He might just solo Ravage here again. He's not even going to need it, actually. This is another Anchor Smash kill up to 28. Kraken Swell as Jokum, he is going to go down. That's something. DJ and Omq able to put together a kill themselves. Assuming really abusing the vision he gets from that Curse of the Old Growth and a Hurricane Pike. That's a really nice combo there for himself.
Yeah, and now WS has level 20, so he has Kraken Anchor Smash affects buildings. So he can push.
He's literally taking no damage, by the way, from this tier 3 tower, I think. That's ridiculous. There's just so much armor. just doesn't care, man. He just doesn't care. Minus 103. What a reduction. Roshan Banner plants it down. Talon, even without the Tusk, they easily claim the lane of Barracks, but that's going to be a good catch now as they push him into the silence. The 4-step to get out. WS, he's going to get the Ravage out, but Amq's faster on that BKB. The Mongols, signs of life as they utilize the displacement here on the Magnus to try and get anything out of this game still. Bob, not landing a stun here, unfortunately for him. Talon, they still get out with the mid lane of creeps, but it is at least a decent catch there. How much was that fish worth? Quite the catch, my goodness. 1,700 gold. It's a 2K gold swing there on that one kill.
A punch, you know, with the butterfly there. He actually took so much damage. I thought with all the stacks that he has, with the Kraken Shell plus everything, so it's like almost 100 plus damage block, 110.
Yeah.
He would have actually maybe lived there, but just way too much damage from Morphling. Yeah. Morphling did like 1,300 damage in like a couple of seconds there. Yeah, have to respect the Morphling, you know, he can still die as the Tide, so he buys a Ghost Scepter right away.
Oh goodness, we see this so much, man. All these offlaners buying Glimmer Capes and Ghost Scepters. They're telling the supports, no, buy the Vlads. Get drums. What year are we living in? What is this?
Yeah, Dota has come a long way. Yeah,
Yeah, it really
a
has.
totally different game. Back then, you see a support. All you have in your inventory, guess what? Bracers.
Brown boots, bracers, wards, dust.
Oh well, actually, to think about that, bracers has been a meta a couple of months ago, when they gave like the double attributes after 25, so supports will actually still buy it because of the value.
Yep.
Not even just supports, you know, the cores were buying it.
Yeah, a lot of other cores. Remember the Lone Druid, build on the bear and then buy 5 null talismans on your hero. Or Wraith Bands, I think, actually. Oh, goodness, they push so fast, man. They're going to go right up to the high ground here. They still have a minute left on the Aegis. MKB is going to get delivered here? Can that be with that much spare gold in the bank? For Natsumi? I think so.
I mean, after all, he's
Poke up the high ground
25k
here.
net worth at 34 minutes, you know. He is rich.
Yeah, that's...
He is
true. Oh, they're trying to bait this. Okay. Amplified damage rune. Nice. Cuckoo saw them take the rune with his courier. Very heads-up play, so they're now repositioning Jokum out front to break the smoke. Gets the blink out. DJ, though, does give his team vision, but he's already used the silence here.
Morphling is very
a little
strong.
bit too early. They're going to have another silence here. They still have this Dark Ascension, so the vision's fantastic. They're making the jump. They want to kill Cuckoo first, and he is going to die. They end up pushing him back on, and he is now safe with that Ghost Scepter. It's forced back to his team. WS lets loose on the Ravage. Doesn't catch a single hero that time.
All right.
There's
your
not
chance.
ideal.
Mongols are going to go.
He doesn't get much with this DD rune, but he is going to start hitting some heroes now. JG looking for an RP. Doesn't actually end up finding one there. WS safe and sound underneath the Ghost Scepter. That's going to be a great macro here. Look at him go. Look at him burn. Jokum running on in as they have lost vision out from DJ's Dark Ascension. Now Talon, they have stretched this fight out such that the Mongols, they no longer feel so confident here. BKB forced out by Bob as they will skewer Jokum further back into the base. That's a third Ghost Scepter on this team. But it's not going to last long enough here for Jokum. Amq has at least a dispel to get himself out of harm's way, but I think he waveformed into this one. It's going to force the BKB. Natsumi's up on the high ground. He's caught Bob. Bob still tanky. Side, but is eventually taken down as Natsumi focuses his fire down onto him. A 1-for-1 trade as Talon. The beautiful team fighting from, I mean, besides the missed Ravage, beautiful team fighting from everyone.
Yeah, especially Mongols, you know, holding them for a 1-for-1 trade with a 20k deficit. That is some fight there.
Very respectable.
They would have definitely hoped to get more, you know, seeing the Ravage actually just whiff, you know, not landing on any hero at all. Game goes on, you know, there is still hope. But then again, that was like a AD damage fight, you know. Morphling had AD that fight. So you're not going to get too many opportunities like that.
That's true. Ravage still on cooldown. They did not use the RP, and there's 8 seconds left until we have another Dark Ascension. Mongols, do they have a smoke? They do. They've got one on Castaway. So they could still potentially find another fight here. Question is, do you want to fight now, or do you want to wait at least a little bit longer so we could be in this Roche window? I feel like they don't have a chance. I think might just have to go now. How many Ghost Scepters do I have, by the way, on Talon? It is 3, right? Yeah, 3. Everyone but everyone but Makoto and Natsumi's got a Ghost Scepter. So now I feel like this Morphling needs a Nullifier. Or a Revenant's Brooch. Okay, that's going to be a nice catch. Jokum, again, the Ghost Scepter buying him precious time here as he gets
What
forced
the
out
hell? Did he
all
just
the
not
way.
die from that?
That's crazy.
It's Ghost Scepter, baby. The item of the game.
At the moment, it certainly is. 3 times. We have the Super Treants now, by the way.
Yeah, just you wait. The creeps are just gonna do the dirty work.
Yeah, it's gonna. I mean, it might turn into one of those games where the MP just starts throwing treants at the darn tier 4s one by one, and then just TPs out of your base. Those kinds of tragically annoying games.
Yeah, Rush is going to spawn anytime. Talon is being
Hey,
really patient, just waiting for it. I mean, I'm sure they are a little bit concerned, after what happened in the last couple of minutes. So they're gonna take
who
things
wouldn't be?
slowly.
Did they not add an item that lets you attack ethereal targets, or am I crazy? I think I'm crazy, right?
That was Brooch, right?
Oh, I thought
That's
it
the Brooch
was JG. Wow, he took so much damage from that. That's mad. I think he's going to be able to live, though. He's just a little bit too mobile with the skewers. And there's no Curse of the Old Growth to scout him. So he escapes with his life and gets to push at least a little bit more of a wave. That's your observer. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, unless you're Moeta, then you have the innate ability to hit.
That's correct.
Ghost
Whoa,
targets.
okay, hold on. DJ, they're going to look for a fight here. They're underneath a ward, but they did smoke past it successfully. DJ in the pit, giving them fantastic vision. Maybe they can jump onto Natsumi. He's holding that high ground very confidently as there's the jump on, and JG looking for the RP. He does at least catch Makoto, but that's not the target they wanted. Natsumi still standing and delivering. In fact, he's fighting into Amq. The snowball saves the site, and now Amq, he is down. Ravage to cover their tracks as Bob stuck on the low ground here. His damage sapped. Makoto beyond godlike. The Mongols, they go looking for a fight, but Talon, they were ready.
Yeah, what a nice bait there. They send the Nature's Prophet in front. He just stood up. He knows something is coming because the Dark Ascension was popped. So he stood in front and just baited. They went on him for stuff, everything, Solar Crest, and he just didn't die, and they were in a very compromising position. And just couldn't really help the morphing, after morphing wave in and committed for that, and they kited him. He was just dead, he got a one-way ticket. Just back to the base.
I mean, again, MP, yeah, they don't even bother for Roche. They are just finishing out the base, cleaning it out of all the barracks. That is going to be the Megas. Maybe just the entire game here. We shall see. DJ doing what he can. At least it's nighttime for him. Level 4 have to get out of harm's way here. Got to be careful of the mag, because he can push you back into the base. There is no Ravage for WS, but he still has this darn Ghost Scepter, man. Oh, it's just over. GG, they call it. Talon Esports, they will go to DreamLeague Season 26 alongside Boom Esports. Congratulations. Results that many people expected before this event kind of even kicked off. But the fact that Talon dropped into the lower bracket immediately had me doubting for a bit, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, a very rocky start, but you know what they say? It's not how you start, it's all about how you finish, how you end, and they were able to fix their problems. They came back, they sorted out their issues, and yeah, now we're here, Talent just qualifying. It doesn't matter how you do it, as long as you get there, They're going to be off the rally soon, so good to head off the rally with a win here. It'll be sad if they actually went to rally and then they didn't qualify for 26,
Yeah,
26,
yeah.
So
That's a good point, right? Because now they have at least 2 more events to take home a haul of EPT points. Because as of this moment, there is no team in the top 8, even the top 10, for the EWC slots from the SCA region. Boom is the closest, or Talon's the closest. Boom is trailing, but I think they're like in 10th or 12th place or something like that. So not too close, but at least more chances to fight for those points. Now, very well played here to Boom and Talon Esports, who will be the two SCA team representatives at DreamLeague Season 26. Very exciting for them. Folks, that's already it for us. We really only had that one BO3 for us here for you today. We really hope you enjoyed the coverage. Thanks for tuning in. We have more games, but not for us, but ongoing now. There's Aurora playing 1 win in the Eastern European Closed Qualifiers. We have the Middle East, Southwest Asia quals going on right now. Virtus Pro versus Winter Bears, and more games later. Of course, Western EU kicking off as well. For Winter, though, anything left to say to the good people? Any other reminders before we let them go?
Yeah, once again, thank you for tuning in, and it was a pleasure, to enjoy this qualifier again, with everyone, and hopefully we'll get to see more of the teams that kind of surpass our expectations, like team like Ivory, Team Asset, and Team Mongols, and yeah, I mean, hopefully they keep their heads up high, keep improving, and show us more, show us that SCA is not just Boom and Talon,
Absolutely. We can hope, right? But for us, for Winter and I, that is going to do it on behalf of myself, Winter, the observers, the admins, everyone else behind the scenes that makes this show possible. Thanks so much for tuning in for the past 3 days, guys. Again, we hope you enjoyed the coverage, and we will see you next time when Winter are back with some more. Until then, guys, take care. Bye.
Short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped. Short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd seen the same as I.
And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I.
And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. she'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be, for tonight will merry, merry be, for tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding.